हमें कुछ ही क्षणों में ज्वाइन करने वाली हैं। आप सभी से भी निवेदन है कि अपना अपना स्थान पीछे की तरफ हैं, वे आगे आ सकते हैं। अपने टेलीफोन को ध्वनि रहित, साइलेंट या वाइब्रेट पर आप कर। मैं सिस्टर विनीता जी के साथ मुझे इस कार्यक्रम के संचालन का सिस्टर विनीता जी हार्टफुलनेस फाउंडेशन से हैं। इसके माननीय निदेशक महोदय की गरिमा से, कॉन्फ्रेंस डायरेक्टर डॉक्टर कवलप्रीत कोचर मैडम से, डॉक्टर तनुजा नेसारी जी डायरेक्टर ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदा एंड डॉक्टर जय डायरेक्टर रिसर्च हार्टफुलनेस इंस्टीट्यूट से निवेदन करूंगा कि वे कृपया मंच पर आने की कृपा करें। एम्स के संकाय सदस्य, वैज्ञानिक, चिकित्सक, परिचायिकाएं और एम्स परिवार के सभी उपस्थित आत्मीय और जैसा कॉन्फ्रेंस का आज के इस योजना का ये 3 दिवसीय बैठक का या इस बज़्म का, इस महफिल का जो मौजू है, उसका अगर हिंदी रूपांतरण किया जाए तो मेडिसिन और मेडिटेशन, सरल आत्मीय भाषा में दवा और ध्यान। तो कुछ लोग दवा पर ही ज़्यादा ध्यान देते हैं, कुछ लोग ध्यान को ही दवा बना लेते हैं। और किस प्रकार से जीवन में ऐसा सामंजस्य, वर्क लाइफ बैलेंस हो, जहां पर हम स्पिरिचुअलिटी को, आध्यात्म को, धर्म को, जिस भी इस तरीके से हमारी मन, चित्त और वृत्ति है, उसको किस प्रकार से लेते हैं। यहाँ इस कॉन्फ्रेंस में ऐसे विशेषज्ञों से हमें उनकी स्पेशलिटीज से, उनके जीवन के क्या अनुभव हैं, ये सब हमको सीखने को मिलेगा। और इस कार्यक्रम में आप सभी मनोयोग से इस कार्यक्रम में अपनी भी जो बात है, जो आपके रूप से विदेशों से हमसे जुड़ेंगे और हम उनसे भी अपनी वार्तालाप कर सकते हैं, अपनी बात उनसे भी रख सकते हैं। आज के इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की जो डायरेक्टर हैं, जो प्रोटैगनिस्ट हैं, जो टॉर्च बियरर हैं, जो ब्रेन चाइल्ड हैं, डॉक्टर कवलप्रीत कोचर मैम, मैं उनसे दरख्वास्त करता हूं, परमिशन लेता हूं कि हम इस कार्यक्रम में अब किस तरफ बढ़ सकते हैं। क्या हम मुख्य अतिथि महोदया का तो मैं मैम से फिर निवेदन करूंगा कि वे डायस पर आ जाएं और इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की जो भूमिका है, जो इस कॉन्फ्रेंस का विजन है, मिशन है और पूरा उद्देश्य है, क्योंकि औपचारिक रूप से अभी कॉन्फ्रेंस धीरे धीरे ज्वलन होगा, माननीय निदेशक महोदय का उद्बोधन हमें सुनने को मिलेगा। लेकिन ये पूरा विचार किस प्रकार से जन्मा, उसके लिए मैं इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की डायरेक्टर, फिजियोलॉजी डिपार्टमेंट शरीर रचना विभाग की, शरीर क्रिया विभाग की विभागाध्यक्ष डॉक्टर केपी कोचर मैम से निवेदन करता हूं कि वे कृपया डायस पर आएं और अपने शब्दों से की थोड़ी सी भूमिका हमारे मध्य में रखें। हम उन्हें दोबारा भी रिक्वेस्ट करेंगे, परंतु मेरा निवेदन है कि मैम इस कॉन्फ्रेंस की भूमिका के लिए कृपया आप डायस पर आ जाएं। एक बार तालियों से, करतल ध्वनि से, आपको अपनी तालियों से ऊर्जा तो देनी है, साथ में जो सीटें खाली रह गई उनकी जिम्मेदारी भी आपको ही लेनी है।
Off the dais, my Guruji, Professor Bijlani, Professor Kameshwar Prasad, and very dear colleagues from our department. For Dr. Prasad for his seminal work in the spirituality of medical education. So please give a big hand for Professor Kameshwar Prasad. It is initiative, and we all know that for the past 15-20 years we were thinking that there is some lacuna, some gap in the way we are teaching our medical students, in the way we are training them and building up their capacity on how to approach a patient and family, how to resolve conflicts in the workplace with superiors and juniors, as well as most importantly, how to take care of their own spiritual health. So we wanted to bring some values, ethics, and spirituality in health and well-being. The aim of the conference today, as you can see in the brochure also, is to regain the paradigm, sir, we have lost in medical education, and we want to redeem the joy and humanity in medical care so that we can say that being happy is being healthy, and we have to put back the smiles on the faces of not only our medical workforce, but also on the families of the caregivers. So nature is happy when it is green and clean, and patient and their families are happy when they are satisfied that good work has been done and the process has been caring and sharing and humane. The outcomes many times we are not able to change, but the process we definitely can change. So each action we do is like a pulsation quivering over the surface of the lake. This is by one of our idols, Swami Vivekananda, who also enthused and invoked the youth to be Utishthit Jagrit and do their duty. Our Honorable Prime Minister also is heading, our country is heading the G20 presidency. So for the aim of one earth, one family and one future, and keeping nation first, it is an apt time that we are having this Sangat Ka Samagam today to deal with value education in healthcare workers so that they can be endowed with joy at the workplace, work with spirituality in mind and service in their hearts. Our two sister organizations who have extremely been medical sciences through formal MOUs and informal lots and lots of support, contribution and value addition are the Heartfulness Institute, Madam Tanuja Nesri is here. She's the director of AIIA, and Mr. Sanjay Sehgal is here. after seeing the life in USA and the corporate world, Sanjay ji and Pujya Daji ji thought that we have to give back to the country. WHO also says we have to build back better. And my dear friend, Dr. J. Thimapuram, he's director of research. He's working in the USA, but the humility and humanity, which we have seen with him, he had presented a guest lecture also in our department. And I would request humility and humanity enjoy his learnings, which we have seen with him. So, without taking more time, I just wanted to say two things. Also enough. We have been through the COVID epidemic, and just day before yesterday, Honorable Vice President Sir had addressed the convocation here, and hats off to our director and the team of the academic section and the whole AIIMS family. Without taking more time, I just wanted to convocation things. We have been through the COVID epidemic in one day. Just day before yesterday, also, Honorable Vice President Sir had addressed. There also Vice President Sir had left a message to our director and the as well as our Honorable Minister who is President of AIIMS and the whole AIIMS family. Today, we could conduct this. That convocation has to be 3 batches in one day. The financial a big clap for that. Is also one of the themes of our conference and today. There also Vice President Sir had left a message and national speakers as well as our Honorable Minister who is President of AIIMS could not be with us today, who are here, National Medical Organization has to be redeemed. Many of them instead of the financial sponsors, and that is also one of the themes of our conference. By over this, we are having a galaxy of international and national speakers. But coming from back Harvard, to COVID, from Oxford, from different organizations something like who are here, National Medical Organization, Arjunas, India, like in many of them, advisors and sponsors. You shall be listening to them. By the by, over this ancient and traditional feast of 2.5 days, scriptures, but come to like COVID, COVID and everyday doctors have to fight battles in the and OPD, we had many Arjunas in the like ICU, in Mahabharata, and I hope who learned today this conference and many times investment in our future back upon because we call international wisdom of our for values, ethics, in the spirituality, in the emergency, in the ICU, for and excellence in medical today care. This conference, thank you very much. Investment in our future. And thanks once again because we call for it blessing us by your initiative for values, ethics, spirituality, for excellence in medical care. You may allow. Thank you very much. We are all very thanks once again for blessing us by your presence here. But if you may please allow, and punctuality is also like spirituality. If I would like to invite Professor Kameshwar Prasad, we are all very busy people, our teacher, multitasking and all in his innings here at AIIMS, if you may please allow, and punctuality is also like spirituality. Inspired. I would like to invite Professor Kameshwar professional Prasad, spirituality, if I may say, is our many of us, and in his innings here so at AIIMS, we would like he to has hear your few words of wisdom. Inspired and also like to with his wisdom you. And his professional spirituality, if I may say, many of us. So, sir, we would like to hear your few words of wisdom and also like to felicitate you.
I'm here mainly to learn from experts in the field of meditation. I always on the dais believed that I'm here mainly to contribute, learn from not only in healthcare experts but in the field of meditation. I always the longevity believed productivity India can contribute immensely, not only in healthcare but in general knowledge, increasing the longevity and maximum productivity of saints human beings who are working across the various fields, and that maybe also in the Himalayas probably is across maximum country. And that's why I like saints and Prime Minister saying who are working in various fields, we have to maybe also in the Himalayas the Vishwaguru across the rest of the world. And that's this why field is particularly I like something where we have saying that once again we have sophistication being we have something which we can share with the rest of the world. And this field is particularly we are so busy in specialization, day-to-day work. We have sophistication. That this is one aspect which we can share with the rest of the people in the world, and it's not represented enough in medical sciences. We are so busy in our day-to-day work. I've always been that this is one aspect throughout my 40 years of stay in not learned enough. That and when I retire, I will learn this part of the knowledge, and maybe I've always been maybe thinking throughout my 40 years and share with AIIMS others that what can I retire, I will learn this part of the knowledge. What Vivekanand maybe achieved practice mainly through meditation. Learn from experts and share with others what can be achieved. Obviously, what I think we have seen what Vivekanand achieved, particularly mainly through meditation. Of course, he had many qualities, worth emulating, but is his power of meditation. Obviously, when I read his biography, specific and the way he influenced particularly the whole world. Starting from his Chicago worth emulating speech is his power of meditation. Several visits, and when I read his biography, something which the way he influenced the whole world. Have many people who starting from his Chicago, and of course we know that many of our several visits sent across the world, all across the world, and we have many people who can do this. I think we have not. Of course, we know that many of and people have not sense or gurus gathered all across the world knowledge, and as people can have from still, our, I think gurus and we have not shared this enough, and this is why this conference is very unique. Gathered as much knowledge, maybe it was overdue, and thanks to our director, gurus AIIMS, who has experts. And this is why this conference is very unique, given and enough strength. Maybe it was overdue, and thanks to the director and enough collaboration who has and certainly All India Institute of Ayurveda. Given, I'm very pleased to see that these things are coming together. This. It won't have happened collaboration with the initiative of the director. All India Institute of Ayurveda. Sure about that. I'm very pleased to thank you very much for taking this. Thank you this very long due step, and you are long due step, and you are going to the way medical education. The way medical education is incorporated. This is incorporated in medical education has become very superficial. If you really want. If you really want of knowledge to give the depth of knowledge to the people, they are the brightest people in the country. The brightest people in the country. This is the way to go. Then I think this is the way to go. I congratulate you for organizing this. And I'm a learner, and I'm a learner in this field, an expert. Please allow me to learn whenever I'm able to come and participate in this deliberations of this. Thank you. Thank you.
I know very humbly and proudly, and because learning medicine is both a privilege and a penance. Invite Director Sir to kindly felicitate Dr. Kameshwar Prasad and Dr. Tanuja Nesri and also Sanjay Saigal ji.
Thank you. It fills our hearts with joy unspeakable to introduce and welcome amongst us today at this august gathering of galaxies of star healers of the human and the divine worlds. We stand honored to introduce our next esteemed speaker, Sri Kamleshji Patel, fondly known as Daji, the global guide of the Heartfulness Mission and a holistic wellness system. Sri Kamleshji Patel, also known as Daji, is the founder of the Heartfulness Movement and the third president of the Sri Ramchandra Mission, and the fourth in the Guru Parampara of the Sahaj Marg system of meditation, which uses the special technique of pranahuti to assist seekers in their spiritual progress. Today, they are practiced by millions of people in 160 countries. Born on 28 September 1956 in rural Gujarat, Sri Patel displayed an early interest in both science and spirituality. He graduated with a B Pharma and an M Pharma with honors in 1980. While still at college, he also started Sahaj Marg meditation in September 1976, meeting the spiritual guide Babuji Maharaj in 1977. After college, he moved to the New York City, USA, where he built a successful chain of pharmacies. At the same time, he continued to pursue his love for meditation and played an increasingly active role on the Heartfulness movement. So today, without much ado, let us, ladies and gentlemen, and brothers and sisters, and healers from this world and the brighter world, let us give a very warm welcome to Daji, and we are all very eagerly anticipating to hear his profound words guiding us. Thank you.
चंद मिशन के अध्यक्ष हैं। वो सभी को निशुल्क ध्यान प्रशिक्षण उपलब्ध कराने के लिए एक वैश्विक आंदोलन का मार्गदर्शन कर रहे हैं। 160 देशों में फैले 15,000 स्वयंसेवक हार्टफुलनेस प्रशिक्षकों की मदद से दाजी कई लोगों के जीवन में बदलाव लाए हैं। अपनी पुस्तकों और वार्ताओं में वो भौतिक और आध्यात्मिक जीवन को सफलतापूर्वक एकीकृत करने की गहरी अंतर्दृष्टि साझा करते हैं। अनेक विषयों पर दाजी स्वयं सेवकों का मार्गदर्शन करते हैं, जैसे कि पर्यावरण, कृषि, चिकित्सा, शिक्षा, मानव कल्याण और कला। भारत में हैदराबाद के पास कान्हा शांति वनम में उन्होंने एक मॉडल समुदाय का निर्माण किया है। ये दुनिया के सबसे बड़े ध्यान स्थलों में से एक है। 2025 तक पूरे भारत में 3 करोड़ देसी और स्थानिक पेड़ लगाने की भी पहल उन्होंने शुरू करी है। उनके मार्गदर्शन में एक ऐसे फोन ऐप का भी निर्माण किया गया है जिससे हर समय निशुल्क हार्टफुलनेस ध्यान का अनुभव किया जा सकता है। जमीनी स्तर के सामाजिक कार्यकर्ताओं को स्वास्थ्य, कृषि और मानव कल्याण के क्षेत्र में ट्रेनिंग प्रदान की गई है। उन्होंने आयुर्वेद, योग और ध्यान की जागरूकता पैदा करने के लिए अनेक कार्यों की शुरुआत की है। समाज में उनके महत्वपूर्ण योगदान के लिए दाजी को पद्म भूषण से सम्मानित किया गया है।
On behalf of Sri
समाज
Ramchandra
में
Mission,
उनके
it
महत्वपूर्ण
is my
योगदान के
privilege
लिए
to
दाजी
receive
को
this
पद्म भूषण से
award.
सम्मानित किया।
Very, very grateful to all those who had made the selection, and I'm also grateful to all the volunteers. We're looking forward to uplifting my privilege to receive this band. Very, very grateful to all those who had made the selection, and I'm also grateful to all the volunteers. We're looking forward to uplifting a united humanity, changing the bent of mind, bent of thinking, and attitude of human beings so that we can coexist. We form a united.
Good morning and namaste everyone. To begin with, I must express my heartfelt thanks to
Good morning and
namaste everyone, Srimati Meenakshi ji and Dr. Tanuja. To begin with, I must express my heartfelt thanks to dearest sisters, as well as my dearest brother ji and Dr. Tanuja, Dr. Nisari. I am Srinivas, which is director at AIIMS Delhi, as well as my dearest brother, Dr. Kanwal Prit Kochar. I am Srinivas, conference director at AIIMS, who I am told has worked tirelessly for this conference. Dr. Kanwal Prit, all the teams from AIIMS conference director. I would also like to has worked tirelessly for this conference to Sri Mansukh Mandaviya teams. Thank you. I would also like to share my heartfelt gratitude to Sri Mansukh Mandaviya ji and Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, Sri, for their gracious support and inspiration towards organizing this conference, and Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, for their gracious support and inspiration towards organizing meditation and mediation. This conference. I think the medicine are derived from and medication and meditation and mediation. I think through mediation in legal world, derived from same dhatu, dream or the root word. Prime Minister, that legal through mediation in legal world revolutionized a dream of our introducing Prime Minister that a system of mediation. Legal system can be further revolutionized. We will not go into that, but mediation like a system of mediation, and like meditation, the medication. We will not go into that, but mediation like meditation. And like the purpose is integration, medication, all this, they all, whether we mediate to bring about integration in differing the purpose is integration in all this, or integration, whether we mediate to bring about integration in or differing individual consciousness level for a unique or integration at a cellular level for a better. This or integration at a consciousness level for a unique achievement, resonance in all this to foreplay. This, before we get into a very serious discussion on resonance comes to foreplay, and how it improves our health. We get into a very serious discussion level on meditation, improving our swasthya, and how it improves our health. Touch upon few overall level. Other, I would like to share with improving our swasthya. That has come to my mind this morning that I should share with you. Other, I would like to share with you two jokes. Is that has come to my mind this morning that I should share with you. Mummy is coming home. First joke is, one fine day, given a title, husband gets up early in the morning and receives a telegram. We're talking of 1970s. One fine day, husband gets up early in the morning. Nowadays we don't hear of telegram. We're talking of telegram says, Mummy is coming home. Nowadays we don't hear of telegram. So he's so happy. So telegram says, and, Mummy is coming home. Reads out this telegram. He's so happy, and Mummy tells the story. Reads out this telegram to his wife. Moment she hears Mummy is coming home. Seeing the happiness of her husband. Moment she hears it, took it for granted. My God! Seeing the happiness of her husband, she took it for granted. My God! What is going to happen? Well, anyway, husband goes to the railway station. Well, anyway, picks up. Husband goes to the railway station. Mummy from the railway station comes home. Knocks at the door. From the railway station comes home. Wife knocks at the door very quickly. She comes with a lot of hesitation. Very quickly. She comes with a lot of hesitation. Opens the door. She hugs the mummy with so much of joy. She hugs the mummy with so much of joy. She gets upset on her husband. Why didn't you tell me it's my mother? She gets upset on her husband. Why didn't you tell me it's my mother? So you see how understanding a message or understanding a misunderstanding a message can create so much of misunderstanding a message can create so much of headache. Right? It creates some level of sickness. Right? It creates some level of at a mental level. at a mental level. I share with you another real life example. That was a story though. This is a real life example. This is a real life example. In New York City is one of the boroughs. In New York City is one of the boroughs where I used to live. Where I used to live. And it happened in one of the Indian families. Daughter phones up. Mother. What says mother? She was studying in a university. So mommy asked why all of a sudden? She says, mommy, I have to introduce you my boyfriend. He is of African origin. So mommy's blood pressure drops very fast. And then she says, give phone to Papa. Mommy, Papa. Not only is from he also has HIV/AIDS. So you can imagine the situation at home. She comes home alone. But she had given a message that I'm coming with so-and-so who had HIV. When she comes home alone, mommy asks, Papa, what happened? Where is your boyfriend? She said, Papa, mommy, I was just making up a story that so-and-so is coming with HIV and AIDS. In reality, to tell you the truth, I have flunked in exam. I have failed in exam. So Papa, Mama, don't worry, baby. So to fail. As long as you are not marrying this fellow with HIV. So you see how this mental state changes the perception of every individual. So in order to understand this idea of integration, Namaskar. Welcome. So we were talking about how situations and how the situations are presented makes a big knock on our thinking, and how the thinking changes our understanding, and how the understanding either gives you fever, or gives you headache, or makes you angry, or makes you depressed with a lot of anxiety and tension. Parameters of though we measure as expression. Let's say when you have a viral infection, when we say let's measure temperature, etc. How is the immunological responses? Some people just hearing the news that your neighbor has COVID and the world ends for them. See, they start greeting each other. They start even touching each other. They walk around with all kinds of protection. Nothing wrong with it. Protections are necessary. But when we talk of certain barriers that we have to create within ourselves that can vaccinate our health, especially the mental health, mental well-being, spiritual well-being. Yogic Shastra talks about 5 layers or the 5 bodies, and most of you are perhaps aware of. It starts with Annamaya Kosha, means this physical body. Physical body can get affected. So many factors like wounds, fractures, which we all deal with it at that level, at a physical level. Infection, foreign bodies are affecting us. So we have medicine starting with antibiotics, or we can develop the immune response. So we have to study what all can strengthen our immunity and what all can decrease our immunity. Positive thinking, positive attitude towards life, which is generally brought about through meditation, increases immune response, rather immune responses. If you are in a bad state of mind, will your immunity be strong enough? No. You are not very well prepared. Your defenses are down. People who use phones, constantly using phones while you are sick, it delays the process of healing. One day, you know what, I was in a research lab. They took my blood sample, put it on a slide, and the lab operator, he was showing me how the RBCs were following or forming the colonies on the structure. So I could see that, and he had prepared a chart that all individuals who has compromised health, for example, sickle cell anemia, or viral infection, or fungal infection, or bacterial infection, or certain other diseases like cancer, different types of cancer. In each case, the RBC colonizing was of a different pattern. That was very interesting for me, because I had never studied this particular formation of RBC colonies on a slide based on a disease. Second thing that came to my whimsical mind was, after about almost half an hour of chit-chatting like this, I had this funny idea that what happens to WBCs? You have shown us RBCs. But then when he said all WBCs have, they become very quiet. Generally they move around in the beginning, but now they're almost dead and they are not moving now. I said, all right, let's see. I requested the lab operator, please put your phone there. Keep your phone near the slide. And phone was active. I said, turn on your Bluetooth also and turn on your Wi-Fi also, and see what happens to these WBCs. And suddenly I saw WBCs frantically waking up and moving frantically. You guys can easily see that because your lab is in access, and maybe you can also take a video.
Recording in progress.
Every little child in Delhi and everywhere. Children need to perform this experiment so they know what really happens. Phone, it woke them up, the WBCs. And WBCs become active only when they have to respond against a threat of either bacteria or virus or any foreign body. But here, we are just talking of vibrations being emitted through the phone. Right? So now you see how the vibrations are playing havoc on our immunity. So beware, people who are living under the towers, they have to be worried about it. I recently saw a scientific research paper on bioelectricity, and how bioelectricity can express the genetic deviations. They were able to grow the eyes of a frog behind its head. They were able to create the heart outside the body of a frog just by manipulating this bioelectricity. Now, bioelectricity is one field of energy. It is nothing but energy field. Now, what happens when we meditate? Meditation creates also some level of bioenergy, and that can also be measured with Killian photography. Each one forms a very specific type of energy level based on layers and layers of, rather the preventive layers. We all carry different layers around us. And these layers are created by our own consciousness, and consciousness is affected by so many factors. It's like this: if you have a prejudice against someone, if you are greedy about things, if you are always violent in nature, what happens to your consciousness? It is not transparent. Through meditation, we are able to digest all these things because we are able to understand things properly. This understanding creates a level of integration in us. Understanding leads us to right frame of mind. Understanding and integration, they are integral part of it. When we see, when you read Gita, for example, the very first chapter, Arjuna is confused. How can I kill my great-grandfather? How can I kill my cousins? How can I kill my gurus? How can I kill my friends? His thinking was erratic. In the very second chapter, Lord Krishna teaches him right knowledge, right understanding of the whole thing, and then subsequently right action. See, correcting the thinking and bringing about right understanding and acting on a right path, that is somehow a summary of our life. We all make mistakes because of wrong thinking, wrong understanding, and wrong action. Meditation teaches us a fundamental thing. Meditation becomes actually too late when you already have compromised with your health. Meditation and yoga especially, they are preventive in nature. Today I would like to emphasize more on the first two steps, yama and niyama. Asanas, everybody knows how good they are for physical flexibility and strength. We also are aware of pranayama and its impact. I think AIIMS has done a lot of research on pranayama and how wonderfully it can change energy level in most of us. Whenever I feel destabilized and I develop foggy mind after a flu, if I do this breathing exercise, 5 minutes in the morning, 5 minutes in the evening, my foggy mind goes away. I recover faster. So, but all these benefits are there. Today, I like to emphasize on how these qualities related or described by Rishi Patanjali, yama and niyamas, can integrate our health in a right manner. What is efficiency? What is health? Health in English we understand very well. You know, normal BP, 120/80, your HbA1c of certain level, all other parameters which doctors measure. Then there are many other things that can say, okay, you are with a normal health. What happens there in a balanced way when the anabolic and catabolic processes are going in rhythm, in sync? You enjoy good health. When there are faster changes, inner as well as outer, then we face disintegration rather than integration. And that leads to compromised health. efficiency or loss of health can be because of these two fundamental things. And they can be related as a function. Mathematically, you can say my health or my success is a function of external integration divided by internal disintegration. Now, how can I integrate myself externally as well as internally? Let's take an example of home and the business world and a country at large. External disintegration or integration, or internal disintegration and integration. What do I mean by that? Wherever there is harmony and unity in a family, wherever there is mutual respect and trust, there will be greater integration. Wherever there is commotion, discord, suspicion, doubts, there is disintegration. And we become less efficient as a family. You can see in parliament also, people fighting, shouting like animals. They are worse than perhaps children in a school. Even schools are better at times when we see today's Rajya Sabhas and parliament performing. They are worse than children. They don't let other people speak also properly. What happens to such individuals' health? Unless they are acting. You know, the Vinod Khanna, he was a follower of Rajneesh. Rajesh Khanna was a follower of Rajneesh Osho as we know him today. And Vinod Khanna asked his master Osho, how should I act in film industry? And how should I lead my life? So Osho gave him a great advice. He said, act as if it's so real and live as if you are pretending. And I think in the parliaments what's going on is they're not seriously shouting, they are just pretending. They're not seriously opposing or agreeing. They're not even serious about agreements, just pretending to make others happy or irritated. They have become great actors. They are also meditating. Meditation means to focus on something. To meditate means to have an idea, one thought for a considerable time. Politicians also meditate how to ambush the other party, other members. And the world ends for them. They know nothing but ambushing the opposition. They start but they have never learned the art of integration. All kinds of protection. Once we learn this idea of individual integration, individual harmony, but when we talk of, then we will learn certain barriers, community, family, national. They know nothing but ambushing the oppositions. Otherwise, but they have never learned the art of integration. We will keep on talking of this. Once we learn this idea of individual integration, individual harmony, when it comes to health, then we will learn, when we talk of the first family, two steps, national unity, first step is national integration. Otherwise, until this integration happens, we will keep on talking of I did mention about all sorts of why in the world Patanjali calls the very first step as Yama, the Lord of Death. When we talk of the first two steps, one very first step is Yama, us to kill all the weaknesses, and second step is Niyama. Last time when I was at AIIMS, I did mention from the very first step of why in the world Patanjali and the very first weakness he calls step is Yama, the Lord of Death, or the something that is as an antidote towards Hinsa. He would like us to kill all the weaknesses, untruthfulness, the defects, lies. Kill the habit of from stealing. The very first step of beginning. Kill the habit of and the very first weakness he calls is overwhelming sensual desire, or the something that kill is the idea of accumulation, an antidote towards hinsa. Kill hinsa. So when we talk of integration, untruthfulness or lies, here when we say non-violence, the habit of divided by violence. Kill the habit of raping, greater the number, sensual, overwhelming sensual desires. Kill the idea of accumulation, tendency to accumulate if it is greater. So when we talk of integration, tendency to sacrifice and when we say non-violence, divided by integration will increase. Likewise, greater the number, his second step is niyama. And niyama is so beautiful, starting with saucha, tendency to accumulate if it is great, versus, and we have learned lessons to sacrifice that each time you come back home, wash your hands. See, the integration will increase. That was during COVID times. Likewise, that was very superficial. Second step is niyama. And niyama is so beautiful, starting with saucha, meaning cleanliness. How do you do your mind? And we have learned lessons that each time you come back home, wash your hands. Cleaning. How to keep them pure. That was during COVID times, but that was a very superficial thing. You can remain physically healthy. The bigger diseases are the beautiful parameters which lab, how do you the pathologist guarantees that your heart, your consciousness, but inside your cleaning. How to keep them purer. Then what is the use of such a health? You can remain physically healthy. Yoga, with all those beautiful parameters which lab makes us highly sensitive. The pathologist guarantees that you are wonderful. You know, it says but inside consciousness, for example. What is consciousness? Consciousness is degree of awareness. Then what is the use of become more and more aware? But what yoga through meditation makes us highly sensitive, highly aware. You know, it says of consciousness, for example. What is consciousness? Consciousness is degree of awareness that you have become more and more aware. But what how is he going to achieve it without the integrated approach of all the members? Can he achieve this alone? I don't think so. Integration requires mutual respect towards each other without the integrated but if you approach think, of if you feel that members, Dr. Srinivas can he achieve this alone? And so I don't think so. Him and gives him Padma Bhushan and Padma Vibhushan. Integration requires mutual respect towards each other. But if you think, if you feel that organizations, that integration is going to get lacking because you don't respect, will praise him and gives him we have to have a purpose. Purpose is to make myself purer, my family purer, my community purer, my nation, my country. And this is a problem with most organizations, that integration is lacking because you don't respect. Never going to happen. We have to have a purpose. I can have different views. Purpose is to make I may differ myself from purer, my family purer, my community purer, my nation, my country, national level or at an individual level. And without this national health level, integration or at an individual health level, I can have different views. I may differ from each other, but individual must remain integrated, fulfilling the purpose. And this integration at national level can be or at an individual level, strengthened at national health level or at an individual health level. Heart. I must be what only you become aware that okay, hinsa nahi karna hai. I will not become violent. Individual must remain integrated, and this integration. What if you diagnose a patient and say, oh, so-and-so has such a problem? Conscious mind, is it enough? Heart. Next step. What only you become aware that, okay, I must take a next I will step. Not become violent. Is it enough? Ahimsa is not enough. What if you diagnose a patient and say, oh, so-and-so has such a problem? Is it enough? Next step is through compassion, through empathy, I must take a next step. Ahimsa is not enough. Compassion has to come into the picture. Next level of action has to come into the picture. So when you divide all these things, yama divided by niyama, it brings you at a greater and greater level of integration and success and efficiency. Now, when we talk of balancing, when we talk of going inward and settling within ourselves, Ayurveda, Dr. Tanuja and I had a great discussion on this concept of swasthya when she was here at Kanha Santivanam. We talked about that what is the meaning of swasthya. Health is one thing. Swasthya is altogether a different approach. And it appeals to me strongly. Swasthya means one who is settled within oneself. जो खुद में अपने में स्थिर हुआ है, centered हुआ है. Now, if you are not centered, if you are always on the periphery, you will surely lose your balance. As children, we had played the top, no? We ऐसा लगाते थे with the thread, and the top would spin very fast because of its speed. But if the wheel moves instead of the center, moves here, then the entire vehicle will go off balance and you will have an accident. And that's what is happening to our mind. Our mind is not in our center. Our mind is in many places. Sage Patanjali says, bring your attention inward, center it. Centering is directly proportional to your inward attention. Greater the inward attention, greater the centering. More outward you are, extrovert, external attention. And this, he has masterfully described this in his 6th or 7th step as pratyahar. All your attention, when it's focused within, then you become perfectly balanced. You are centered. And such individual, they say, is swasthya. Unka swasthya acha hai. And I have seen time and again, even the terminal patients that we have as our satsangis, they are in a kind of hospice environment. They know the final moments are nearing. Yet, you don't see sadness, you don't see moroseness on their face. You see such a joy on their face. Death is inevitable. Yet, they are so ready for it. They are not fighting, they are ready. Even with cancer and terminal diseases, they are smiling. And you can see the kind of light they ooze out from their face. The radiance that you see on such individuals, simply out of the world, and it is something that you would love to witness. And this is perfect because of their centering. Their attention is centered within. And that is also another definition to me. Their dhyan is not thinking about others. Dhyan is thinking of divinity within yourself. And when we say, now I have transcended my mind, I have transcended my intellect, I have transcended my ego, and a time comes, luckily, if we can meditate properly under a right guru, we can transcend even consciousness. Then you are no longer centered, so centered with the periphery within your heart in imbalance. And the periphery becomes the entire universe. Your consciousness is now so centered, no longer being restricted, limited to this frame, to this body. But you encompass the cosmic consciousness. And this is the offering of yoga. Our country had seen many personalities adding knowledge after knowledge, adding ways and means how to fulfill that knowledge, how to achieve those lofty goals. One after the other, we are adding this knowledge, enriching the hoary tradition of India. And it is our business, it is our job to take it forward. I would like to also mention, since you are all elite, top doctors of India, if not of globe, I request very humbly to perform certain researches and recommend to the people of India that there are so many ways and means of achieving inner-centeredness, awareness that can be evolved, consciousness that can be evolved, to filter out all the useless methods, to filter out all the useless approaches, and come to one fundamental approach. Say, and encourage people scientifically that this is a right method, this is a right approach. For that, let us see, if we have 10 painkillers, you have 10 different systems. How would you know this system is good for that? One system may be good for certain things, one for certain other things. 10 different painkillers, and you know which is the best. You know which is the safest. You know which is most economical. Likewise, we can do the consciousness studies of, let's say, groups of hundreds of people following different systems and come to a very summarized, very simple research paper and say this is a great system. I am here to put myself at the helm of a sword and be beheaded if that be so. And if you can prove heartfulness is a useless system, I will become your disciple. With this, I submit my prayers that all may grow spiritually, all may thrive towards integration individually, as well as at a national level, at a global level, and create a revolution in healthcare through yoga, through Ayurveda. Thank you. Jai Hind.
यहाँ उपस्थित सबके तहे दिल से आभार पूज्य दाजी, आपके मार्गदर्शन के इन स्वर्ण शब्दों के लिए। आशा करते हैं कि ये मेडिटेशन विद मेडिसिन एंड होलिस्टिक वेलनेस का कार्यक्रम आपकी कृपा से और हम सबके साझा प्रयासों से वी विल टेक इट टू द नेक्स्ट हाइट्स। और अब मैं सम्मानित मंच से प्रार्थना करती हूँ कि दीप प्रज्वलन के लिए हम आगे बढ़ें और सरस्वती वंदना से इस कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाएं।
क्या क्या है अपने यहाँ? क्यों उठा रखी है? तो कर दिया
एवं सम्मानित मंच से इस कार्यक्रम की औपचारिक घोषणा और इसका शुभारंभ हुआ। आज के कार्यक्रम की मुख्य अतिथि मीनाक्षी लेखी मैम, केंद्रीय राज्य मंत्री संस्कृति एवं विद्या, और तेजस्विनी वक्ता के रूप में आपको सुनते हैं। आपके आर्गुमेंटेशन, आपके एक्सप्रेशन ऑफ आइडियाज, बहस करने का, दलील देने का तरीका और कौन सी बात कब, कहाँ और कैसे कही जाती है, ये सलीका पता हो तो हर बात सुनी जाती है। और ये आपने भारत में भारतीय नारी की आवाज़ बन करके संसद में, लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में भारतीय नारी शक्ति का ही नहीं, संपूर्ण भारत का विदेश में डंका बजवाया है। और आज आपकी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से, इस दीप प्रज्वलन से, सरस्वती वंदना से आज के इस कार्यक्रम की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा हो गई है। मैं आपसे निवेदन करता हूं कि आप अपने आशीष वचन और पाथेय और मार्गदर्शन इस कार्यक्रम में अपनी वाणी से हम सबको प्रदान करें।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू वेरी मच। हम सबके आदरणीय डॉक्टर श्रीनिवास जी, डॉक्टर तनुजा निसारी जी, मैम डॉक्टर कोचर, डॉक्टर थिमापुरम, संजय जी, उपस्थित मेरे सभी भाई बहन और माँ सरस्वती के पूजक। सो व्हेन the MC introduces, बात तरीके से कही जाए तो सब सुनी जाती है। I will change it। बात दिल से कही जाए तो ज़रूर सुनी जाती है। तो बात कहने का जो बेहतरीन तरीका है वो दिल है। जो आप महसूस करते हैं, दर्द महसूस करते हैं तो दर्द बयान कीजिए, खुशी महसूस करते हैं तो खुशी बयान कीजिए, और कोई प्रश्न है तो मन से पूछिए, और जो भी मन में आए उसकी सुनवाई तभी होती है जब हम मन से बात कहें। और आज जो ये कॉन्फ्रेंस शुरू हुई है, मेडिसिन एंड मेडिटेशन, तो मेरा एक आइडिया है इसमें, मैं कहीं और किसी और विचार में थी, लेकिन मुझे लगता है 3M कर देते हैं इसको, कि मेडिसिन, मेडिटेशन एंड मिलेट्स एंड और मेरा मिलेट मैजिक। हम इस टैगलाइन पे कहीं काम कर रहे थे, तो मुझे लगा कि मेरा मिलेट मैजिक की बजाय इसको मेडिसिन, मेडिटेशन एंड मिलेट कर देते हैं, कि किसी इंसान को जीने के लिए क्या कुछ चाहिए, और द मोर यू राइज योर कॉन्शियसनेस, lesser your needs are, and that is, I'm speaking from a very very personal experience. I'm no ascetic, I'm no sadhu, I'm no sannyasi, I'm a working person, a normal working person as anybody in the world. But us काम के साथ, can spirituality be part of your existence? Can spirituality be motivation enough for you to work? Can this show a direction to people who may come from different disciplines? So speaking from that perspective, I feel that a person needs to feed the body. At times when you're unwell, you need medication. And meditation, because it keeps you a balance in your perspective and existence. So if you work on these three things, your needs of a physical existence are met. And thus, the food which Ayurveda practices, Dr. Tanuja is amongst us, and I'm sure she's going to guide us through. But from my personal perspective, I feel a lot of bunkum has happened in the name of science. And unfortunately, the science which existed in this country was called bunkum. Time has to change its circle. And when the circle of life changes, to go back to the values, and I'm not saying all that we did was right. I'm not saying that. There's always a separation of chaff from the grain, and the kernel needs to be protected while chaff needs to be discarded, and maybe chaff gets utilized elsewhere. That's also part of science. I am of a firm opinion that all the rishis, munis, etc., or Patanjali for that matter, were not just spiritual gurus. They were the scientists. And unfortunately, we discarded all this as non-science. I'm not saying nonsense, but non-science. And I'm sure in the period of slavery and in the period of imperialism, this science was looked at as nonsense. Because I have read certain documents written by invaders who would say their faith system is useless, they are crazy people, they do this, they do that. I'm not naming it on purpose. Don't want to rake up a different kind of debate. But all I'm saying is, if somebody has to subjugate you, if somebody has to rule over you, how will they do it? Not by respecting you, not by humanizing you, not by recognizing your traditions and value systems. All this needs to be destroyed for them to rule over you. And we've been ruled for more than 1,000 years. And we've lost our science. The more you say, I'm a free person, the more you say, I'm a free nation, time to reclaim your space. And that reclamation of space will only come with a sense of awareness. And this sense of awareness comes from practicing things which are good for humanity by and large. Now, can you imagine India took a tagline of Vasudhaiv Kutumbakam? But Sanskrit was our language. Now we've lost Sanskrit as our language. So have we lost the science associated with it. So all that is being discussed in Sanskrit literature makes no sense. I'm not calling it nonsense, but makes it no sense. So because it will make no sense to people who are unaware of the knowledge, who cannot read, decipher, and work on. Now, while I'm saying this, there were always individuals, part of different systems, who came to this country to seek knowledge, who respected us, who became part of us, even when they were technically did not look like us, did not have the same skin color, hair color, so on and so forth, but they were us, because at the level of soul, at the level of consciousness, they connected well with the consciousness and the lesson which this country had to give. And I think it is they who we have to be grateful for, because when we lost our track, when we became little less confident about who we are, it was they who held our hand and said, no, you are scientists and you need to recognize this. So I think we should also accept that as part of conscious living and understanding, because there are a whole lot of people who came from other civilizations, other parts, 15th century onwards, who researched us and who said, you know, they may have started as a skeptic, but they understood that the system is operational. The system works. There is evidence to it. And based on that evidence, based on that knowledge, this science got recognition. Now, coming to today's conference, I was going over the papers, and I'm not saying my perspectives are right, but I have a perspective, and I'm just airing my perspective. Please don't judge me for my perspective. But I'm airing a perspective because the paper says it is humanity, it is medical humanity which we are working on. I wouldn't say offended, but I'm like, humanity? Again, you're dealing with science and not humanities. Number one, in my perspective, and that's a perspective. Why I'm questioning the word humanity is because you are going back to the same slavery mindset which kept us entrapped for many years. And that entrapment was only the science which came back to us from the West is science, everything else could be humanity. Without understanding that meridians exist, magnetism exists, physical body can transcend, because the basic law of energy is, and even I'll quote Tesla for that matter, the life is nothing but frequency and vibration. So if everything is about frequency, vibration, and our physical existence, and the West, which took our books out and resent it after researching and working upon, should that be the basis of describing who we are or what we practice? Does the magnet therapy not cure people? It does. Does the leech on your wound not cure you? It does. 80% of the medicines in the world are phytochemicals. So how do you deny Ayurveda as humanity? If human existence, biomechanics, bioenergy, biorejuvenation, etc., works, and J.C. Bose at that time when we were still slaves recognized the pulse, the electromagnetism in plants. If that is science, the magnetism of a person's personality, the existence of a person's personality, what meditation can do to us is also science. Labeling it as humanity is a perspective, according to me, which is slavish in nature and which is denying the science of this country. So we need to maybe, and that again I'm saying, please don't judge me for my words, it's just a reaction. So you can think about it, you're all very wise people, rethink, redo. My idea is to leave certain thoughts which impact me, and people can think what they think is the best. And I bow to your wisdom. And with these words, I want to say that when we talk of integrated existence, the integrated existence which is evidence-based, why we are using AIIMS is because we know you are scientists. You are not just doctors who are curing people, you are scientists in your own right, and without evidence you wouldn't certify anything. But the systems with which evidence needs to be assessed, created, the technology behind all that, you guys are the masters, and we respect you for that. So we would say, how about calling it integrated medicine? Instead of calling it humanities, calling it holistic medicine, because it is a whole, W-H-O-L-E, and holy, H-O-L-Y also, because somewhere spiritualism is the background. So holistic medicine. And I would go to the extent of saying there is a lot of usurpation of our knowledge. So I won't name the universities outside this country who will tell you to use turmeric, the turmeric and milk which my grandmother would have given me and great-great-great-grandmother would have used it, becomes a golden latte today. So I think there is usurpation of knowledge also, because we are not doing enough to claim that knowledge. So claiming that knowledge as your system, calling it maybe Indian medicine, maybe calling it holistic medicine, maybe calling it integrated medicine, but humanities, medicine humanities is something I'm very uncomfortable with. And and again, my perspective could be political, my perspective could be biased, I could be insane, anything. So, but I leave it to you to judge this perspective, because personally for me, I just cannot understand this. So far as the tradition of science in this country is concerned, I was just going over 1950, we had about 30 or 28 colleges or 24 colleges, which has gone up. We've built so many medical colleges. Now we still need more doctors and more this thing. But I also know that in spite of challenges, this country kept its traditions. In some ashram, in some monastery, in some hut way up in the Himalayas, some poor lady in her kitchen was still using the medicine, still using the knowledge. And it is this knowledge which Indian kitchens continue to use till date. So whether it's anti-inflammatory use of ginger, gingerine, so on and so forth, or ashwagandha for that matter, calming medicine, you know, use shisham ka patta for your inflammation on your knee. I think the world is moving away from disrespecting nature to respecting nature, because I feel the manner in which the evolution and the growth happened in 200, 300 years has caused a lot of damage to the nature, and thus all these sustainable development goals, etc., which become the guiding principle for present civilizational purposes. And because we are dealing with these technical subjects, which India by and large as a civilization has dealt with, has worked on, and continued with it in spite of challenges. So I think time to recognize these practices in a scientific way, in a tabulated way, which can give, I won't use the word lessons, but which can bring knowledge in the forefront to skeptics also, to make them understand our point of view. And a real existence of any logical person is, which people like me usually say, is that either I will argue with you, and argument is not a bad thing, argument is always a good thing. Ask me all possible questions in utmost honesty. I will try to answer them with utmost honesty. So either you will get convinced by my thought, or I will get convinced by your thought. So one of the two, or the worst, we both continue to have our respective thoughts and we live hereafter as friends and not as enemies. So arguing technical subjects technically, based on evidence, based on identifying true nature, going on researching that, I feel that's what is also missing, but I'm glad this conference is happening. I'm glad there are people who are thinking like this. I'm glad that focus has started to shift. I'm glad SDGs are looked at more scientifically. Evolution is looked at differently. I mean, one theory, the original theory of science in modern terms, not in Indian value system, but so-called modernity, Darwin's theory, placed women being less bright because the brain size was smaller. Now, I do not agree with that. Because for me, women have a greater energy system probably because multiplicity of tasks which they do. So that's far superior. And larger mass does not mean higher energy. Energy can exist in less mass also, and that's why we need fusion reaction and fission reaction. So, I mean, just a perspective, just a way of putting things that energy and mass are transitional. And that's what is the theory of science. Energy keeps changing its forms, but energy remains constant. So what is manifested in a physical manner can change into energy, wavelength, and frequency. And that energy is what needs to be respected. And that energy is what we are talking about through meditation. At a personal level, I feel my efficiency is higher and greater when I have meditated, when I've done my yoga, when I have good 1.5 hours of time in the morning with myself. I don't want to talk to anyone. I hate to look at phones. I hate to look at I sleep after checking my mails, but morning, I just don't want to do any of this. I just want to be with myself. The day I succeed in doing it, I'm a very happy person. And I read a very interesting part that happy doctors make happy patients. They look after the patients in a happier way. So I think that goes for everything in life. If you are technically a happy person, you will bring happiness to everybody around you. But if you're suffering internally and there are enough people to make you suffer internally, you bring sadness all around. And meditation and these practices come to heal you, and they keep you in balance so that everyone can work normally. And I give credit to meditation practices and all. But on the science part of it, I don't want to speak personal things, but it's a matter of practice. It's a matter of practice. I have made so many mistakes that I would reach home past midnight, eat a bread pakoda or whatever at that time, have 20 cups of coffee in a day. All that I have done. And thus I say, learning lessons come from your own mistakes. And you learn to do your meditation, yoga, etc. Come on track, 1 meal a day and you're good. End of the day, how much do you need to eat? So I smile and I say, when it comes to actually calculating, it is like 1 meal max, some part eating when you need to party or meet people, some little bit of handling the spoons and forks. But one doesn't really need a lot of food because that food is not getting converted into energy. And to quote another great man, and all these spiritual gurus have their own teachings. So one of them says, it's not about how much fuel does a car consume makes it a better car. It is how efficiently less fuel gets consumed makes it an efficient car. So if your body is also the engine where you need to eat less, but your body needs to hold it efficiently. So the more efficient your systems are, less adrenaline intolerance to cortisol, to everything else, better your system operate. So you need to better your system. And the moment you better your system, you really don't need a lot of fuel, because food is nothing but fuel, and you have to treat it like that. So the moment that sense sets into your cellular memory, the moment those things happen, you realize that life, all these things are very illusionary. You don't really need a lot of food. You really don't need a lot of clothes. You really don't need many physical things for your existence. With very little, you can still achieve the purpose of your life. And I think the moment people get this sense that with very little, you can achieve the purpose of life, less corruption, because it's part of the paper that at government level you're dealing with corruption, you're dealing with greed, you're dealing with wrong people. As institution, you fail to achieve your goals and targets because there is corruption, there is machinery lying which cannot get used, machinery purchase which is not worth its matter. Some things happen without actually getting any benefit out of it across the government. It's not A institution, B institution. It's across institution. And this institutional malice can only go away when we have better people administering it. When people have less greed. Once a human being, and I know I have a girl working in my office who actually said, "Ma'am, Government of India looks after people very well. My dad was a government servant, and we have enough to, for our education, take one trip, LTG, etc., for a trip outside, enough food, a home, a security, enough money to buy a house post-retirement, but there are people who are corrupt, who are simply not satisfied by this much, who get into the service not because the security the government job offers, but they think they can make extra. So unless we change that formatting of the people who started off as good individuals but went on a wrong track, you cannot really correct the system. And for correcting that system, meditation, understanding, consciousness, knowing the larger goal of life, and getting inspired by our philosophy, which says that, you know, and I normally give that perspective. I say, you talk to every Indian on the street, we have one perspective, that millions have come before me, life civilization has continued, millions will come after me, and life civilization will continue. I have a limited span on this planet, this life, 70 years, 80 years, 90 years. We normally pray for Shatak, 100 years, but not beyond. And within that span, whatever I can do to correct my karmas of the past life, to get a better life in future, if at all, or achieve moksha. And I told a lie recently in the car, and my driver and my PA, so they were just listening to me, my PA was there, and they said, "Ma'am, पहली बार आपको झूठ बोलते हुए सुना." मैं कहा, यार देखो, मैंने तय किया है कि मुझे मोक्ष नहीं चाहिए, मुझे वापस आना है, बहुत सारा काम बाकी है। तो छोटा मोटा पाप जिसमें किसी का नुकसान नहीं हुआ, कोई खुश हो गया, उतना ठीक है, अभी करने दो उतना पाप, क्योंकि I need another life. So, but this is how we try to justify things, and we try to manage things, but that's a common Indian, that's the Indian thought, that's the Indian philosophy. Even people who are entrenched into systems are also kind people, compassionate people, who try to do good things. And that's why India is so different. Because with our idiosyncrasies, we are still compassionate people. We are kinder people, which was showcased during COVID-19, which was showcased that every individual, especially when I talked to the doctors, they were God, and they represented a godly energy in them to serve so many people. But as a common people, I would defend that also, that common people of this country, whoever could do whatever. So if you could give food, people gave food. If you could give sanitizers, you did that. If you could do nothing, then you distributed all that. If you could not even do that, you cremated dead bodies. Whoever could do whatever to understand the intransient nature, or transient nature and intransient existence, people came forward and helped. And thus, my prayers for all the good job, define the way we understand science, because quantum physics is not anti-physics, the physical physics which we all understand, but quantum physics is a more refined physics. So you understand that how a material can change its form and continue in the form of energy and continue as vibration. Maybe the same principle need to apply to medical science also, that the transient nature can alter its existence, and that's how energy systems operate. And let's delve deep into science. The West is working on music therapy. We are the original people who wrote Samved. We are the ones who go to the temple, sing praises to the Lord. But we've forgotten the science part of it, that how ringing of a bell can impact the vibrations. How, and I remember during Corona when PM said Thali Bajao, and how much he was mocked at, Deep Jalao, how much he was mocked at. So I would request that whether it's operating at psychological level, or giving you confidence to survive and live, or there is a science attached to it, or there is no science attached to it, why not delve deep and research all this? Because I'm sure if vibrations are having impact, why certain music types are bad, irritating, other music types are soothing? Why even at AIIMS, I remember my dad was admitted here for a very long time in ICU, CCU. So the doctor, and he'd lost his voice, he'd lost his cognition, and he was in coma. And I remember doctor telling me ki aap walkie-talkie leke aao, inko lagao, and put the music on. So it only goes to show that we understand that music will bring some, soothe the nerves and bring some memory back. And he got back to his voice and he started to speak, but he was in ICU, in coma for 3-4 months. So my point is that we recognize it, but we are not doing enough research. My request to Dr. Srinivas would be that please add this also as part of your study, because, and get those people who are Samved experts, because Samved experts, I believe, have depleted in this country. There are only a couple of families of 4, 5 or 8, 10 people or 18, 20 people who still recite Samved the way Samved needs to be recited. And I wish I could give up everything and start to learn new things, start to learn Sanskrit, start to educate myself, but maybe, I don't know, too late in life, or I get back. I really don't know. I'm not very sure. And my prayers for your good initiative, your well-meaning conference, your method of trying to give up the shackles of slavery in Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav. So let's celebrate the Amrit Kal by recognizing our systems of science, by giving due to our rishis and munis who were more scientists than the spiritual leader, because in this country there was no distinction between spirituality and science coexistence. It was coexisting. So Yajurved will, Rathaved will have Ayurveda as part of it. The solar system, etc., will be part of Vedic knowledge. So there was never a distinction between science and religion. Both merged very well, and I think it's time to continue with our scientific traditions, questioning things around, trying to find answers, create evidence. I mean, create, not create, but identify the evidence and start working on it. I mean, when I say create evidence, I'm not asking you to fudge, but I'm saying research. And we know so many internationally, so many fudgings have happened with science is proving that this was a fudge. So no fudging, but studying, researching, working, delving deep, bringing knowledge, and helping humanity, mankind, believing in the true nature of Vasudev Kutumbakam. The world is one big family. How can it be that somebody is suffering and that will not impact others? It will always send the wrong vibrations and we will all suffer. So let everyone be peaceful. Sarve bhavantu sukhina. Sarve santu niramaya. Thank you very much. Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Just to reassure you, Professor Bijlani, our teacher, many years back, about 40 years back, he started work on course cereals, and then I had the Saubhagya to do a PhD under him on Indian dietary spices in a very scientific way. And then he started working on probiotics, which are the 3 important things of an Indian diet. And our faculty is sitting there in physiology. Many of them are working on neuromodulation by magnetotherapy in a very, very scientific research trial based. Many of them are working, Prashant is sitting here, on how chanting and mantras, how it affects quantitative EEG. So ma'am, aapke आशीर्वाद से और director sir की guidance में and the synergies we have had from this conference, we shall progress, and as you have directed and advised us, we shall take it in a more stronger way. My colleague Dr. Rama Jaisundar is sitting here, who is an expert physicist, but she is also linked with Ayurveda. So many of us here who are sitting here are, one, जो abroad नहीं गए, देश के लिए हैं, and second, they are all working by bringing Indian science on a platter to the West, that we are the originals and you are the alternates. So please, for felicitation, I would request Professor Director Srinivas to felicitate ma'am for her beautiful exposition and bringing us like a child to the natural wisdom of our country, and reclaim the prestige and the paradigms we had lost. So we are grateful to Madam for saying her wise words in a very scintillating way, with some blend of humor and wit, and making things easy and advising us to integrate, which we all do. Now it is my pleasant duty to read a message from Ayush Minister, Honorable Shri Sarbanand Sonowal ji, and I begin. आदरणीय पूज्य दाजी, ग्लोबल गाइड ऑफ हार्टफुलनेस, श्रीमती मीनाक्षी लेखी जी, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ऑफ स्टेट, एक्सटर्नल अफेयर्स एंड कल्चर, डॉक्टर एम श्रीनिवास, डायरेक्टर एम्स दिल्ली, डॉक्टर तनुजा नेसरी, डायरेक्टर AIIA, डॉक्टर जय तेमापुरम, डायरेक्टर हार्टफुलनेस रिसर्च, संजय सहगल जी, डायरेक्टर हार्टफुलनेस एजुकेशन ट्रस्ट, and we at the conference. I am happy to note that All India Institute of Medical Sciences, the All India Institute of Ayurveda, and the Heartfulness Institute are organizing an international conference on medicine and meditation, elevating healthcare through humane values and spirituality from 23rd to 25th August. This is a unique and wonderful opportunity to explore and experience well-being strategies, profound meditation sessions, and wisdom of the experts in the field of health and well-being. I have admiringly noted the range of distinguished and experienced persons who have been contacted by the three partners and who have kindly consented to be present. I am honored to have been invited to the inaugural session. The Ministry of Ayush was formed in 2014, building upon the earlier departments of Indian systems of medicine and homeopathy. This reflects the seriousness with which the Government of India is approaching the subject of studying and reviving our ancient traditional medical practices, and it is heartening to note that the conference will discuss some of these themes and relevance in addressing some of the modern day elements. Achieving overall wellness involves a harmonious balance between physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual health. While many of us understand the importance of physical, mental, and emotional well-being and their vital roles in shaping our lives, the significance of spiritual well-being is not much thought of. तो जो हमारी चेतना है आध्यात्मिक, उस पर भी माननीय मंत्री महोदय ने प्रकाश डाला है. Now, healthcare profession is an indispensable pillar of society, embodying mutual trust, compassion, and scientific expertise, guiding individuals through the most challenging phases of their lives. The compassion and love which radiate from spiritually attuned hearts of healthcare professionals will have potential to greatly enrich the healing journey, benefiting both patients and caregivers. Recent advancements in epigenetics, neuroscience, and contemplative practices highlight the interconnectedness of science and spirituality. This conference aspires to combine wisdom of the heart and scientific rigor. In this synergy, we pave the way for a future where healthcare professionals balance self-care with compassion for the patient. I am personally delighted to note that All India Institute of Ayurveda is a partner, and several of their staff are participating in this conference. Our ancient systems had a profound knowledge of some of the topics which shall be discussed during the conference, and I hope AIIA staff will present this knowledge and how they are working to integrate them into modern medicine. I would like to end on a personal note. It is gratifying to note that Revered Daji will be gracing the occasion too and blessing us all. He has been a source of deep inspiration for me and doubtless for several more in this conference. His insights into how spirituality is the answer to many modern day challenges are serious points to ponder upon, and I hope the conference does deliberate on them as well. I wish the conference all success and look forward to reading a report of the deliberations. Sarbanand Sonowal ji. Now it is my pleasant duty, because we are running short of time, to invite a dear friend, a great researcher who has, their institution has been, yesterday I think, ranked A++ by the National Accreditation Council. So Professor Dr. Tanuja Nesari, please come.
नमस्कार आदरणीय पूज्य दाजी ग्लोबल गाइड फॉर हार्टफुलनेस who a few minutes ago who has given us the vaccination dose for the spiritual and mental well-being and told us about the true definition of swastham and what truly integration means to all of us. Srimati Meenakshi Lekhi ji, Honorable Minister of State, External Affairs and Culture, empathic leader of All India Institute of Medical Sciences, Dr. M. Srinivasan, who is director and who has a very big heart to accommodate all of us, like Heartfulness, All India Institute of Ayurveda, and Madam Kocher ji, thank you very much for inviting us to be a part of this very wonderful conference along with Heartfulness as a meditation medicine. And we say that रोगी को अस्वास्थ्य जिनको है उनको दवा और दुआ दोनों भी चाहिए. I think this is the best platform where दवा दुआ and all Indian sciences and the conventional medicine come together to have the patient-centric integration, to have this swasthya, to give him true swasthya in its true sense. Dr. J. Thimapuram, Director Heartfulness Research, Dr. Kawaljit Madam ji, Sanjay Sehgal ji, and all the healers, scientists, and all the august audience who are sitting in front of me. And it's a great pleasure and honor for all of us and AIIMS and All India Institute of Ayurveda to be a part of this. And I really feel humbled to present the views on what the medication, and how the true integration according to Ayurveda. Before the august audience, I can see Dr. Gangwar ji, Jain ji, Brijlani ji, and my colleagues, even I can see my colleagues from All India Institute of Ayurveda, Dr. Yogesh Padve and others. I cannot name everyone, but we are really thankful to be a part of this very, very historical moment where all together we are trying to find out the care and cure and the value-based system. When in the medical education, even in Ayurveda, we say that it is a knowledge, skill, and the attitude. And what attitude a person and as a doctor has, it is a values for the ethical practice, values for the care and compassion. And at All India Institute of Ayurveda, our tagline of our hospital itself is a care with compassion. And I think we here during next 2 days will be listening and will be imbibing all those values for our scholars, for the staff who are attending, and will learn many things and will also imbibe. And we are really thankful to Puja Daji and Heartfulness Meditation Institute, who really came forward to bridge between the conventional medicine and the Ayurveda, because AIIMS stands for the best institution in the medical science, research, and the patient care, and All India Institute of Ayurveda, which is the tertiary care hospital and postgraduate research and training institution under Ministry of Ayush. One stands for Ayurveda, other stands for allopathy. But bridging this gap really required the minds of two, allopathy and Ayurveda, required a pure heart, which provided the Heartfulness Institution. And you are the bridging gap, where through this is the one where stress management to self-realization through the techniques of relaxation, meditation, cleanliness, and also inner connect to understand, achieve our purpose, and fulfill our potential for the patient care definitely will be achieved in a better way. And as true definition of swasthya as mental, physical, spiritual, and the social well-being, as it was said by everyone, the Ayurveda also says that the internal and the inner harmony being a true sense which achieved when Sattva, Atma and Sharir, they come together. Sattvam, Atma, Shariram, Trayametam, Tridandavat. We have for Sharir the rational management where no better institution like AIIMS can do it. And we have the support of AIIMS where tradition meets the technology. We have the psychiatry department and the psychology and the physiology department, Dr. Brijnali and Rama Jayasundar and many others, coaches, where they can tell us what the mind and the mental health, how do we achieve through the Sattva Vajay Chikitsa, through the counseling, and how to understand the research behind the mental health. But there is a third pillar where we say that this Atma and the purity, prasanna atmandriya manaha sattva sastha ityabhidiyate. So how do we understand prasannatva of the Atma? And that itself is the center of achieving the true health. And I am sure the meditation is the way where we can really understand. And there are many others, Daiva Papasha and Sattva-Vajay, where we can understand the better way. And Ayurveda says that the Atma is the Ichha Dvesham Sukham Dukkham Prayatnas Chetana Dhruti. All these been put together, Lingani Paramatmanaha. So to have the positive attitude, positive thinking, to connect with our oneself, I think that really helps us to having the harmony, to connect ourselves, to be a better version of our own self, and that is the Atma, Prasannatma of the Atma. And this is the mantra of the spiritual well-being. And I'm sure this for a true health, we need mental, physical, and spiritual well-being, one which was lacking in our entire medical education. And what Meenakshi Lekhi madam also mentioned, that whatever we have, we give to others. If we are happy, we can make everyone happy. And I think these conferences and this mantra of the meditation and many other measures which we will be able to learn from the scientists across the globe and from the AIIMS and from Ayurveda everywhere, and I'm sure we'll be able to achieve and create not only the happier, healthier world, but happier and healthier culture, world culture within our own medical institution, value-based, competency-based teaching, learning, and so that our society, our patients, and our students and all our staff becomes more healthy and happy. So I wish all the success and to all the proceedings of the conference, and I'm sure at the end of this conference, what is the greater outcome will be, we will become the better version of our own selves, will become the healthier, happier version of our own selves. So looking after with the great hopes for many, many knowledge feast and the feast from the meditation from Harpulji, Sanjay Sehgalji and Ektaji and many others will definitely give us this retreat. Thank you one and all, and I wish you all the best.
Thank you, ma'am. I think we will felicitate all the three distinguished dignitaries on the dais together. So it's my pleasant duty now to invite Dr. Jay, Director Research, Heartfulness, to say a few words of wisdom, after which we will felicitate all the three dignitaries.
So very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Jairam Timapuram. I'm an internal medicine physician at Wellspan York Hospital in Pennsylvania, USA. I'm also the research director for Heartfulness Institute. It gives me an immense pleasure being with all of you on this wonderful occasion of a much needed conference on medicine and meditation, elevating healthcare through humane values and spirituality. And I truly feel that great organizations have come together to help promote health, well-being, and values at all levels, at physical, mental, emotional, and spiritual levels. That is, in short, as Dr. Tanujaji had mentioned, to become a better version of our own selves. And Heartfulness Institute, it's a non-profit organization providing training and support Heartfulness Institute is a non-profit organization providing training and support to interested seekers and institutions in more than 160 countries through its team of volunteers. And these services are offered free of charge to all seekers in various formats. And as someone who's interested in research, right, we asked a very simple and fundamental question. What happens when one is deeply settled within oneself? What happens when one deeply rests their attention within something sublime within our own hearts? Let us call it a source of divine light within our hearts. And this is where our journey of research started. And we found out that not only does it help at one level, but it also helps at various levels. For example, reducing stress and anxiety, improving sleep, enhancing emotional well-being, and exploring the heights and depths of human consciousness. The research team is also very keen on collaborating with like-minded institutions to advance the exploration of the science of contemplative practices. And the Heartfulness Institute and its activities are guided by Sri Kamlesh D. Patel, fondly referred to as Daji, and we had a wonderful session from Daji this morning. He is a spiritual scientist, a keen observer and a researcher himself, and also a very strong advocate of integrating the best of modern and traditional science of well-being. And I therefore see from all of us benefiting from this conference, and I really look forward to our esteemed professors, faculty, panel members, the knowledge of them, and also the encouragement of our honorable ministers and dignitaries. This conference will truly stay with me as a treasured memory, and on behalf of the Heartfulness Institute, my deepest gratitude to Dr. Srinivasji, Dr. Kocharji, and the entire AIIMS team, Dr. Tanujaji, and the team of All India Institute of Ayurveda, and to each one of you who are attending this conference today. Enjoy the conference. Thank you so much.
इस सत्र में आप सभी का पुनः बहुत बहुत स्वागत है। और अब हम सभी के लिए बड़े हर्ष का विषय है कि इस सत्र में मंच पर जाने माने चित परिचित श्री सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी हम सभी के मध्य में हैं। एक बार आप सभी से निवेदन है कि करतल ध्वनि से और वह ऊर्जा मंच पर पहुँचे और हम उसे महसूस कर सकें, ऐसा बहुत बहुत आप सभी का धन्यवाद। मैं निवेदन करूंगा कि वे कृपया सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी का वेलकम करें, उनका अभिनंदन करें, उनका स्वागत करें। जी, माननीय निदेशक महोदय, डॉक्टर कोचर मैम, डॉक्टर तनुजा मैम, श्री सहगल जी, आपसे निवेदन है, सर से निवेदन है कि कृपया मंच के सम्मुख। आज का इस कार्यक्रम का जो विषय मेडिसिन और मेडिटेशन, और यह सत्र निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही आपको ऊर्जा से भरेगा, बहुत कुछ सीखने को मिलेगा, नई दृष्टि और नया दृष्टांत मिलेगा, क्योंकि जो अब स्पीकर हैं जिनको हम सभी सुनना चाहते हैं, श्री सुधांशु त्रिवेदी जी। आप मास्टर्स मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में आपने की, पीएचडी भी आपने मैकेनिकल इंजीनियरिंग में की। आप भारतीय जनता पार्टी के राष्ट्रीय प्रवक्ता हैं। लंबे समय तक राजनीति और समाज जीवन में और शैक्षणिक जगत में एज ए प्रोफेसर, एज ए आचार्य आप सेवाएं देकर के राजनीति जीवन में, सामान्य मानवीय के जीवन में उत्थान के लिए आपने राजनीति में प्रवेश किया। और पूर्व में उत्तर प्रदेश के माननीय मुख्यमंत्री के आप सूचना सलाहकार रहे। भारतीय जनता पार्टी के पूर्व राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष श्री राजनाथ सिंह जी के आप राजनीतिक सलाहकार रहे। जीबी पंत विश्वविद्यालय और एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम विश्वविद्यालय के आप अल्मा मैटर, आपके पूर्व छात्र आप रहे। और जो सहजता से आप हम सभी को, सामान्य मानवीय को, जो संवेद रूप से हम सभी आपको अन्य टेलीविज़न, टीवी, रेडियो, न्यूज़पेपर पर आपको सुनते देखते रहते हैं, इतना चित परिचित चेहरा। और जो बात तत्कालिक रूप से ध्यान में आती है कि आर्ट ऑफ आर्गुमेंटेशन, बहस करने का, दलील देने का जो तरीका, अपनी बात को स्पष्टता से तथ्यों के आधार पर रखना और एक बातचीत में वह शुचिता रखना, यह तरीका भी आपकी बातचीत से हम सभी को सीखने को मिला और निश्चित रूप से प्रभावित भी किया है। सुश्रुत संहिता का एक श्लोक, मातरम पितरम पुत्रान बांधव पिचातुरः अप्येतान भिषड केतन वैद्यम विश्वासमेति च विसृजत्यात्मनात्मानं तस्मात्र पुत्र वैदेन पालय दातुरम भिषक। एक रोगी व्यक्ति माँ, पिता, भाई और बहन पर भी शंका करता है, परंतु अपने चिकित्सक पर वह शंका नहीं करता, वह अपने आप को चिकित्सक के हाथों में सौंप देता है। इसीलिए देयरफॉर इट इज इम्परेटिव फॉर द क्लिनिशियन ऑल्सो कि वह अपने पुत्रवत अपने रोगी को, जो आरोग्य की राह देख रहा है, उसका भी कुशलतापूर्वक उसका मार्गदर्शन करे, उसके आरोग्य में वृद्धि करे। आज के इस कार्यक्रम की प्राण प्रतिष्ठा आपके उद्बोधन से होगी। माननीय, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप अपने वचनों से आज के इस कार्यक्रम का पाथेय, मार्गदर्शन और एक नया दृष्टांत, जिससे यह पूरा विषय सबको ध्यान में आए, आपसे निवेदन।
Respected dignitaries on the dais, Professor Srinivasan, Director AIIMS, Dr. Tanuja, Director All India Institute of Ayurvedic Sciences, Dr. Kochar, Sri Sanjay Singhal ji, and Mr. J. Today, the topic is medication and meditation. I think just 25-30 years back, this topic would have been perceived as a contradiction. That what can be the connection between the medication and meditation? But India is a land of coherence, not of the contradictions. And the biggest coherence, which I am very, you can say surprised and feel very good about it, that the Director AIIMS and Director All India Institute of Ayurvedic Sciences both are here. When AIIMS was established in early 1950s, definitely it was a landmark and it was very much required for a developing country like India. But unfortunately, we have to wait for around 40 years or 45, 46 years for another AIIMS to come. After Vajpayee ji became Prime Minister, 6 new AIIMS were included. When Dr. Manmohan Singh ji was Prime Minister, then 2 new AIIMS were included. And when Shri Narendra Modi ji became Prime Minister, now there are 14 AIIMS which has been included. But the most significant is, if we could have been able to establish All India Institute of Ayurvedic Sciences even in early 50s, and by this time we would have documented, we have clinically analyzed and got it, I will not say scientific, got it in the contemporary context, because what is science and what is not science is a concept which is governed by your civilization or by your religious belief, which will look a little bit awkward to you, but I will explain a little bit later. So I think in 70 years we could have become a world leader. AIIMS has done a wonderful thing. The doctors have done a very, you can say, glorious achievements. But after all, if you want to become the world leader, then you have to create an alternative technology. You have to change the paradigm of the knowledge. Because by following the established paradigm, you can become a big country, you can become a prosperous country, you can become a powerful country, but you cannot become a world leader. For example, you take today, the most powerful country is considered America. How it became most powerful? Before Second World War, the entire power center of the world was in Europe. Because to become the powerful country, the country should have mechanized infantry, maximum fighter planes, patent tanks, artilleries. These were considered your assets to become the powerful country. Suddenly, US invented atom bomb. And the entire paradigm shifted. Your thousands of tanks are useless in front of one atom bomb. So the paradigm of the technology shifted, the paradigm of the power shifted. So if we want to become the world leader, we have to think about the alternative paradigm. And from our traditions, we are having a very rich knowledge base of the alternative paradigm, which was initiated when Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi assumed office. You remember the first major work which he has undertook at the international level to get the recognition of the International Yoga Day. And more than 170 countries have not only become supporter of the proposal, they have become the second proposer of the proposal. And it is in the entire history of United Nations, no proposal has got more than 170 second proposals. And that was including more than 40 Muslim countries. And you have seen last year, 135 countries representative were there doing yoga on the last yoga day in June in front of United Nations when Prime Minister Modi ji was doing there. What was this yoga? It was nothing but, you can say, a totally different paradigm of curative and preventive process. When we talk about medication, it starts with a definition that if it is asked which person can be considered healthy, then the definition is if he or she is having no disease, then he or she can be considered healthy. It means the definition of health is related to disease. On the contrary, if in Indian tradition, if you ask who can be considered healthy, so the Sanskrit and Hindi and in most of the Indian languages, the word is swasth. Swasth means swa-ist. Its all faculties, all energies are settled in itself with all its balance. So there is a difference between rogi or nirogi hona or swasth hona. Because if you are called nirogi, there is no disease, it means your thinking is just up to the level of your physical fitness. When you say swasth, it means nothing but the fundamental base of your conscious elevation, for which your physical fitness is just a prerequisite. That's why, if you look at the yoga, ये अष्टांग योग में, it's just one part. Yam, niyam, asan, pranayam, pratyahar, dharan, dhyana, samadhi. It is just a very elementary level, like A for apple. It is just to synchronize the energy of your body so that it remains in a proper balance, and then you can start the elevation of your pranic energy and the conscious energy to an upper level, which can ultimately lead to samadhi, because the last of the Ashtangic yoga is dharan, dhyan, samadhi. But what happens when I said that there is considered to be a contradiction in the medication and meditation? It is because of certain scientific dogmas. You will think that what I am talking about, देखिए धार्मिक अंधविश्वास नुकसान देते हैं, साइंटिफिक अंधविश्वास भी बहुत नुकसान देते हैं. 3-4 साइंटिफिक अंधविश्वास हैं. There is a scientific dogmas on which the entire premise of science is standing. Number 1, everything is universe is dead, there is no real role of consciousness. It is presumed without any experimental proving. Second, whatever is the movement in the universe is not in any design, it's haphazard, random. Third, if there is anything conscious which is perceivable here in ourselves, is nothing but a result of chemical reactions. It is nothing but the chemical reactions in our cellular microbiological organism. अब ये 3 साइंटिफिक अंधविश्वास के ऊपर पूरी साइंस टिकी हुई है. वो प्रिज्यूम करके चलिए, आप ये मान लीजिए. अगर आपने नहीं माना तो बस फिर तो आपको एंटी साइंटिफिक एक्सप्लेन कर दिया जाएगा. Sometimes science says, you show me one miracle and then we will be accepting your logic. If I ask you that the science says that the Big Bang started with the very small point of infinite density, infinite mass, infinite temperature, infinite energy and zero volume, from where it has come? No, just presume and then comes to Big Bang. It itself is a miracle. By your logic is a miracle. So what happens? And fourth thing is, we are a separate entity. We are not part of this entire universe or ecosystem. Why it has started? Because I have said that scientific belief is governed by your cultural civilizational belief. Because if you look, Aristotle has written a book, Nature, in which it has said that all the elements of nature are for the service of the mankind. Man should become possessors and masters of nature. It means from the point of inception, you are considering yourself different than the nature. Then Francis Bacon and René Descartes says in Western theology that entire nature will be in wilderness if the man is not there. Then they go one step ahead, that man should be able to subdue nature. You know, the subdue is an English word which means to suppress. But some of the people might be knowing, or most of the people will not be knowing, it's not originally an English word. It is a Hebrew word, which physical meaning is bhale ki nok se dabana. It's not to suppress. Bhale ki nok se dabana. It's a very strong military connotation with a very ruthless suppression. The subdue is a word. So then, how it got connected with the scientific development? Today, Chandrayaan is approaching to have a soft landing on moon, and we hope and pray that it will become successful around 6 p.m. today. But if you remember, when the first man went into space, though this event in April 1961, this event is much before when we were born, but we have read in the books, when Yuri Gagarin entered into space in April 1961, what is written in the books? Man has conquered space. As if space is an enemy needed to be conquered. It has come from the theological thinking of what Aristotle wrote in Nature. I am not going in the religious books, though it is there, very much there in the religious books also, but I am not touching the religious books aspect. I am just saying the philosophical aspect. Whether it is Francis Bacon, René Descartes, all says, and from there the concept. During our childhood, we were asked to write a letter. क्या मनुष्य ने प्रकृति पर विजय प्राप्त कर ली है? समुंदर के ऊपर ब्रिज बना दिए हैं, पहाड़ काट के सड़कें बना दिए हैं, जंगल काट के शहर बना दिए हैं, नदियों पे डैम बना दिए हैं, कितना बड़ा चेंज कर लिया है. बट लुक, देयर इज अ फंडामेंटल डिफरेंस एंड व्हाट इज द रियलिटी. इन आवर कल्चर, आवर कॉन्सेप्ट, वी कंसिडर मातः भूमि पुत्रो हम पृथिव्या. It is written in the Vedas that this earth and this nature is like our mother and we are like its son. और माता से पोषण लिया जा सकता है, शोषण की नहीं सोची जा सकती है. जब आप नेचर को सोचते हैं तो नेचर का एक्सप्लॉयटेशन सोचते हैं. When you consider nature as mother, you cannot ever think of exploitation. और अब आप देखिए कि आप सोचेंगे मैंने बड़ा डेवलपमेंट किया. Since we are here in the very august gathering of the highest institution of medical science, if you look the development of medical science in the last 1 century, last 20th century, which is considered to be the glorious century of scientific development. And if you divide, it's into 4 parts of 25 years. From 1900 to 1925, there was a major breakthrough that was pathological testing, which has got a major breakthrough, and prevention of the death and life expectancy increases, because before that it was very difficult to diagnose what the disease is. Then 25 to 50, next 25 years, another major breakthrough was surgery, excellencies in surgery, because by pathology you can detect the disease, but if something is there, are you able to cut it down and take it out of the body? Then the surgery, another major breakthrough, life expectancy increase. Then 50 to 75, next 25 years, antibiotics. So there was a prevention mechanism came that if there is a disease or infection is likely to increase, it can be stopped. Then 75 to 2000, genetics. Now, in 2000 to 2025, in recent episode of COVID, you have seen the genome sequencing and understanding the virus and how this genome sequencing can affect. And it is now, science has come to the status that by umbilical cord and a DNA analysis of the umbilical cord, it can be told that which type of disease you are likely to have in your life. Even around what age you are likely to have which type of disease. अब अगर आप बात देखें, ये सिर्फ 50-60 साल पहले तो ये बात बकवास मानी जाती थी ना, कि जन्म के समय कैसे बता दोगे भाई कि कौन कौन सी बीमारी होनी है. Now, the arrangement of the atoms in the molecular structure of your umbilical cord is capable of giving the indication which type of diseases can be there, but you consider yourself separate from the nature, and we consider yat pinde tad brahmande. जो पिंड में है वो ब्रह्मांड में है. So the same thing, same inference can be drawn by looking at the various positions of the planet at the time of the birth. Because if somebody says there is no connection, so I would like to ask, if in nucleus the electrons are revolving around the nucleus in the same manner the planets are revolving around the sun, तो ये दिख रहा है यत पिंडे तद ब्रह्मांडे. तो जो हमारे यहाँ का कनेक्शन था, अब अगर आप इस कनेक्शन को समझेंगे तो मेडिकेशन और मेडिटेशन दोनों के बीच का जो सेतु है वो आपको समझ में आने लगेगा. दिस इज द फंडामेंटल डिफरेंस हमारे. अब मैं आपको बताना चाहता हूं, आपने कहा साहब बड़ा अचीवमेंट कर लिया, लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी इतनी ज्यादा. अब जो नई चीजें आ रही हैं वो क्या है कि ऑटो रिपेयर मैकेनिज्म, नैनो मेडिसिन. वैसे इंटरेस्टिंगली शायद आप लोगों को तो पता ही होगा कि ये नैनो मेडिसिन का कॉन्सेप्ट आया कहां से. विच इनिशिएटेड मिशन ऑन मार्स. बिकॉज व्हाट हैपेंड, to going in the moon and coming back, it takes 1 week or 2 weeks, it can be done. For 2 weeks, a person can be protected from disease in space. But if you want to go to Mars, it will take 1 year, and coming back another 1 year. So, how you will ensure that a person will not fall ill for 2 years, and staying in the space for 2 years may not create several type of diseases. So the research started. There can be so medicines which can be injected in the blood or other, so that it can have an auto repair system in the body. तो साहब अब तो बहुत आगे बढ़ते चले जा रहे हैं कि अब तो लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी इतनी होगी, तो कोई कह रहे हैं कि साहब अब तो जैसे लिवर ट्रांसप्लांट और किडनी ट्रांसप्लांट होता है तो अब अम्बिलिकल कॉर्ड के डीएनए से पूरी आपकी किडनी बना दी जाएगी. और ये रिजेक्ट भी नहीं होगी बिकॉज इट इज नॉट एन आउटसाइडर एलिमेंट इन द बॉडी। बट कभी आपने देखा कि इन्हीं 125 साल में भगवान ने हमसे क्या करवाया? 1900 to 1925 मशीन गन्स एंड फाइटर प्लेन्स केम। उससे पहले हजारों लोगों को एक दिन में मारना पॉसिबल नहीं था। 19 जिधर पैथोलॉजी आई तो ये आया। 1925 to 50 सर्जरी आई तो एटम बम केम। लाखों को मारना पॉसिबल नहीं था उससे पहले। 50 to 75 एंटीबायोटिक्स केम, द मिसाइल टेक्नोलॉजी केम। एक बटन दबाइए 1 दर्जन शहर तबाह। Then 75 to 2000 genetics came and then came the bioweapons, जिसका कि एक मतलब there is a one theory in the coronavirus case that can be a bioweapon. So एक छोटा सा वायरस पूरी दुनिया को कहाँ से कहाँ ला सकता है। तो आप ये समझिए कि लाइफ एक्सपेक्टेंसी बढ़ गई, 8 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन हो गई। बट इफ यू लुक एट द कंप्लीट यूनिवर्स, तो भगवान आपको बता रहे हैं कि जितना इतरा रहे हो तुम 100-125 साल में डेवलपमेंट करके, उतनी हमने तुम्हारे हाथ से व्यवस्था कर दी है कि 100-125 घंटे में वो नलीफाई हो सकता है। क्यों? बिकॉज इफ यू लुक, देयर इज ए साइंटिस्ट, फिलोसफर, और जिन्होंने मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ी होगी तो लेबनीज थ्योरम जरूर पढ़ी होगी। बीएससी में हम लोगों ने इंजीनियरिंग में पढ़ी थी। लेबनीज वाज अ जर्मन फिलोसफर विच सेज दैट द एंटायर यूनिवर्स इज इन अ डायनेमिक इक्विलिब्रियम, नॉट ए स्टैटिक इक्विलिब्रियम। डायनेमिक इक्विलिब्रियम मींस सर्किल का एक सर्कमफ्रेंस का एक पॉइंट आप एक डायरेक्शन में बढ़ाते हैं तो उसका जो करस्पॉन्डिंग पॉइंट है वो अपोजिट डायरेक्शन में उतना घूम जाता है। सो एवरीथिंग रिमेन्स इक्विलिब्रियम इन दिस यूनिवर्स। इफ यू अचीव इन वन डायरेक्शन, यू आर लिविंग इन अदर डायरेक्शन, लूजिंग समथिंग इन द अदर डायरेक्शन। सो दैट्स व्हाई जब हमारी थिंकिंग थी तो वो क्या थी? अंदर से लेके बाहर तक, जो मैंने यत पिंडे तत् ब्रह्मांडे कहा, तो वो अंदर से लेके बाहर तक की थिंकिंग थी। और वो बाहर तक आप पहुंचेंगे कैसे? अब नाउ आई कम टू द पॉइंट ऑफ मेडिटेशन। देयर आर टू थिंग्स, as I have already spoken 2-3 times this thing. Today we are having this mobile phone, and if you want to read something which is published anywhere in the world, for example, you want to read the Washington Post, so there are two ways. You take a flight from Delhi to Washington. It will take 16 hours to 20 hours depending upon your flight. By the time one day would have passed, अब आज का अखबार कल पढ़िए जाके। और दूसरा है अपने मोबाइल में वॉशिंगटन पोस्ट डाउनलोड करिए और पढ़ लीजिए। बिकॉज द मोबाइल इज अ हार्डवेयर, द सॉफ्टवेयर, इट इज बीइंग सपोर्टेड बाय अ सॉफ्टवेयर and it is connected by a network, and the entire knowledge is there in the network. You just connect with the network with the help of your software, the entire knowledge will download in your hardware. In the same manner, just 50-60 years back, ये कहा जाता था कि इंडिया में, भारतीयों में, हिंदुओं में, बौद्धों में, ये क्या बकवास की बात कहते हैं, ज्ञान प्राप्त करना तो जा गुफा में ध्यान लगाओ। ऐसे कहीं हो सकता है? हाउ इलॉजिकल यू आर, हाउ अनसाइंटिफिक यू आर। आज आपका मोबाइल आपको बता रहा है। इन द सेम मैनर आप ये समझिए, आवर बॉडी इज अ हार्डवेयर, आवर कॉन्शियसनेस, मन, बुद्धि, चित्त, अहंकार इज अ सॉफ्टवेयर, एंड देयर इज अ कनेक्टिंग नेटवर्क। इवन 40 years बैक आप दुनिया की जितनी भी किताबें हैं वो मोबाइल पे ले सकते हैं। तो लोग कहते हैं कितनी जीबी की मेमोरी हो सकती है? इम्पॉसिबल। अगर इतना बड़े कमरा भी रख दिया जाए तो इतनी मेमोरी नहीं हो सकती किसी मशीन की कि मिलियंस एंड मिलियंस ऑफ बुक्स। यू नो, टुडे in YouTube there are 800 million videos. 800 million videos are available on, plus 800 million plus are available on YouTube. केवल 40 years back आप कहते हैं कि साहब इतने बड़े कमरे के बराबर की भी मेमोरी डिस्क लगा दी जाए तो 800 million videos नहीं आ सकते। Today they are not in the disk, they are in the network. So in the same manner there are several things in the network. We have to connect to that. तो अब उसके लिए क्या कहा जाता है कि अंदर उतरो। There are faculties, you have to connect your software with the network. और connection network का कैसे होगा? You have to do some programming in your software, not in the network. Network में तो जो है ही है। You have to program in your software, like if you want to connect to Wi-Fi, तो Wi-Fi का आपको ऐप डाउनलोड करना पड़ेगा ना। तो यही कहा गया है कि आप अपने अंदर की कॉन्शियसनेस का जैसे ही मॉडिफिकेशन करते हैं, ग्रेजुअली इट स्टार्ट्स कनेक्टिंग टू द आउटर वर्ल्ड, एंड देन हाउ पीस ऑफ माइंड एंड स्ट्रेस कम्स। इसको आप ऐसे समझिए कि अगर कोई स्मॉल ऑब्जेक्ट है विद ए स्मॉल साइज एंड स्मॉल वेट, उसके ऊपर कोई भी प्रेशर पड़ेगा तो वो जल्दी डिस्टर्ब हो जाता है। वही धरती के ऊपर कुछ भी हो, कोई फर्क नहीं पड़ता, बिकॉज द मैग्नीट्यूड एंड ग्रेविटी बिकम्स ह्यूज। In the same manner, till your consciousness is confined to your body, you are more susceptible to be outside pressures. The moment it starts increasing and the sphere starts increasing, your effect of sustaining any stress or negative thought becomes more. दूसरा एग्जाम्पल देख लीजिए, केवल आपके शरीर में दर्द होता है, आपको ज़्यादा तकलीफ होती है, उसी समय आपके बच्चे के तकलीफ हो जाए, आप अपनी तकलीफ भूल जाते हैं, बिकॉज योर कॉन्शियसनेस हैज परवेडेड योर लाइफ, योर बॉडी एंड कनेक्टेड टू समवन एल्स। अब आप सोचिए कि अगर आप इस कॉन्शियसनेस को पूरी सोसाइटी के साथ कनेक्ट कर दें तो अब क्या होता है कि जो आप नीचे उतरते हैं तो आपका कनेक्शन ऊपर भी होता चला जाता है। बाय डिफॉल्ट योर सस्टेनेंस कैपेसिटी बिकम्स स्ट्रांग एंड द इंटायर ऑब्जेक्टिव ऑफ मेडिटेशन इज to search for that ultimate energy in yourself. And that ultimate energy is already embedded in yourself. You are unaware of that. Like you are having a device, you have not just connected to network, otherwise everything is there. तो क्या होता है कि जब आप कनेक्ट करते हैं तो हमारे यहाँ सारा सिस्टम क्या माना गया है, entire journey is inside, not outside. Even आप ये देखिए कि जो विचारधारा बाहर से आई है, इस्लाम बाहर से आया, उसमें भी थॉट क्या आ गया। एक उर्दू का शेर है कि हम आप ही को अपना मकसूद जानते हैं। मकसूद मतलब कहते हैं ना, मकसद वर्ड आप जानते हैं ना, मकसद मीन्स व्हाट इज योर ऑब्जेक्टिव, मकसूद मीन्स डेस्टिनेशन। आई एम माई सेल्फ माई डेस्टिनेशन। हम आप ही को अपना मकसूद जानते हैं, अपने अलावा किसको मौजूद जानते हैं, खुद अपनी राह खोजने हम जलवागर हुए थे, इस राज को तो केवल महदूद जानते हैं। महदूद मीन्स वेरी फ्यू। सो व्हाट इज अवर मेन ऑब्जेक्टिव इज टू सर्च फॉर योरसेल्फ। और जब आप सर्च करते हैं तो फाइनली व्हाट हैपेंस, यू रिमूव द आउटसाइड एलिमेंट्स एंड यू फाइनली रीच टू द प्योरेस्ट लेवल ऑफ योर कॉन्शियसनेस। और जब आप वहां पहुंचते हैं तो यू फील द जीरो। और आप में से जिन लोगों ने सुना होगा कि जब मेडिटेशन की एक स्टेज होती है जिसमें कहते हैं कि आपको बाहर की कोई आवाज़ नहीं सुनाई पड़ती, अनहद नाद सुनाई पड़ता है, जो कहा जाता है कि हार्ट के अंदर होता है, जिसे कहते हैं अनहद। तो इसके लिए एक दोहा है कि जात हमारी ब्रह्म है और माता पिता है राम, और घर अपनों है शून्य में अनहद में विश्राम। तो जब आप शून्य में अंदर पहुंचते हैं, अब शून्य से होता क्या है, दैट जीरो कनेक्ट्स यू टू द इन्फिनाइट। दैट्स वाई इन द मैथमेटिक्स ऑल्सो you divide anything by zero, the resultant is infinite. And this infinity is attained irrespective of the value of the numerator. Whether you 1 divide by 0 or 1 billion divide by 0, it's always infinite. So that's why equality is also there. और इसीलिए अगर आप सबने ध्यान दिया हो, हमारे यहाँ एक बड़ा फेमस श्लोक है, हम सब ने सुना है, उसका अर्थ किसी ने ध्यान नहीं दिया। गुरु और शिष्य के संबंध के बीच में है, ओम पूर्णमिदं पूर्णमदः पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय पूर्णमेवावशिष्यते। इसका अर्थ हुआ ओम पूर्णमिदं, यह पूर्ण है, पूर्णमदः मैं भी पूर्ण हूं, पूर्णमिदं पूर्णमदः पूर्णात् पूर्णमुदच्यते, पूर्ण में से पूर्ण को निकालना है, पूर्णस्य पूर्णमादाय, मैंने पूर्ण में से पूर्ण को निकाला, आई हैव टुक इन्फिनिटी आउट ऑफ द इन्फिनिटी, द रेजिडुअल इज इन्फिनिटी। इसीलिए देयर इज अ फंडामेंटल डिफरेंस इन अवर कॉन्सेप्ट, because education and meditation, how it connects. Education is a Western concept which says that you can be considered educated if there are certain things implanted or information implanted in your mind. वो चीज irrelevant होने वाली है अगले 25-30 साल में। अभी तो गूगल ने आधा irrelevant कर दिया है, अब आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस और कर देगी, और जब 5G और 6G आ जाएगा तो इंफॉर्मेशन होना कोई बड़ी बात नहीं, आपसे ज्यादा इंफॉर्मेशन आपकी डिवाइस में है और आपसे ज़्यादा एक्यूरेटली वो उसको प्रेजेंट कर सकता है। दैट इज़ नॉट इम्पॉर्टेंट। तो हमारे यहाँ एजुकेशन क्या मानी गई है, आप में से बहुत से लोगों को शायद ना पता हो, व्हाट इज द लिटरल मीनिंग ऑफ द वर्ड शिष्य। शिष्य इज एन एडजेक्टिव ऑफ द वर्ड शेष which is in Sanskrit, Hindi and most of the Indian language. शेष means residual. इतना निकाल लिया तो इतना शेष बचा. शेष का adjective है शिष्य. It means the fundamental of duty of guru is not to impart knowledge. Knowledge is already there in the network. Knowledge is already there inside your disciple. You have to just remove the cover of Maya. तो आपने जो अंधकार हटा दिया, जो शेष बचा वो शिष्य था. इसीलिए गुरु की डेफिनेशन क्या है? गु शब्दस्तु अंधकार स्यात्, रु शब्दस्त तन्निवर्तिका, अंधकार निवर्तित्वात् गुरु रित्य विधीयते. गु शब्द का अर्थ अंधकार, रु का अर्थ उसको नष्ट करना. जैसे ही आपने डार्कनेस हटाई, उसका इन्फिनिटी अपने आप उभर के सामने आ गया. जो शेष बचा वो शिष्य था. ये भारत की गुरु शिष्य परंपरा का ये मतलब था. और इवन इन द मटेरियल वर्ल्ड जो हमारे ऊपर एलिगेशन लगाते हैं कि साहब हमारे यहाँ तो बाई बर्थ और ये और वो सारी चीजें थी, तो मैं पहले भी कई बार बोल चुका हूं, भगवान राम के बेटे थे लवकुश. कितने लोगों ने लवकुश का मंदिर देखा है? भगवान राम के भक्त और शिष्य हनुमान के मंदिर सब तरह होते हैं. द्रोणाचार्य का पुत्र था अश्वत्थामा, उसका स्थान ऊंचा है. द्रोणाचार्य के शिष्य अर्जुन का स्थान ऊंचा है. आज भी जब पूजा करवाने आप घर पे जाते हैं तो पंडित जी हाथ में जल लेकर जब कहते हैं तो क्या कहते हैं? अपना नाम लीजिए. व्हाट इज द नेक्स्ट सेंटेंस? अपने बाप का नाम लीजिए नहीं, अपने गोत्र का नाम लीजिए. It means the spiritual succession is important, biological succession is not important. That's why in all the Indian tradition and the Hindu tradition, whether you want to become Mathadhish, whether you want to become Mahamandaleshwar, whether you want to become Shankaracharya, whether you want to become saint, it is incumbent that you have to remain unmarried so that there should not be scope of any biological succession. Even you cannot think of having any biological successor. There has to be spiritual succession. इसीलिए इवन आप ये भी देखिए, दलाई लामा होते हैं तो क्या कहते हैं? बता देते हैं ना कि अब वो फला जगह दलाई लामा, अगला वाला दलाई लामा पैदा हो गया. और मुझे खुद भी इस विषय की जानकारी नहीं थी. एक बार किरण रिजिजू जी ने मुझे बताया. किरण रिजिजू जी जो मिनिस्टर हैं, ही इज बुद्धिस्ट. तो ही टोल्ड मी कि ऐसे ही नहीं कि किसी दलाई लामा ने डेथ से पहले कह दिया कि अगला दलाई लामा वहां पे होगा जाके तो हमने मान लिया. ऐसा नहीं होता है. उनका यह कहना है कि बहुत सारी चीजें इकट्ठा की जाती हैं, लाइक द पेन. तो जो पेन वो यूज करते थे वो पेन रखा जाता है और सिमिलर टाइप के 5-6 पेन रखे जाते हैं. जो बुक्स हैं, जो बुक वो यूज करते थे सिमिलर बुक्स रख दी जाती हैं. ऐसे बहुत सी चीजें यूज करते थे. अब जब वो बच्चा सक्सेसिवली 5 और 6 थिंग्स उन बुक्स में से, उस पेन में से, उन यूज किए हुए एलिमेंट में से वही पिकअप कर लेता है, देन दे फाइनली कन्फर कि हाँ ये वो है जिसके लिए कहा गया था. तो आप ये समझिए, ये मैंने इसलिए भी कहा, ठीक है कोई उसको माने ना माने, इट्स अ डिफरेंट थिंग, बट ये भी एक, मैंने क्यों कहा कि जब आप ऑल ओवर द वर्ल्ड से कनेक्ट करते हैं तो आपका कॉन्सेप्ट डिफरेंट होता है. जो मैंने एक बात कही थी कि साइंटिफिक डॉगमा ये है कि एवरीथिंग देयर इन द यूनिवर्स इज रैंडम, देयर इज नो डिजाइन. डिजाइन की बात क्यों ना करते हैं? डिजाइन मान लेंगे तो डिजाइनर की रिक्वायरमेंट हो जाएगी, इसलिए रैंडम की बात करो. जबकि फैक्ट ऑफ द मैटर यह है, जैसे जैसे नॉलेज का बेस बढ़ता जाता है, जिस चीज को हम रैंडम मानते थे उसमें डिजाइन दिखने लगती है. फॉर एग्जाम्पल, आज से केवल 60-70 साल पहले, इट इज रेनी सीजन गोइंग ऑन, कल पानी बरसेगा या नहीं, इट वॉज अ रैंडम थिंग. नाउ टुडे बाई सैटेलाइट पिक्चर्स इवन यू कैन प्रिडिक्ट आफ्टर 10 days और 15 days यहां पानी गिरेगा. आज से 50-100 साल पहले 15 दिन बाद पानी गिरेगा, इट वॉज रैंडम. वैसे तो ये भी एक बात कहता हूं, ये भी एक, दो इट इज इलीगल बट साइंटिफिकली स्पीकिंग, भाई लड़का है या लड़की, इट वॉज रैंडम. नाउ इट कैन बी साइंटिफिकली प्रूवन बिफोर बर्थ. आप ये समझिए कि जो जो नॉलेज का स्फीयर होता जाता है, ये रैंडमनेस का एलिमेंट हटता है. आप दूसरी एक बात कहें, those who don't believe in the law of nature, there is no balancing fact in the nature. So I would like to ask, in statistics we were told कि एक बार उछालिए सिक्का तो हेड आएगा या टेल, तो हेड भी आ सकता है, टेल भी आ सकता है. 4 बार में 4 बार हेड भी आ सकता है. बट अगर आप 4000 या 40,000 बार आप करेंगे तो 50-50 हो जाएगा लगभग. इट मीन्स जो जो आप वास्ट एक्सपेंस ऑफ नेचर पे जाते हैं, देयर इज अ बैलेंसिंग फैक्ट फोर्स, देयर हैज टू बी अ बैलेंसिंग फोर्स. वरना 40,000 में 40,000 बार भी हेड आना चाहिए. इफ यू से कि 40,000 में करने में रफली 20,000 बार आएगा, इट मीन्स देयर इज अ बैलेंसिंग फोर्स एट द लार्जर लेवल विच बैलेंसेस योर एंटायर थिंकिंग प्रोसेस और एंटायर एलिमेंट्स ऑफ द यूनिवर्स. और इसमें एक मैं बात और कहूंगा जिसको बहुत से लोगों को लगता है कि क्योंकि मैंने कहा कि साइंटिफिक एडवांसमेंट में फाइनली अब आ गए जेनेटिक्स के ऊपर, तो अभी तक जो डीएनए बना है तो मनचाहा डीएनए नहीं बनाया जा सका है, डीएनए की कॉपी की जा सकी है। तो स्टिल टुडे वी आर द लेवल ऑफ क्लोनिंग, वी आर नॉट एबल टू हैव द डीएनए विच वी वांट ऑफ आवर चॉइस। तब तो फिर पंखों वाला इंसान भी बन जाएगा, बहुत कुछ बन जाएगा, पर अभी तक ऐसा नहीं हुआ है। वो क्यों नहीं हो पाया है, उसके पीछे एक रीज़न माना जाता है कि जो जेनेटिक कोड होता है या जो अमीनो एसिड्स के मिलियंस ऑफ मॉलिक्यूल्स होते हैं उस पैटर्न में, तो जब मदर और फादर के मिलियंस ऑफ मॉलिक्यूल्स मिलते हैं तो जो फोर्स उसको पहले डीअरेंज करता है, फिर जो उसको रीअरेंज करता है, दैट फोर्स, अभी जो 4 बेसिक फोर्सेस नोन हैं यूनिवर्स में, उन चारों में से कोई नहीं पाया गया है। मींस स्ट्रॉन्ग मैग्नेटिक फोर्स, वीक स्ट्रॉन्ग न्यूक्लियर फोर्स, वीक न्यूक्लियर फोर्स, इलेक्ट्रोमैग्नेटिक फोर्स एंड ग्रेविटेशनल फोर्स। नाउ व्हाट इज दिस फोर्स? अब इस पे एक साइंटिस्ट है रूपर्ट शेल्ड्रेक, जो कैम्ब्रिज यूनिवर्सिटी में बायोकेमिस्ट्री के साइंटिस्ट हैं। उन्होंने एक नई थ्योरी दी है। उन्होंने कहा है कि दिस इज अ 5th टाइप ऑफ फोर्स विच ही हैज गिवन द मॉर्फोजेनेसिस फोर्स, मॉर्फिक फोर्स, which is there in our consciousness, which can be transmitted through our mind or consciousness, which can be enhanced through only consciousness, which can be retained only in consciousness. फिर एक प्रोफेसर लॉयल वॉटसन ने उन्होंने एक और थ्योरी दी है कि जैसे जब मैक्सवेल ने मैग्नेटिक करंट की थ्योरी नहीं दी थी, तब तक ये किसी को नहीं पता था कि इलेक्ट्रिक करंट के चारों तरफ मैग्नेटिक फील्ड का एनवेलप होता है। तो उनका कहना है कि जो हमारे डीएनए के पैटर्न है, मैंने उनकी बात सुनी तो बड़ी लॉजिकल लगी। उन्होंने कहा वो जो उसका मॉलिक्यूलर स्ट्रक्चर है वो बेस नहीं है, उसके चारों तरफ एक मेंटल वेव्स का एनवेलप है, वो मिलाकर उसको तय करता है। फॉर एग्जाम्पल उन्होंने एक बात कही कि हम इस हॉल में हैं, तो जो कंक्रीट बेस पे है, द कंक्रीट ऑन द वॉल एंड द कंक्रीट ऑन द फ्लोर, ऑल कंक्रीट्स आर हैविंग द सेम मॉलिक्यूलर स्ट्रक्चर। देन व्हाई दिस पार्ट ऑफ कंक्रीट इज ऑन द फ्लोर एंड दैट इज ऑन द वॉल? उसका रीजन ये है कि जिस फोर्स ने ये डिसाइड किया है वो उसके मॉलिक्यूलर स्ट्रक्चर के बियॉन्ड का फोर्स है। अब उन्होंने इसी का एग्जाम्पल दिया कि इफ यू वांट टू हैव ए डीएनए टेस्ट, तो क्या कहते हैं, नाखून, बाल, खाल, शरीर का कोई लिक्विड और आपका डीएनए मैच हो जाएगा। इफ इट इज एवरी एलिमेंट ऑफ योर बॉडी इज हैविंग सेम डीएनए, फिर किस वजह से ये बाल बना और ये खाल बना? सो द डिसाइडिंग फोर्स he has termed it as morphogenesis force. अब उन्होंने ये बात कही तो वहां से उन्होंने बढ़ते बढ़ते इस पॉइंट पे आए कि भाई यूनिवर्स में भी एक कॉन्शियसनेस है, और आप कोई चीज पहली बार करते हैं जैसे, तो आपको कंफ्यूजन रहता है, 3rd, 4th, 5th टाइम के बाद आप एक्सपीरियंस हो जाते हैं और वो आपके थिंकिंग प्रोसेस का पार्ट हो जाती है। सेम थिंग हैपेंस इन द यूनिवर्स। एंड अ वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग थिंग ही हैज टोल्ड, he told कि when I discussed this thing to scientists in America and England, they said you are doing a foolish thing. What is the sense of finding this thing that the universe is having some conscious memory and all our acts are settled in that, and then they decide how the universe will work? Then he said he came to Hyderabad at one point of time and he discussed with DRDO scientists. Then they said you are doing a foolish thing, but on a totally contrary logic. उन्होंने कहा फुलिश इसलिए है कि ये तो हमारे यहाँ हजारों सालों से बताया गया कि हमारे कर्म जो हैं वो नियत रहते हैं, वो कभी समाप्त थोड़ी होते हैं, वो तो तय हो जाते हैं, वही प्रकृति में रहते हैं, उसी कर्मों के अनुसार हमको आगे का जीवन जीना पड़ता है। अब उसने कहा कि दुनिया के 2 छोरों में खड़े होकर मुझे एक ही सेंटेंस सुनने को मिला और दोनों का लॉजिक कितना डिफरेंट था, ये सोच के मैं अचंभित हूं। अब यहां से आइए कि इफ दिस इज नॉट ए कॉन्शियस यूनिवर्स, इफ देर इज अ नो कंट्रोलिंग फोर्स, तो फिर वो 40,000 में 20,000 कौन बैलेंस कर रहा है? एक और बात आप सोचिए कि अब जैसे आचार्य जी येलो कलर की ये पहने हुए हैं, आपको भी येलो दिख रहा, हमको भी येलो दिख रहा है। अगर हम सब रैंडम हैं और टोटली अलग हैं तो आपको ग्रीन और हमको येलो दिखना चाहिए। हु इज डिसाइडिंग दैट एवरीबडी शुड लुक इट एज येलो? देयर हैज टू बी अ कलेक्टिव विजडम ऑल्सो। जिसे वेदों में कहा गया महत, एक सत है, एक महत है, एक हमारी बुद्धि है। तो इसलिए मैंने कहा कि जब आप मेडिटेशन करते हैं तो आप उस रियल्म्स में जाते हैं जो आपको उस लेवल पे कनेक्ट कर देता है जहां इमेंस पावर मिलती है, जहां इमेंस नॉलेज मिलती है। और वो कैसे मिलती है, ये मैं फिर एक बार इसको रिपीट कर देना चाहता हूं। और हमारी नॉलेज हम भूले हुए होते हैं, वो सारी नॉलेज हमारे अंदर है, किसी के अंदर कोई कमी नहीं रहती है। जैसे आप जो कुछ भी देख रहे हैं सब आपके माइंड के अंदर जाके सेटल होता रहता है, बस रिट्रीविंग का ही तो प्रॉब्लम है। जो पढ़ते थे ना कि विवेकानंद ने एक बार देखा और उनको कोई चीज याद हो गई, बुक को पढ़ा तो जो लैंग्वेज उन्हें नहीं भी आती थी उसको भी रिप्रोड्यूस कर दिया। या जैसे आपने सुना होगा इवन टुडे शतावधानी मुनि, अभी बेंगलुरु में 4-5 साल पहले एक जैन सेंट लड़का था यंग एज का, शतावधानी मीन्स 100 people are sitting and all 100 have asked one question, and after completing the 100% he will reply in the same sequence the answer of all the 100%. These are called शतावधानी, यानी 100। ऐसे ही सहस्रावधानी भी होते थे, 1000 people का भी वो क्वेश्चन का आंसर उसी सीक्वेंस में देंगे। दिस जस्ट शोज की व्हाट द लेवल ऑफ माइंड और आवर फैकल्टीज एंड कॉन्शियस फैकल्टीज वी आर हैविंग। तो इसलिए हम सिर्फ ये कहना चाहते हैं कि व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट मेडिकेशन एंड मेडिटेशन, तो मेडिकेशन एक बेस बनाता है, मेडिटेशन एक लॉन्चिंग पैड है जो हमें वहां तक ले जाता है जहां जाने के बाद ये जो आपका फिजिकल वर्ल्ड के भी बियॉन्ड चले जाते हैं। अब इसको आप ऐसे भी समझ लीजिए, मैं जो एग्जांपल देना चाह रहा था, आप कहेंगे ठीक है सब बातें कह दी थ्योरेटिकल हैं, ऐसा होगा कैसे, हाउ इज इट पॉसिबल, हाउ वी विल बी एबल टू अचीव। अब मैं इसका आपको बिल्कुल एक टेक्निकल आंसर देता हूं जो बिल्कुल साइंटिफिक एस्पेक्ट पे होगा। आप हाथ में मोबाइल लिए हुए हैं या घड़ी लिए हुए हैं, अचानक आपके हाथ से मोबाइल छूट के गिर जाए जमीन पे, तो जैसे ही ठक से मोबाइल होगा वैसे ही आपके दिल में धक होगा और बाकी यहां बैठे हुए किसी व्यक्ति के ऊपर कोई प्रभाव नहीं पड़ेगा। इट मीन्स देयर इज ए एक्शन ऑन वन ऑब्जेक्ट, मीन्स और मोबाइल और योर वॉच, एंड रिएक्शन इन योर माइंड। तो स्ट्रिक्टली स्पीकिंग इन साइंटिफिक टर्म्स द थर्ड लॉ ऑफ न्यूटन सेज there can be an action and reaction on two objects only if they are having a one connection. इसका मतलब आपके मोबाइल या आपकी वॉच का आपके माइंड के साथ एक कनेक्शन बन गया है, और अगर कनेक्शन बन गया है तो थर्मोडायनेमिक्स का लॉ ये कहता है if two objects of variable energy level comes in contact with each other the energy flows from higher to lower. तो किसका एनर्जी लेवल हाई है, आपके ब्रेन का या आपकी वॉच का, आपके ब्रेन का। तो जैसे ही आपने कहा मेरी घड़ी, मेरा मोबाइल, मेरी कार, मेरा मकान, मेरा ये से आपने कहा कि व्हाट इज हैप्पीनेस, हैप्पीनेस इज एन एनर्जाइज्ड स्टेट ऑफ माइंड। यही तो होता है, व्हेन यू आर हैप्पी यू फील एनर्जाइज्ड, एंड योर एनर्जाइज्ड स्टेट ऑफ माइंड हैज गॉट इंटैंगल्ड विद एन नंबर ऑफ ऑब्जेक्ट्स। मुझे ये खाना अच्छा लगता, मुझे पहनना अच्छा लगता, मुझे घूमना अच्छा लगता है, ये मोबाइल मिल जाए, ये गाड़ी मिल जाए, ये मूवी देखने को मिल जाए, वगैरह वगैरह, से 20 ऑब्जेक्ट्स। तो योर एनर्जी ऑफ माइंड इज इंटैंगल्ड इन 20 ऑब्जेक्ट्स। अब आप इसको कम करना शुरू करिए, 20 से 15 पे ले आइए, तो x by 15 इज इक्वल टू वैल्यू x 20 से ज़्यादा हो गई, नेट वैल्यू बढ़ गई। बाय लॉ ऑफ कंजर्वेशन ऑफ एनर्जी आपके अंदर वो एनर्जी रह गई। 15 से 10 पे आ गए और एनर्जी बढ़ गई, 10 से 5 पे आ गए और एनर्जी बढ़ गई। अब 5 से आगे की यात्रा बहुत डिफिकल्ट है। ये 5 चीज़ें हैं, भोजन, वस्त्र, आवास, श्वास और ईगो, एग्जिस्टेंस। तो अब आगे की यात्रा साधु करते हैं, पहले आवास छोड़ दिया तो x by 4 हो गया, अब उन्हें उसकी ज़रूरत नहीं है मकान की। जैसे नागा सन्यासी रहते हैं, तरुतल भिक्षा करतल व्यास, मतलब तरुतल वास, करतल भिक्षा तरुतल वास। देन वो क्या करते हैं, वस्त्र छोड़ देते हैं, जैसे जैनों में दिगंबर और नागा साधु। अब दिशाएं ही मेरा अंबर, नाउ कॉन्शियसनेस हैज रीच टू दैट लेवल, x by 3 हो गया। अब फूड, अब वो उस लेवल में कॉन्शियसनेस पहुंचती है जहां पर कि आपको किसी वर्ल्डली मटेरियल से एनर्जी नहीं लेनी है, आप सीधे कॉस्मिक एनर्जी ले सकते हैं। तो देयर इज नो नीड ऑफ फूड, तो x by 2 हो गया। अब 2 चीजें बची, श्वास और योर एग्जिस्टेंस। अब जब तक आपकी ब्रीदिंग चल रही है देन यू आर अलाइव, इफ द ब्रीदिंग स्टॉप्स यू आर डेड। तो योर एग्जिस्टेंस इज बाउंड बाय द ब्रीदिंग, बट द मोमेंट यू आर एबल टू मेक योर एग्जिस्टेंस इंडिपेंडेंट ऑफ ब्रीदिंग, जब मैं चाहूंगा तो सांस चलेगी, जब नहीं चाहूंगा तो सांस नहीं चलेगी, तो x by 1 हो गया। x by 1 इज इक्वल टू x, आत्मस्वरूप का साक्षात्कार हो गया। यही समाधि की अवस्था है जो योग के उच्च पे जाती है। बट अभी एक चीज रह गई, मी, माई सेल्फ, वन पर्सन, माई नेम, माई आइडेंटिटी। द मोमेंट योर consciousness becomes independent of your identity and existence, the value of n becomes 0. X by 0 is equal to infinity. अब सारी अनंत ऊर्जा आपके अंदर आ गई। और आप यूं लास्ट में समझ लीजिए, ये मेडिटेशन आपको कहां पे ले जाता है। यू आर ए पर्सन, देन आपकी स्थिति यह है कि यू आर लाइक ए सर्किल whose circumference is your body and your senses with a center in you. जब आप मेडिटेशन के ऊपर लेवल पे पहुंच जाते हैं, आत्मा के लेवल पे, तो इट इज अ सर्किल ऑफ हैविंग इनफाइनाइट सर्कमफ्रेंस विद अ सेंटर इन यू। बट लॉजिकली मैथमेटिक्स अगर पढ़ा हो तो इनफाइनाइट रेडियस का जो सर्किल होगा उसका सेंटर फाइनाइट हो सकता है क्या? नहीं। इन्फिनाइट रेडियस के सर्किल का सेंटर एवरीवेयर होना चाहिए। तो द मोमेंट आप ये रियलाइज करेंगे तो आप स्वयं परमात्मा हो जाएंगे, और फिर आप कहेंगे हरि व्यापक सर्वत्र समाना और प्रेम ते प्रकट होए मैं जाना। देन यू विल बी एबल टू रियलाइज एंड यू विल बी एबल टू से सिया राम मैं सब जग जानी, करहूं प्रणाम जोरी जुग पानी। तो ये बिल्कुल साइंटिफिक एस्पेक्ट है। और मैं फाइनली एंड करते हुए ये कहना चाहूंगा, अभी प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 15 अगस्त को क्या कहा कि 25 वर्ष हमारे पूरे हो रहे हैं। ये आने वाले 25 वर्ष अमृत काल है भारत का, जिसमें 75 ईयर्स से लेके हम 100th ईयर कंप्लीट करेंगे। और पिछले 15 अगस्त को जब ये अमृत काल शुरू हुआ तो उन्होंने 5 संकल्प दिए थे और कहा था उसमें क्या है, 5 ऑब्जेक्टिव्स हैं। नंबर 1, इंडिया को 2047 तक नंबर 1 की इकोनॉमी और डेवलप्ड कंट्री बनाना है। नंबर 2, उन्होंने कहा कि गुलामी की मानसिकता से अपने को मुक्त करना है। नंबर 3, अपनी विरासत पे गर्व करना है। नंबर 4, उसके लिए सबको कर्तव्य करना है और कर्तव्य सामूहिक करना है। तो अगर आप देखें तो अगले 25, अब इस बार उन्होंने क्या कहा, वो 25 साल का बेस जो बनेगा वो 1000 साल तक भारत का बेस बनाएगा। 1000 ईयर वो बेस कैसे बनेगा? फाइनली ये समझ लीजिए, मैंने सिर्फ इसलिए इतना बताया, हमारा राइज तो अब कोई रोक नहीं सकता। जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कहा यही समय है, सही समय है, द टाइम ऑफ इंडिया हैज अराइव्ड। और इसको मैं एक बार फिर आपको रिमाइंड भी कर देता हूं, बिकॉज ऑल ऑफ यू आर हाईली एजुकेटेड पर्सन्स ऑफ द सोसाइटी। आज से 2500 साल पहले इंडिया वॉज द पावर सेंटर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड। वी वर द इकोनॉमिक सेंटर, वी वर द इंटेलेक्चुअल सेंटर, वी वर द मिलिट्री सेंटर। हमारा डाउनफॉल हुआ 2005 ईयर्स बैक। जब इंडिया का डाउनफॉल हुआ, देन हु इमर्ज एज द पावर सेंटर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड? किंग डेरियस ऑफ पर्शिया, आज का ईरान। जब पर्शियन एम्पायर का डाउनफॉल हुआ, देन हु इमर्ज द पावर सेंटर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड? मेसोपोटामियन एम्पायर, आज का इराक। देन व्हेन द मेसोपोटामियन एम्पायर हैज सीन अ डाउनफॉल, देन हु इमर्ज? द टर्किश एम्पायर। लुक एट द पैटर्न ऑफ शिफ्टिंग। टर्किश एम्पायर का डाउनफॉल हुआ तो रोमन एम्पायर। बहुत लोगों ने शायद अगर हिस्ट्री पढ़ी हो, यूरोपियन हिस्ट्री, तो पहले रोमन एम्पायर की 2 कैपिटल थी। एक ईस्टर्न रोमन एम्पायर जो कॉन्स्टेंटिनोपल, जो आज तुर्की का इस्तांबुल है, एंड वेस्टर्न रोमन एम्पायर जो आज का रोम है। When Roman Empire declined, the time of Portugal, Spain came. When the Portugal, Spain declined, the time of Britain and France came. And when the British Empire eclipsed, the time of America came. अमेरिका में आप देखें, the most prosperous is the West Coast, San Francisco, Los Angeles belt. Now come 70-80 years back. Then came the time of Japan. Then come in the last 50-60 years. The time came when the tiny countries were dominating the world economy, which were considered the tigers of the Asia Pacific, Hong Kong, Taiwan, Singapore, Macau. Now come in the last 20 years, China. अब चाइना में तो डिफ्लेशन शुरू हो गया है, आपको जानकारी होगी, बहुत सारी चीजें। What next? इंडिया। तो इसमें कहीं कोई कंफ्यूजन नहीं है कि इंडिया इज गोइंग टू बी द नेक्स्ट, बट द फंडामेंटल थिंग इज G7 और G20 में आपने एक बात देखी होगी, जितने भी हेड ऑफ द स्टेट्स थे, सिर्फ हमारे मोदी जी ऐसे थे जो सूट कोट और टाई में नहीं थे। हमारी जो फॉरेन मिनिस्टर या फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर जाती थी, चाहे सुषमा स्वराज जी हो या अभी निर्मला सीतारमन जी जाती है, तो साड़ी में थी। इट मीन्स वी आर नॉट जस्ट द बिगेस्ट नेशन, वी आर सरपास चाइना। इट सिंपलाइजेज दैट वी सिंपलाइज द ओल्डेस्ट सिविलाइजेशन ऑल्सो। सो वी आर द यंगेस्ट नेशन, वी आर द ओल्डेस्ट नेशन, we are the biggest nation. Now the target is to become richest nation, but for what? Not to dominate the world. ये बाकियों को चाहिए होगा डोमिनेट करना है, but to motivate the world, to inspire the world. The beginning was from your topic, as I have said, yoga. Then comes meditation. Then comes pranic healing. Then comes supreme realization. That's why we want to become Jagat Guru, not the world superpower. Because power dominates and Guru motivates. जब आप किसी पावरफुल व्यक्ति के पास खड़े होते हैं, थोड़ा थोड़ा सा हल्का सा छिचका हुआ, संकोच, समथिंग ऑफुल, समथिंग अलर्ट, कॉन्शियस कि बुरा ना मान जाए. जब गुरु के पास में खड़े हो तो you feel exalted, elated and full of inspirations. So finally, I would like to say कि अगर जहाँ से मैंने शुरू किया था वहीं खत्म कर रहा हूँ कि जो ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ मेडिकल साइंसेज, ऑल इंडिया इंस्टीट्यूट ऑफ आयुर्वेदिक साइंसेज कमिंग टुगेदर फॉर मेडिकेशन एंड मेडिटेशन, तो आप समझ लीजिए द लार्जर कोहेरेंस हैज इमर्ज. और जो हमारी प्राचीन ज्ञान है, जो हमारा प्राचीन नॉलेज है, वो पूरी दुनिया को एक नया डायरेक्शन देगा. जयशंकर प्रसाद जी हिंदी के प्रसिद्ध कवि हैं, उनकी एक कविता थी, अरुण यह मधुमय देश हमारा, जहां पहुंच अनजान क्षितिज को मिलता एक किनारा, अरुण यह मधुमय देश हमारा. वो हम डिसाइड बताएंगे दुनिया को. एंड फाइनली somebody should not take it otherwise. अटल बिहारी वाजपेयी जी ने एक बड़ी प्रख्यात कविता लिखी थी, हिंदू तन मन हिंदू जीवन रग रग हिंदू मेरा परिचय. उसकी एक जो लाइन है वो बताती है कि हम दुनिया को क्या दे सकते हैं. उन्होंने कहा, मैं अखिल विश्व का गुरु महान, मैं अखिल विश्व का गुरु महान, देता विद्या का अमरदान, मैंने दिखलाया मुक्ति मार्ग, मैंने सिखलाया ब्रह्म ज्ञान, मेरे वेदों का ज्ञान अमर, मेरे वेदों की ज्योति प्रखर, मानव के मन का अंधकार क्या कभी सामने सका ठहर, मेरे स्वर नभ में गहर गहर, सागर के जल में छहर छहर, इस कोने से उस कोने तक कर सकते जगती सौरभ में, हिंदू तन मन हिंदू जीवन रग रग हिंदू मेरा परिचय. थैंक यू.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आदरणीय सर. जी, आपके उद्बोधन और प्रबोधन से लंबे समय तक सभी के मानस में ये बताए हुए बिंदु ध्यान में रहेंगे. वयम की यात्रा स्वयं से हो, केवल रोटी कपड़ा मकान ही जीवन की आवश्यकता नहीं है. और मन को यदि स्थिर करना हो तो तन को पहले स्थिर करना. ऐसे बहुत सारे बिंदु आपके प्रबोधन से हम सभी को ध्यान में आए. हम आपका हृदय की सीमाओं से आभार और अभिनंदन करते हैं. एक बार सभी से निवेदन कि करतल ध्वनि से माननीय का आभार. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद. अगले क्रम में श्री प्रोफेसर रमेश बिजलानी सर, आपसे निवेदन है कि आप अपने उद्बोधन के लिए कृपया डायस पर आएं. आप पूर्व आचार्य एवं विभागाध्यक्ष डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजियोलॉजी और वर्तमान में अरविंदो आश्रम में मैनेजमेंट में प्रबंधन में एक मुख्य भूमिका में. डॉक्टर सुजाता से निवेदन की वो सर को कृपया मंच पर लेकर आएं. जी, स्वागत है सर. प्रोफेसर रमेश बिजलानी सर, एक बार तालियों से स्वागत.
जो अच्छी अच्छी बातें अभी हमने सुनी, तो प्रोफेसर बिजलानी ने एम्स में पहली बार इंटेग्रल हेल्थ क्लिनिक स्टार्ट किया और डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ फिजियोलॉजी में जो भी ईजी वगैरह किया गुरुओं पर और साधु संत सन्यासियों पर, ही वर्कड ऑन इंडियन डाइट and then he thought that just diet is not important, it is integral health. So sir, over to you, sir.
Dignitaries on the dais, my dear brothers and sisters, the session in which I was supposed to speak should have been already over. And the title was Indian Values and Spirituality for Good Health and well-being. That gives me a cue to talk about something different from what has been talked about since the morning, because valuable although all those things were which have been talked about since the morning, you might be quite saturated with it by now. And therefore what I thought was I'll take a cue from the title, Indian Values and Spirituality, as if there is a compartment between the two and we have to find a connection. And then why, for the sake of good health and well-being, that carrot hanging in front of you to motivate you, if I adopt Indian values and spirituality, then somehow I'll get good health and well-being. Now, all this is the result of something which actually has been talked about since till morning, that our culture has been the victim of a rather systematic and deliberate attempt at denigration and condemnation, and which was understandable, because those who wanted to rule us not only wanted to show us that we are inferior, actually considered themselves superior, and that's how they could rule us. And therefore this was something natural. But all the same, you cannot really easily kill a culture, particularly the Indian culture. It's said that if you kill a language, then you'll kill a culture. But interestingly, our culture has survived even the killing of our languages. The fact that I'm speaking in English is enough evidence of that. I find myself more comfortable speaking some of my complex thoughts most efficiently in a language which is not, strictly speaking, an Indian language. That is because there is something in this culture which you can mutilate, which you can injure, but you cannot really kill. You know, as I'm forgetting the exact lines, but Iqbal has said something to the extent, कुछ तो है हस्ती हमारी मिटता नहीं जहाँ से है, रोमा और सब जो थे यूनान आए और गए, लेकिन हमारी संस्कृति जो है, हमारा जो है अभी भी जिंदा है. कुछ तो है हस्ती हमारी मिटता नहीं जहाँ से, सदियों रहा है दौरे ज़मा दुश्मन, सदियों रहा है दुश्मन दौरे ज़मा हमारा. So in spite of all the enemies that we have had, who have tried hard, this culture has survived. And what is this survival value because of? I may digress a bit and say that the government of India had a beautiful program. Maybe the program is still there, but I don't come in contact with those youngsters. This program was called the No India program, which was for young people whose great-grandparents perhaps migrated to some other country somewhere abroad. And now the government of India was providing these youngsters an opportunity to visit India to know the country of their origin. I thought it was a beautiful program, because when you are several generations apart, then somehow the color of the skin may still be there, but much of the culture may be lost. And therefore, they were brought here to know something about India. And when they came to Sri Aurobindo Ashram Delhi branch, one of the first things that I told these young people was that you come here to understand India and to know something about the Indian culture. Why should you do that? Is it a penalty that you have to pay for your ancestry? Or is there something unique in the Indian culture which the world as a whole needs? Now that is where the key is. This culture is something which the world as a whole needs, and every time it has tried to banish that from its life, it has returned to it repeatedly. In the era of science, which is now becoming more sober, but say 100 to 200 years ago, when modern science, which started developing about 400 years ago, was at its peak, the enterprise of science had proved so successful that the Western world had, by and large, banished religion and spirituality to one corner, restricting itself to the Sunday church, and It was thought that we did not need it in today's world. It was completely redundant. But then you find that it has had a way of returning. How it returned, why it returned, I'll not go into that. That's because science and technology were based on rationality, and all the experiments based on rationality, including forms of government which were based on rationality, including communism and democracy, which are both very rational and both very well intentioned, when they found that all these things failed, they started looking at something beyond reason for solving the problems of human existence. That, in a very quick shorthand, is why the Western world once again has started looking at ancient Indian wisdom. So every time this ancient Indian wisdom has been banished from the world, what the core of Indian culture has been banished from the world, it has had a tendency to return. Because that is where the key to the solution to the problems of human existence lies, and to put it in a more positive way, that is where the key to true and ultimate happiness, which is completely independent of external circumstances, lies. And that's why I told these youngsters that is the wisdom that you are here to learn, and as ambassadors of this country, when you go back to wherever your parents are now settled and you are now settled, it is this wisdom that you have to carry, because of your ancestry, people will perhaps still look up to you as the source of that wisdom, which the world as a whole is now lapping up with great enthusiasm. Now, what is it that is at the core of the Indian culture? And before I go into that, let me quickly again digress a bit and say what culture itself is. Culture is something, you see, that a group of people tend to think in a certain way, they behave in a certain way, and they respond to circumstances in a certain way because of a shared past. That is what culture is about. So culture is not art, music, this and drama and theater and all that the way we think. Not that it has nothing to do with culture, but culture essentially is the way a set of people are likely to think, behave and respond to circumstances because of their shared past. And people in this subcontinent, geographical boundaries notwithstanding, people in this subcontinent have a shared past which even those who are somewhat adversely inclined to us concede is at least 5,000 years old, although it is perhaps much older. Now, for more than 5,000 years, people in this subcontinent have had a shared past, and as a result of that, they tend to think in a certain way, behave in a certain way, respond to circumstances in a certain way. And one more thing that defines a culture is one defining ideal which dominates everything else. And what is the defining ideal of the Indian culture? The defining feature of the Greek civilization, and from there it went to the rest of the European civilization, was rationality and harmony. What is the defining feature of the Indian culture? The mental ideal, the defining feature of the Indian culture is spirituality. And it is this defining feature of a culture which finds expression in its languages, in its theater, in its art, in its music, in its architecture, and that is what you find reflected in every aspect of Indian culture. That is because spirituality is the core of the Indian culture. That is the defining mental ideal of the Indian culture, and that is what finds an expression in everything. It finds an expression also in our medicine. As was pointed out today morning, Ayurveda is an Upaveda of the Atharva Veda. There's no clear-cut distinction between scientific knowledge and so-called non-scientific knowledge. There was no dividing boundary. Spirituality permeated all aspects of knowledge, and spirituality permeated every aspect of our expression, be it art, music, or architecture, and spirituality permeated every aspect of our life from morning till night, from season to season, and from year to year, from one stage of life starting with the brahmacharya right up to through Grihastha, Vanaprastha and Sannyas. Spirituality permeated every aspect of life, and what did it ensure? It ensured a happy and meaningful life, a life with a purpose. And that is why the world is looking up to this wisdom today. Now, if it can find a place in everything, can it find a place in medicine? Now, medicine is also a part of life. Not only ancient medical knowledge is based on medicine, but anything we practice, even if you practice modern scientific medicine, you can bring spirituality into it, because spirituality can permeate every aspect of life. That is one of the fundamental things of Indian culture, and you can bring it into practice of any type of medicine, any aspect of medicine. Again, one can take it in many different directions, and when I spoke here a few months back in the month of May, I took it in one direction. Today I'll take it in another direction, how this ancient Indian core value of spirituality can be brought into the practice of medicine. Medicine is something that the person does, and he can do it in different ways, merely as a profession, merely as a responsibility, a way of making a living, but he can also do it differently. And I'll take a cue from the Gita. Now, if you take a look at the Gita, you find that there is a developing argument there. In the second chapter, Sri Krishna tells Arjuna, Karmanyeva adhikaraste ma phaleshu kadachana. Do not be attached to the fruit of the action. So, renounce the fruit. So, the doctor, while practicing medicine, renounces the fruit, be it the material fruit or even the fruit in terms of the ultimate outcome of his treatment. But then it doesn't stop there. In the third chapter itself, I think he is again told that you are not the doer. Ahankar vimud atma kartaham iti manyate. It is the one who is ahankar vimud, that is, who is bewildered by his ego. He thinks karta aham manyate, wo apne ko karta maan baithta hai. He thinks that he is the doer. So first you renounce the fruit, then you renounce the doership. And then by the 11th chapter he is told, Mayai vaite nahita purvameva nimattamatram bhavasavya sachin. For all practical purposes, the Kauravas are dead, and you be only the channel for carrying out this work. So now you renounce not only the doership, but also the fact that you are only a channel for carrying out the divine will. And then, by the 18th chapter, what he is told? In the 18th chapter, he is told, Sarva dharman paritajya mamekam sharanam vraja. That is, give up all dharmas, all considerations of right and wrong, and just do what I am telling you to do. Now, Krishna was here in front of Arjuna in flesh and blood to tell him, fight. Now, the doctor also has many choices in different ways in which he can practice medicine. Medicine as a profession, or medicine as something far beyond the profession, as an instrument of the divine in which he has no right over the action, but still there are different ways in which he can practice medicine. And if I may bring out the contrast is a person comes with a headache. One way is to think that the commonest cause of headache is stress, so go into the details of the living conditions of this person and try and see if he has any stress. Take half an hour maybe to see the patient, but then you will probably discover the true cause of stress. Another way to see, the moment he watches the word headache, the doctor picks up the pen and starts writing half a dozen tests, including an MRI of the skull. Now, that is the second way. Now, which of these two he will do? There are many types of ethics which can guide him, but what does the 18th chapter say? Forget all those ethical codes, instead do what I am telling you to do. And what is it that Sri Krishna would tell him to do? Now, where is Sri Krishna? He is not in front of him in flesh and blood, but he is within him. The Krishna within. What will that Krishna within tell him? the first way is the right way to see the patient. Because somewhere deep within he knows that is the right way, the second is the wrong way, although you can find 100 reasons for doing it the second way. Everybody is doing it. I have to practice defensive medicine. If I don't ask for an MRI of the skull now, and 3 months later the person turns out to have a brain tumor, then he'll take me to the court. You can find 100 reasons. If I don't do practice like this, I'll not generate enough revenue for the hospital, and the hospital will throw me out. How will I make a living? He can find 100 reasons. But somewhere deep within still he knows the right thing to do is to see the patient the first way. Spend half an hour with the patient, trying to understand the living conditions of the patient. Now, that is what Krishna within will tell him. Now, if that happens, then he has practiced medicine the way the Gita is developing this argument for how anything should be done in this world. He has followed that developing argument. Takes a step by step, because you can't start reaching the last step right in the beginning, but to make a beginning, even with the second chapter, Karmani Evadhikaraste Ma Phaleshu Kadachana, is good enough. But then, that is not the end. The argument goes right up to Sarva Dharman Parityaja Mamekam Sharanam Vraja. Now, what is it that the person gets out of it? What is it that the doctor gets out of it? By doing what Sri Krishna, the Krishna within, tells him to do, what the doctor gets out of it is immense joy and lasting mental peace. And what does he get by practicing it the first way? A sense of guilt somewhere deep within, and recurrent uneasiness. Our professor of ENT, Professor Sinha, once told us that one of his friends, who was also an ENT surgeon, when he was dying, he was very worried. Why was he worried? When I die and go up there, how will I answer for all the tonsillectomies that are performed when they were totally unnecessary? Now, this uneasiness can catch up right up to the deathbed. This is what happens when you practice medicine the second way. So there is the choice. So the person gets immense joy and lasting mental peace. And the same will be applied also to the other people who are patients. If they also live life like that, they also get that joy. They are happy. And if they are happy, then they are also healthy. The mind-body relationship we have heard enough of today, and everybody knows this. So we cannot be happy unless we are living life well, unless we are, in very simple words, a good person. Now, this is an age-old question. Are we happy because we are good, or are we good because we are happy? One may say, only if one is happy, then one can afford to be good. But that is not so. We are happy because we are good. So, and we can be good, properly speaking, only by following the spiritual path. That is the ultimate in making us do what we should be doing without giving us a set of do's and don'ts, without trying to enforce anything on us, without trying to frighten us why we should do something. It is in our own interest to practice medicine that way. It's in our own interest to live life that way. That will what will make us happy, and that will also what is make our life meaningful, and that is what will make us healthy. So, in fact, all these things are interconnected. Indian values and Indian spirituality are rooted in our culture, and if we understand our culture well, it will permeate every aspect of our life. If it permeates every aspect of our life, we will be not only living a happy and meaningful life, we'll also be healthy and have a sense of well-being, which are just two aspects of the same. Well-being takes it a little further, but still not as far as swasth, that is being situated in the swa mein sthit hona, not maybe as far as that well-being, but then that will, the health, well-being and being swasth will follow as byproducts. So they're all interrelated. So it was a bit of a rambling, and I tried to take it in a little different direction. But then I was talking about the practice of medicine. May I ask in this audience, how many physicians who have gone through the modern scientific medicine, generally called allopathy, allopathic education, and are practicing things like cardiology, gastroenterology, endocrinology, How many of them are here? Can be counted on fingertips. Huh? Which means that you can fill a hall like this, but you do not really get the people who can influence patient care, who need to change the most in influencing patient care and medical education. And these are the people who call themselves scientific in their approach and rationalists by temperament. How rational is it to reject something without even knowing what you are rejecting? Based totally on ignorance, they decide that this is what we will do. And this is not something new, but hopefully with the atmosphere changing, maybe things will change. Certainly one can be more optimistic than Dean Ornish was when he visited this very place, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, sometime in the 1970s, and he talks about in his book, Dean Ornish's program for reversal of heart disease. He says that when he came and spoke to the physicians of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, he could get a collection. We can't get it here. Why could he get it? Because he had come all the way from the United States of America after graduating from the Baylor School of Medicine. We are willing to listen to him even if he talks about yoga. So it seems that he did have a collection of physicians of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences listening to him. But then he writes in that book, when these physicians of the AIIMS were listening to him, he got the impression that they were feeling as if he was talking, that Dean Ornish was talking about the Indian physicians. Dean Ornish was talking about their illegitimate child when he was talking about yoga. Hopefully things are much better today, at least outside this hall. If they have rejected to coming, absented themselves, they have decided not to come here, at least they have not done so because they thought that we'll be discussing about their illegitimate child. So I think I'll stop here. I know we are far behind time, and I could have easily skipped also whatever I spoke, but all the same, that could have been easily misunderstood. Thank you all.
It is now my pleasant duty, sir, please, sir. It's now my pleasant duty to invite Dr. Barry Curzin, Dr. Anand Biradar, Dr. Rama Jayasundar, Acharya Vikramditya ji on the stage to felicitate Dr. Bijlani and then also be felicitated. Sir, please. Director sir has given us this responsibility.
डॉक्टर भागवत से निवेदन कि वे भी कृपया अपना हाथ लगा दें.
Now I would request all the felicitations.
Felicitations. जी जी जी. आचार्य विक्रमादित्य जी को स्मृति चिन्ह भेंट करने का विनम्र आग्रह. डॉक्टर वीपी सिंह जी, डॉक्टर प्रसन्न परिदा, डॉक्टर बलदेव महाजन, आचार्य विक्रमादित्य जी, मैम आपसे निवेदन है, डॉक्टर भागवत जी आपसे निवेदन है कि आचार्य जी को यह अंग वस्त्र, एक बार तालियां करतल ध्वनि से, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। श्री वीपी सिंह जी, श्री डॉक्टर प्रसन्न परिदा जी, श्री वीपी सिंह जी, डॉक्टर बलदेव जी, डॉक्टर प्रसन्न परिदा, पूनम जी, डॉक्टर बलदेव महाजन जी, डॉक्टर बलदेव महाजन, डॉक्टर विनय कुमार, प्रेसिडेंट रेजिडेंट डॉक्टर एसोसिएशन, एम्स। धन्यवाद। डॉक्टर विनय कुमार। डॉक्टर विनय। एक छोटे अल्प विराम के लिए आप सभी से निवेदन है। हम पुनः, मैम कितनी देर में रीअसेंबल हूँ? हम 15 मिनट बाद फिर आप वापस अपने इसी स्थान पर आएंगे। अल्प विराम 15 मिनट के लिए। जी, आप सभी से निवेदन है, एक बार सभागार छोड़ने से पहले कि आप सभी लोग दोपहर के भोजन के लिए प्रस्थान करें और ठीक 2:30 बजे वापस यहाँ पर आकर के रीअसेंबल होइए अपने स्थान। जी, तो हम भोजनावकाश के लिए अभी ब्रेक लेते हैं।
मैं वही कर रहा हूँ, इनको लेके जा रहा हूँ, तो कूपन्स मिले नहीं इनको, तो आई जस्ट टेल यू।
हेलो हेलो ठीक 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 है सर
ऐसे जैसे भाषण दे रहे नकली लगता है यार मैं भी एक खिंचाऊंगी ऐसा मेरा बड़ा मन है मेरा ऐसा बड़ा मन है ऐसे खिंचाने का
हाँ शुभम करोति कल्याणम स्वस्थ
नहीं आई ना
Welcome back to the post-lunch panel discussion. Can I please request all of you to settle down, take your seats. So the discussion which we will be having right now is on communication, empathy, and professionalism. I invite on stage the panel of speakers, Mr. Pratap Sharan, Sister Madhuri Tarini Kanti, Mr. Nand Kumar, Lata Venkateshan. No, but right now lunch we had now.
I just was invited by Dr. Bhagwat. This session got extended. Now we are having this session. Dr. Bhagwat just called us for this session.
So you
Yeah, exactly.
the previous one was not done.
Just I came to tell you, no?
All right, okay. All right, sorry, there has been a little course correction here. So the plenary session 2, which we will be having right now, the topic is evolution of consciousness and importance of value system. And I invite on the dais Dr. Ashok Mukhopadhyay, Science and Spirituality in the Ayurvedic Tradition of Healing, Dr. Rama Jayasundar, Dr. C.S. Pandav, Dr. Krishnamurthy. Can we please have our eminent speakers on stage, please?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the post-prandial session of this conference on meditation and medicine. We have two very, very interesting speeches by two very important, experienced, luminous personalities. One is Dr. Ashok Mukhopadhyay. Has he joined us? Yes, he's coming. Dr. Mukhopadhyay, welcome. Dr. Mukhopadhyay. And what is the other name? What is the other name? We have Dr. Rama Jayasundar. It's very interesting that one is a ex-professor of AIIMS and one is a professor practicing in AIIMS at the moment. Both will be speaking on different subjects. We will start with Professor Mukhopadhyay speaking on the evolution of consciousness and the importance of a value system. Professor Ashok Mukhopadhyay is a student of consciousness, and he graduated in MBBS from the University of Calcutta, did his MD in pathology from the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and he joined this institute and worked here for 40 years, tendering medical laboratory service to patients, evidence-based academic services to MBBS, MD and PhD students, and serving science by means of various research and publications in national and international journals. He is honored as the father of laboratory medicine discipline. That's very, very interesting, and we should, something we should clap him for. He has very humorously put that he is known as Dr. Mukho. And his Gmail also has this Mukho thing that is attached to his name, that initial ID in the Gmail. It's a very long CV. There's a lot of things that we have done, but at the moment he's retired now, but he continues his studies in the field of consciousness and spirituality. His journey continues there. Besides, of course, rendering yeoman service, continuing yeoman service to all the patients that he keeps on seeing. Dr. Mukhopadhyay, please.
Connection.
इसका connection कर देंगे इसमें? अभी भी video है.
Good afternoon, everyone. Post-lunch period, after a very heavy mental lunch since morning, by really eminent speaker from India, from spiritual communities, from political communities, from academic communities. Now I have a small job which Dr. Kochar assigned me to do, evolution of consciousness and importance of value system. To speak on this. Now, evolution is a term used in science. Consciousness, in the human context, it is a neuroscience. It is in the context of brain. But consciousness as a generic term is used in the spectrum extending from brain bound to brain independent consciousness. Values used always in the context of humanities. So this is a topic which encompasses or deals with science, humanities, and spirit. And actually, this is the science for consciousness. It is not alone science, it is not alone humanities, it is not alone spirit. Remind us three fundamental questions in the Prashna and Brihat Aranyak Upanishad. What is this world? Who am I? What is God? Now, world you want to know by doing science. Who am I? It comes to the humanities. Madam Meenakshi told, no, don't call it humanities, it is also science. Now, what is God? This is the spirit. This is Karma we are doing when we are doing science. Humanities, when you ask yourself, who am I? It is the Jnana, and what is God? It is the Bhakti. So this is a paradigm which takes karma, jnana, bhakti, science, humanities and spirit together. Motives of three are same: to get into the truth, to get into the freedom, to get into the anand. It is in the modern era, it is Sri Aurobindo from India who used the term evolution of consciousness. Many spiritualists says consciousness is static, it does not evolve, it is the constant. But Sri Aurobindo used the term evolution of consciousness. I think probably he used in the context of the human consciousness. But he added another thing: evolution of consciousness cannot continue without supporting evolution of nature. And it is a mother of Sri Aurobindo Ashram, Pondicherry, India, who used the term value education extensively as required for evolution of consciousness. Now, let us summarize some specific features of evolution. It is a process of trial and error, recursive, a property it owes from consciousness. It begins spontaneously, a property it owes from life. Plays upon option, there is an element of choice, a property it owes from self. It evaluates profits, a property it owes from mind. However, to break the existing laws is the first law of evolution. Unfortunately, evolution shows little compassion and weeps no tear for its failure or slow learners. Evolution does not mourn the victim. Nevertheless, evolution is patient enough to let the rat suffer in confused discomfort until it eventually progresses its awareness and ambition to the point it can evolve a solution. Individuals are not that important in evolution. It is the collective progress accrues through a large number of very small individual contributions that all point in a similar direction. Now come to consciousness. It took 1.5 billion years for the nerve cell to appear and another 500 million years for the brain to appear. Contrary to the popular belief system in science, brain is neither the source of consciousness nor can use consciousness. It is consciousness which uses brain for its manifestation. There is no evidence that the brain is the source of consciousness. On the other hand, there are evidences which can support that consciousness uses the brain for its manifestation. So we have brain-bound consciousness, brain-confined consciousness, brain-encased consciousness, brain-trapped consciousness, and then we have a self-consciousness. Then we have a brain-independent consciousness, disembodied consciousness. It is a serious entrepreneurial challenge from this lower level to go to the higher level, and we must go adopt this in our brain economic downturn. Frontiers Physics Journal in 2020 published a paper. They found that a simulated section of the cosmos and the section of the human brain look similar. It is science, pure science, physics, astrophysics. However, the brain is the most trusted lieutenant for consciousness to manifest. In a developed biological system, the brain is the primary conduit of consciousness in action. Consciousness does it through non-observable but influential players. Now, what are these non-observable influential players? Mind, self, life, and consciousness. What are the observable? Energy, matter, time, space. That is non-local science. This is down, it is local science. Now, connecting link is the science of information. Information connects the local science with the non-local science. We all work with mind. Mind work with information. Now, life, mind, and information makes emotion. Now, information in the memory, mind, and self, they make intelligence. Self, life, join with the consciousness. That is for the awakened state. And this mind is connected to the informational molecules of system biology. So we see in the down left side, look at the left side, natura naturata, natura transformans, natura naturans. On the right side, this is the surface phenomenology, that is the depth phenomenology, and in the middle is the elementary phenomenology. Look at the again left side, nest 1 and 2 of nature, nest 3 of nature, nest 4 of nature, and consciousness is in nest 5. Nature has also panchakosha. Now values, always in the context of humanities. Now values word can be used as a noun, as a verb, as an adjective, as an adverb. I am not going into that, it is just playing with English. Values are the fundamentals that motivate and guide attitude in action. Remember this word attitude, I will come to that attitude. Adjectives, how much something is worth. Participants' valued opinion are honored. Verb, holding something in high regard. We value your presence when we speak. Adverb, HR is engaged in evaluating the candidates. Now what are values? Values are those treasures of the individual with which the person is at ease, most comfortably placed in his head, in his heart, and with his hands. 3H, head, heart, and hand. Means cognitive domain, affective domain, and the psychomotor domain. But when it comes to the leadership, you have to combine the brain and the heart. Brain weighs only 1200 grams, heart weighs only 250 grams. So what is balancing this heavy weight and the less weight, brain and the heart? It is the gut. So leadership needs this gut, head, and heart. And gut is the source of that hormone serotonin, major source of hormone serotonin. So it is three-term leadership, leading from head, leading from heart, leading from guts. You know this man, Gerald Edelman, who came here at All India Institute once. I have not seen him, but I had a lot of communication with him. He has a scheme how the values formed in the brain. Neuroscience. I am not going into these details. But you look at this word good. It is written in black. But if you look at the inside white, there is evil. There is evil. If you look at the white, E-V-I-L, evil. The word good is written in black, the word evil is written in white. Good and evil coexist, always. You don't think that everything is good, there is no evil will be there in my life. Everything is there. Roger Penrose in his science blog put this diagram. There is angel, this white color, and the demon in the black color. You cannot separate them. Positive energy, negative energy, no, they will be always there. Positive energy, negative energy. 70% of the universe is dark energy. How can you get rid of that? How can a cell get rid of that? So this explanation by positive energy, negative energy, these are backdated explanation. In the modern days explanation, this is mixed. Now value system is the axiological aspect of consciousness. Consciousness has an ontological aspect, an epistemological aspect, and axiological aspect. There is one more, phenomenological aspect. Value system is the axiological aspect of consciousness. The network system of values is a horizontal. Hierarchical system of values, as we see in biology, kingdom, phylum, class, order, family, genus, species. So value system, as you go in a hierarchy, it differs. Now, when we educate ourselves, we educate cognitive systems, psychomotor system, and affective system. Now, but traditionally, we emphasize on the knowledge and skill, even in medicine. Knowledge and skill, surgical skill, and knowledge is knowledge. But we neglect the attitude or the affective part of the brain, and that is the huge submerged iceberg of the total iceberg. That's why NMC, National Medical Commission, previously MCI, actually this is the work of the MCI, they brought this education system, 8COM, the big manual you can download from NMC, 8COM. They have made 27 8COM modules, 40 hours in MBBS course. Beautiful. But if you read these 27 8COM modules, the medical humanities, one will understand. Now, 8COM stand for attitude, ethics, and communications. Now, nobody define what is attitude. I have tried to look into what is attitude. Tomorrow attitude ठीक नहीं, your attitude is not correct. Now, if you write the words A, B, C, D up to Z, and marks them as 1, 2, 3, 4 up to 26, and then you look at the attitude, it sums up to 100. The attitude is so important. Now, what is that attitude in my behavior? Let us start with the rules and laws. The lawmaker makes the member of parliament, they make the rules and laws, but they make it on the value system of the prevailing society. And these values are derived from ethics and aesthetics. And that comes from the national conscience. So, this is the left side of the brain, that is the right side of the brain. And conscience, ethics, aesthetics, values, this makes totality is the attitude. I have published this in a journal of Archives of Neurology and Neuroscience in 2019. Now, values versus currency, sometimes we debate. But if you go into that nature's five nest of nature, the nest one at the below is the Newtonian mechanics. Then nest 2 is the quantum mechanics. You go deeper, nest 3 is the elementary phenomena. Nest 4 is mother nature, the nascent nature, the nature associated with consciousness. And nest 5 is the consciousness itself. Now, currencies are different. In the nest 1 and 2, it is energy and fields. Those who are talking of only energy and fields, they are confined to nature's nest 1 and 2. Then in nature nest 3, the currency is information. It is not energy. It is not fields. Ashottama hoto iti gaja. A small information can perturb Dronacharya. Not any arrow from Arjun, but only wrong information, misinformation can perturb. Information is so powerful, but that is in nest 3. In Mother Nature, there is no information, there is intention. And in consciousness, the consciousness has only one weapon, will. ये मेरे इच्छा है. This is my will. Consciousness can be recognized by present in any entity which can make a will. Now from will to intent, look at the right side picture. Will, intention, left side ethics, right side aesthetics, also funding, then instruction sheet is formed, then event making agency, 0 point energy, and then the events is formed, space, time, and energy. Now, operators are same, that non-observable influential. The operator 1 down is the mind and self, life, and consciousness. I'll come to this operator when we go to the value system in information, science, and technology. Signal is very much valued. Even the Chandrayaan is running on signal. But much more valued is that what information does it give? Information is more valuable than signal. More valuable is the knowledge. Most valuable is the experience. The scientist is experienced. And then the wisdom. You can call it factual knowledge, signal. Information is informative knowledge. Knowledge is formative knowledge. Experience you can call transformative knowledge. Wisdom you call sublime knowledge. In terms of information, signal is a space-time construct of information. Information itself is a non-digitized information. Knowledge is non-digitized and non-factorizable information. This is information manifold, that is experience, and this is information crystal. You look at how the value system changes. Now, there are operations which convert signal to information, information to knowledge, knowledge to experience, experience to wisdom. Operation 1, operation 2, operation 3, operation 4. Now, if you relate these things with the neuroscience, the signal is related to sensation, information is related to perception, knowledge is related to concept formation, experience is related to theorization, and wisdom when you can expression worldview. Now, who is the operator 1? Mind. Who is the operator 2? Self. Who is the operator 3? Life. Who is the operator 4? Is consciousness. These 4 are the non-observable influential. They have a mechanics, and if we know their mechanics, we can go into their. I have published it in a Science of Information Global Journal of Science in 2021. Now, value system in behavioral advice, which one is more valued, the goal or the journey? Neither. The company is most valuable. Then you know the story, 2 monks, one lady wanted to cross the river, the young monk hesitated, the old monk carried her. Then when they went to reached ashram, they asked, but how did you do it? He said, I have left that lady at that bank of the river, but you are carrying this in your mind till now. Now, value system in behavior, 5 monks, these are not Buddhist monks, these are Upanishadic monks. Why? Because the Buddhist monk goes only up to mind, not beyond that. Now, monk 1, see the flag, it is flying. Monk 2, no, the flag is still, air is blowing. No, the flag is still, air is still, observer's mind is blowing. Monk 4, the flag is still, air is still, mind is still, the prana is blowing. Monk 5, flag is still, air is still, mind is still, the prana is still, observer consciousness is in motion. Now, Socrates told, great mind discuss ideas, average minds discuss events, and small mind discuss people. There are many students here. Students, you have the greatest mind. You implement the ideas into work and action and lay foundation for new mechanics. Meet an AI monk, artificial monk in Thailand, virtual human. The final outcome of evolution of consciousness and values, the unification of within and without, inside and outside. When inside become out, the result is discovery. When outside becomes seen, this leads to adaptation, transformation, and new creation. What is the most valuable system in this universe? It is life. It is life. Last words. We have created machines, we have created robots, artificial devices of intelligence. We are yet to create life. Probably then we'll understand the values of life. Science of consciousness, science of material. These are all Nobel laureate sitting downstairs. These are all Vedic scientists. Thank you all for your attention and patience. And
Thank
this is
you,
my
Dr.
spiritual
Mukhu.
Gurudev.
Thank you, Dr. Mukhu. That was a very informative. Though it was a post-lunch session, your presentation was so very illustrative. A lot of complex ideas, but very simplistically communicated. And I can see the audience, they were all awake and you kept them engaged. Congratulations. And dear friends, I'm thinking, since the 2 sessions are very diverse and both are experts in their domain, at the same time looking at the time that we have, we can take 2 questions at this juncture before we proceed with the next session. If those of you who have questions, you may raise your hands. I will invite 1 or 2 of you. Of course, if there is time, probably we can have more at the end. Yes, please go ahead. Okay, is there a mic that can be passed, or? Okay, there is a mic right in the middle of the auditorium.
moving, consciousness is moving, that part. Prana is moving, consciousness.
I'm just informed by the organizers that
Sir,
we
are
are
running terribly short of time. We're running 1 hour late, Dr. Mukhopadhyay, so I'm very sorry to. But Dr. Mukho is going to stay with us for 3 days, sir. So he'll always be available for questions. I'm really very, very sorry for this. We'll proceed on to the next speaker.
Yes,
yeah. So, but before that, it is my duty to introduce the chair.
Okay.
I was so flustered by things, that are happening. So I kind of, missed the steps. I'm very sorry about it. Dr. Krishnamurthy Jaina is the chair. He is a physician and a public health specialist and a researcher active in the space of public health and development for the close to 25 years now. Currently, he is Professor of Public Health, Dean of the Faculty of Life and Allied Health Sciences, and Dean of the Office of Research at the Ramaiah University of Applied Sciences, India. Besides this, he is a meditation practitioner, a certified heartfulness meditation trainer, and part of a research team that is examining the effects of contemplative and integrative practices on well-being and the quality of life. He is from Bangalore. Dr. Jaina, you will be with us for the next 3 days till the conference is ending. So, any questions or whatever, and you have a session tomorrow in any case. Thank you, sir. And now our next speaker is Dr. Rama Jayasundar. It's a pleasure to introduce her. She is professor and head of the Department of NMR, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and has a unique and unusual career trajectory. She is a PhD in physics from the University of Cambridge, also holds a professional medical degree in Ayurveda. And while pioneering biomedical MR work in India, she enrolled for 5.5 years undergraduate medical degree as a full-time student. When did you stop studying, man? It continues, continues. And started as a full-time medical student at the age of 41. So that's amazing. And despite securing MBBS admission, she opted for a medical degree in Ayurveda. And she's the only one at both national and international levels to hold dual degrees in physics and Ayurveda. It's a long thing. She has had a number of awards. She has been having a number of papers, publications and other things. And I'm sure we'll learn more. She selected the topic herself as the science and spirituality in the Ayurvedic tradition of healing. We look forward to listening to Dr. Jayasundar. Thank you.
So good afternoon and thank you for that very kind introduction. So respected chair, dignitaries and dear friends, at the outset I would like to thank Professor Kocher for giving me this wonderful opportunity and platform to share some of my thoughts on science and spirituality in Ayurveda. Although Ayurveda is a pragmatic science, which by this I mean that patients go to the Vaidya with a set of clinical symptoms, the doctors diagnose and give treatment. So although it works at a pragmatic level, at a very deep level, Ayurveda is actually a science which uses health as the basis of one's journey to enlightenment. Spirituality is inbuilt into Ayurveda, so there is no separation of the science and spirituality in Ayurveda. That said, we all know that there is a dichotomy between science and spirituality in the Western science. The reasons are two, and fair enough, I feel. Science is objective with the measurable parameters, whereas spirituality is subjective with no measurable parameters. To add on to this, spirituality has been intertwined with religion. in Western thinking. So for these reasons, science and spirituality have always been, exclusive of each other. That said, spirituality has entered discussion in science, as you can see from these two very recent publications in mainstream science journals on neuroscience of spirituality and neural circuit for spirituality. So in fact, the World Health Organization, in their meeting on 7th April 1999, they wanted a change in the definition for health. And you can see here that the original one was health is a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. They wanted this replaced and replace it with health is a dynamic state of complete physical, mental, and spiritual. So you see that they wanted to add this spiritual dimension way back in 1999. Unfortunately, the World Health Assembly did not ratify it. Nevertheless, the discussion on spirituality, the spiritual dimension of human existence and how it could impact, patient, never stopped. And so these continuing discussions have brought in some consensus, and there are still points on which there are no consensus. So you see that spirituality is now de-linked from religion. So spirituality is a broader term than religion, and it refers to an individual's relationship with the transcendent, and however you may want to describe it. And it is also agreed that it impacts health. In fact, if you look at some of the recent publications in mainstream journals, you will see a lot of reports reporting the positive outcomes of spiritual well-being. So it has been shown to improve psychological and physical well-being. It regulates the emotions, it boosts healing, creates a positive outlook on life, improves coping skills, improves the quality of life. It brings immunity to anxiety and depression. We only know immunity at the physiological level, so this brings in immunity at the psychological level, and it creates peace and harmony. So the points where there are still no consensus is what is the definition of spirituality, how to define it. There is still no singular definition for this. What are the dimensions of spirituality? How to position spirituality within medical context and patient care, and what kind of conceptual framework to come up with which can be operationalized, which can operationalize the concept of spirituality. So the biggest challenge in healthcare today is how to bring together in one and the same framework the vast benefits of scientific reductionism and the subtler dimensions of the individual. So let us leave this challenge aside and go on to Ayurveda, which you all know is the science of life, or you can call it a knowledge of life, of knowledge of lifespan. It has created the framework factoring in mind, body, and consciousness, meaning spirituality, to understand and manage health and disease. So remember that we are talking of a system which has taken genesis from Indian knowledge systems, which had dwelled deeply into mind and spirituality. So spirituality is an inherent part of Ayurveda. So there are currently two standpoints on consciousness. One is what the current science or Western science thinks. It says that consciousness is an epiphenomenon, meaning that it's a byproduct that occurs when matter reaches a certain degree of complexity as the humans. Whereas the Vedic science says that the primary attribute of the universe is consciousness. Consciousness is not only the primary attribute of the universe, but it's also the primary attribute of the humans. And matter is derived from consciousness, not the other way around. So these are two different standpoints diametrically opposite to each other. So I thought up front, I will put the last slide, as I begin this small discussion on Ayurveda. These are the key concepts in a nutshell. So Ayurveda believes that, acknowledges, taking from the Sankhya, that there is one absolute consciousness that pervades the universe. It's a pervading principle. And this is the source of everything in this world, including the plants and animals and the humans. So Ayurveda, by giving us good health, helps us to connect to this universal consciousness. And to deal with this, there is a framework that Ayurveda has created. and that has 3 realms within: mind, body, and individual consciousness, or which is also called self. These realms are actually a complex set of associations and relationships, and they consist of many dimensions. Disease results from a disruption of these associations and relations, and Ayurveda addresses the totality of the individual's relational existence and restores the balance. So this is in a nutshell what the message I would like to give at the end of my talk. So let us look at the bio-psycho-social spiritual framework for understanding these complex relationships and associations in the context of health and disease. See, we can have many, many concepts, but when we are talking of, placing it, contextualizing it in a healthcare system, it has to be converted to a workable model. So for this, we need a framework, we need a model, we need a set of parameters which can be manipulated to manage the system. So let us see how Ayurveda handles this. So human beings are a nexus of relationships and associations in Ayurveda. So there is an intrapersonal milieu, there is an extrapersonal milieu as well. So intrapersonal milieu deals with the relationship between organs, between physiological processes, between functions, and among them as well, between organs and functions, between organs and physiological processes, relationship between mind and body, and mind and consciousness. The extrapersonal environment deals with the relationship between the individual and the physical environment, between the individual and the interpersonal environment, and the individual and the cosmic consciousness. So Ayurveda's conceptualization of the internal milieu goes like this. So it looks at, it has conceptualized the human system as having different domains. Each domain is an intra-connected module on its own, but it's also interconnected with the other domains. So there is a structural domain, which is a network of channels. I would like to remind you all that all the information I am giving is from classical Ayurveda, nothing is my personal interpretation. So then there is a physiological domain, which is defined by parameters called Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. I will come to this a bit later. For convenience, I am going to refer to these as VP and K. And you can see that these two domains have a connect through these parameters VPK. Then there is a psychological domain, which has its own set of parameters which are connected between each other. So this is called Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. So these are subclassified into 16 subtypes, and VPK they also have subclassification. Although psychological domain has its own parameters to define its function, you can see that VPK also acts as a connect between the physiological and psychological domain. So VPK gets connected, it has an association with Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas. And then you have the subtlest aspect of human existence, which is the consciousness. And you see that this is connected through the levels of awareness. These are called Panchakoshas. These are dealt with in greater detail in yoga. So, and I think the beauty is how the gross structural aspect of human is connected to the most subtle aspect of human existence through this first level of awareness, which is called Annamaya Kosha, or the physical body. So you see how the entire human system has been conceptualized as one seamless whole entity where there is no disconnect between structure, physiology, psychology, and also the domain of consciousness. So we are seamlessly mind, body, and consciousness. Now each of these have different interventions in Ayurveda, but at the back of it, what runs as the substratum is the cosmic consciousness. All these are connected to the human being is connected to the cosmic consciousness. So if you look at the extrapersonal milieu, then you again see that there is a cosmic consciousness runs as the substratum, and then you have the connect between the individual is connected to the society, then you have the connect with the animal kingdom, then you have the plants, and you have the environment. So everything is connected to the source, which is the cosmic intelligence or cosmic consciousness in Ayurveda. So how has it converted these concepts to practice? So for this, we need to look at the classification of human system for a more pragmatic purpose in Ayurveda. So there are two first level categorization, which is gross and subtle body. The gross aspect of humans has further subclassifications. So there is a subclassification based on structures which deals with the physical aspect of the body. Then there is a functional classification which deals with the physiological and psychological aspect. Then there is a system-wise classification which deals with the physical, physiological, and the psychological aspect of human existence. Then you have the Sukshma Sharira, or the subtle body, which deals with levels of awareness, and which in turn, deals with the psychological and realms of awareness. So I'm going to take a couple of minutes to tell something about the functional classification, because this runs as an undercurrent to the entire understanding of health and disease, not only understanding but also the management of health and disease in Ayurveda. So Ayurveda has identified 3 functions: movement, metabolism, and transformation and growth, which in the context of Ayurveda is called Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. And what makes it a practical platform to maneuver things in a human system is the set of parameters which impact these functions. So V, P, and K are functions with a set of parameters which impact them. So these parameters are biophysical, chemical, physiological, and also psychological in nature. And the entire psychophysiological functions in the body is encompassed with by these parameters. There are no parameters, psychophysiological function, which comes outside the purview of this classification. So this is just an example of some of the parameters that Ayurveda uses. I will not have time to go into the details of this, but what I want to convey is that these parameters under VPK, you can see V1 to V7 are from parameters under Vata, P1 to P7 under Pitta, and K1 to K7 under Kapha. These are predominantly biophysical and physiological parameters. They are connected to each other. It's a network actually. And when this network is in balance, when the relationships between these various properties are in balance, it denotes health, and disease is a system perturbation. When there is a disturbance in the relationship, then internal milieu, then there is a disease. So to make this operational and more practical, VPK has been made into a common platform for all parameters which impact health and disease. So from plants to animals to food ingredients to environment to lifestyle activities, everything talks the same language of VPK. So it's very easy to convert. The clinical symptoms are also classified in terms of VPK. So if there is a Vata predominant disease, the diagnosis is that it's a Vata Vyadhi. Medicines will have ingredients which reduce Vata. Lifestyle activities which reduce Vata will be prescribed. Lifestyle activities which increase Vata have to be avoided, and so on. The treatment will be strategized according to which season it is. Seasons are also classified in terms of Vata, Pitta, and Kapha. If the disease occurs during a Vata predominant season, the treatment would be different. And if it originates during a Pitta predominant season, it would be different as well. So while Vata, Pitta, and Kapha give the platform to handle the physical and physiological, and to a certain extent psychological aspect as well. So you have Sattva, Rajas, and Tamas, which are actually states of mind, which gives the which gives the background for handling the psychological and the domain of consciousness. So you see that different states of mind have different qualities, and Rajas and Tamas actually impact mental health, and we know that mental health is closely linked to the physical and physiological health as well. So the management of health and disease in Ayurveda is very comprehensive. There are physical interventions which act up to the level of mind. There are also non-pharmacological interventions, spiritual practices. That is where spiritual interventions are given in this area. And so put together, Ayurveda gives a comprehensive package of treatment. So these are some of the spiritual practices that Ayurveda advises to maintain the swasthya and to maintain mental health and physical and physiological health as well. So Ayurveda says that from the core of our being to the vast expanse of the universe, we exist as one. And I think it's very eloquently put. The whole universe is the expansion of one's consciousness. So I thank you all very much. But before that, I just want to, I do not know whether you're able to see here. The contrast is not good. So it's the logo of AIIMS. At the end of it, it says Sharira Madhyam Khalu Dharma Sadhanam. So that's what the All India Institute of Medical Sciences logo says. So this is a quote taken from Ayurveda. It says that body is an instrument for dharmic deeds. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very
Rama.
much, Dr. Rama. Please be here. Yeah. Dr. Jay, please come here. Dr. Shok, please. We are felicitating you for spending your valuable time and sharing with us your deep scholarship and profound knowledge. And in the morning it was being said, but here stand two people who belong to the medical field, and they are Dr. Sujata, please come. No, you have to do the next session also. Please come. Dr. Pratap Sharan, Dr. Madhuri, Dr. Lata, Dr. Ekta, please come.
And as we warmly welcome the second panel of discussion, the topic of communication, empathy, and professionalism. We warmly invite on stage Dr. Pratap Sharan, who's an MD in psychiatry, PhD. He's currently a professor with the Department of Psychiatry, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, where he also officiates as the professor in charge of the Student Welfare Services. He has previously worked as a medical officer at the World Health Organization, Geneva, 2002 to 2004, and as a faculty member at the Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. He has been a member of the WHO International Advisory Group for the revision of ICD-10, mental and behavioral disorders, and is a member of the International Advisory Group for training and implementation of ICD, mental, behavioral, and neurodevelopmental disorders. He is also a member of the WHO Working Group on Eating Disorders for the revision of ICD-10, Mental and Behavioral Disorders and Field Studies Coordination Group. He has served as the president of the Indian Association for Child and Adolescent Mental Health and as the editor of the association's journal. He is the president of the Indian Association for Social Psychiatry and has served as the vice president of the association till 2021. He is a senior editor for the Journal of Eating Disorders and associate editor for National Medical Journal of India. He has conducted research in collaboration with the World Health Organization Geneva, World Health Organization Southeast Asia Regional Office, New Delhi, and Indian Council of Medical Research, New Delhi. He has authored over 250 papers, monographs, books, and chapters. His main area of interest are public mental health, occupational mental health, psychotherapy, psychometry, cultural issues in psychiatry, and classifications of mental disorders. We welcome you, sir. Next, we welcome Dr. Madhuri Taranikanti, who is currently serving as an additional professor in the Department of Physiology at the prestigious All India Institute of Medical Sciences in Bibi Nagar, Hyderabad, Telangana. Dr. Taranikanti's academic journey includes an MBBS degree from the Gandhi Medical College, Hyderabad, and an MD from Osmania Medical College. She furthered her expertise in medical education and research through a FAIMER International Fellowship, FIMER 2016 from PSG, FIMER Regional Institute Coimbatore, and an advanced course in medical education from JNMC Belgaum. Additionally, she pursues acupuncture, traditional Chinese medicine, in 2015 at the Indian Academy of Acupuncture Sciences. With over 18 years of postgraduate experience, Dr. Taranikanti has made significant contribution to various fields. Her research spans cancer, particularly breast cancer and oral cancers, cardiovascular physiology, neurophysiology, imaging techniques, community health, and medical educational research. Dr. Taranikanti has received several awards, including the SPIE Award for paper presentations at Medical Imaging 2004 in California, USA, and the ICMR Financial Awards for her MD thesis. She is a dedicated member of multiple esteemed societies, including the Association of Physiologists and Pharmacologists of India and the American Association for Cancer Research. Her vast knowledge base is underscored by her authorship of around 50 publications and numerous presentations at national and international conferences. Dr. Taranikanti's commitment to medical education and research continues to drive her exemplary career. We welcome you, ma'am. We welcome Sister Ekta Bodarlik from the Heartfulness Meditation Holistic Health Center. Ekta Bodarlik is a mother of two and an active trainer at the Heartfulness Meditation practice with the Sri Ramchandra Mission for over 3 decades. Under the guidance of her Guruji, Dr. Revered Daji Shri Kamlesh Patel, Director of University Programs, National Coordinators of the Ombudsman and Ongoing Improvement Committee for the Heartfulness Institute. She has served as Joint Secretary with the Sri Ramchandra Mission, was born and brought up in Gujarat, and has lived 20 years in France and is currently back in India. She runs an NGO, It's Possible Ecology Trust, with her husband, Francios Bodarlik, in Gujarat, and has their unique green tech organic farms. We welcome you, Sister Ekta.
Thank you so much. I think we should start because everybody is waiting to hear this panel discussion. It is primarily about empathy and the galaxy of people sitting here. Each one is unique. Dr. Pratap Sharan is heading the Student Wellness Center here. Dr. Lata is Principal College of Nursing and a great humanitarian, a great manager also. She is a double PhD and an MBA to boot. And Ekta ji, she is bringing the very nice things about heartfulness here. And Sujata Satpathy, she is one of the best counselors we have in India, especially at AIIMS. Ma'am, please start the panel discussion. Thank you. Mic, just press it.
कनेक्ट करना होगा इसको कनेक्ट करना कनेक्ट अभी हो जाएगा तो हम कर देंगे
Pretty important. So, Dr. Pratap Sharan, please. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Chairperson. I would like to thank Professor Kocher and Dr. Sujata and Dr. Ekta for giving me the opportunity to speak here. I'll be talking on communication, empathy, and professionalism, but I'm focusing only on the professionalism part of it. Professionalism, it comes from a Latin word called professio, which is a public declaration. So, public declaration is that as a group, as a people practicing medicine, either doctors, they profess something to the public that we are going to provide you with these kind of services in return of certain privileges. So in society, the physician fills two roles, that of a healer, but a doctor is not only a healer, he is also a professional. That means that healing with a particular specific kind of ways. And over millennia, the professional aspect has been covered with various kinds of oaths and codes like the Charak Oath and the Hippocrates Oath and so on, and till now there are some recent ones. This has been kind of clearly brought out even at the time of Charak when he says that there are three kinds of practitioners. The first kind is a imposter in a physician's robe. So these are the quacks, people who do not have the requisite degrees and registration in that sense. Then there are vainglorious pretenders. So these are people who practice medicine, but they don't do it ethically, which probably is a lot of practitioners actually. And those who are endowed with the virtue of a healer, which is people who practice medicine with ethical values. So essentially, professionalism is the social concept. It is the contract between profession or medical profession and society. Professions are granted a monopoly over a use of a body of knowledge. So medicine is a complex set of knowledge which you can acquire over a certain period of time after working hard. So since only some people can have this kind of knowledge, it is believed that only these people should be able to practice medicine. So they have a monopoly over the use of this knowledge, and this monopoly is given by the state. So every state allows certain number of people to behave as doctors. Apart from this monopoly, the state also gives them a lot of autonomy because they are experts in that area which other people do not have expertise in. It's believed that they can self-regulate better than what other common law can deal with. And society also gives them prestige and commensurate financial rewards. They're not supposed to be exploitative, but they should get paid according to what they're bringing to the society. The understanding is that in return, professionals are supposed to give certain things to the society. They should be competent. So nowadays there's this concept of continuing professional development. You should stay competent at all times. They should provide altruistic service. The fact that society gives them prestige also means that they are responsible to the society, and to get the kind of autonomy that they have a lot of self-regulation, they should conduct their affairs with integrity. So these are the things that we return. Since we are limited in time, I will not get into the characteristics. Most of the characteristics were developed in the, covered in the earlier slide. Issue now is that profession has come to a crossroad. In 1950s, doctors were considered gods. From that, there is a change. The change is that with the advance of technology and commercialization, medicine has become very expensive. So corporates have come in, for example, insurance has come in. And there is a lot of external control on healthcare. So states tell us how we should behave, corporates tell us how we should behave, and insurance tell us how we should behave. Apart from that, because of commercialization, the public is beginning to lose trust in the medical profession. And because of all this control and the controversy that has crept in, like in India, it's believed that apart from police, which is considered the most corrupt institution, medicine is one of the institutions which is considered pretty corrupt. So things have come to a pass where from 1950s till 2020s, there is a big change in the way public looks at us. And because of all the control that is being put on doctors, doctors feel that there is some problems in the way they are practicing. Like they have concerns that they are not able to practice the kind of quality care that they would want to provide to people. The clinical autonomy that they had earlier seems to have reduced markedly. And they feel that the values that they brought, they were concerned about patients. They feel that we are not able to practice medicine the way we would like to, not only in terms of my freedom, but also the kind of things that I want to do for my patients. So like there's a debate right now about generic versus branded generic. And the basic debate is that doctors feel that instead of us telling which are the good medicines, the medical shopkeepers will be deciding which medicines to give to patients. So those are, at one level it may be that I want to have control, at another level they feel that patients will be harmed if this kind of control goes away from us. So in the early part of this millennium, there has been a lot of thinking about how professionalism should go, and the London Royal College of Physicians Working Party on Medical Professionalism in 2005, they redefined medical professionalism. So this is slightly different from what the Charak Oath or the Hippocratic Oath would have been. It has a more modern tinge to it. So medical professionalism is a set of values. First of all, it's a set of values, behaviors, and relationships that underpins the trust the public has in doctors. So what they're trying to say is that we should now behave in certain ways that public should be able to trust us. And the American and European organizations of medicine, they came up with a common charter, which is called the Physician Charter on Medical Professionalism. There are three basic principles. The first principle is patient welfare, which has been an ancient thing all right from the time of before Christ also. These patient welfare has always been the central core of medicine practice. The second is a principle of patient autonomy. 1950s onwards, patient autonomy has become an important principle of medical practice. And the third is social justice, which is coming up more in this millennium, that it's not enough to take care of individual patients. There are a lot of patients who cannot come to doctors, and it's our job to reach to those patients. And if there are less resources, then these resources should be divided equally. So these are the core principles. The responsibilities are accordingly divided into various things. One important issue here that I would want to emphasize is that scientific knowledge, science of medicine is something which is crucial to medicine. So whenever we are talking about anything, we have to also be concerned that it should be scientific. I wanted to talk a little bit about medical professionalism in the internet age, but I think the time is short, so I'll wind up here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Sharan. That was indeed most helpful. You want us to take one question? Just one question for Dr. Sharan, please, if there's anybody who has one. Because indeed it was extremely professional for us, of him to do such a deep and wide presentation in so short a time. So I think he walks his talk. If any of you would like to ask a question. Sir.
Mike?
I heard the question already. So basically, if you see the NMC guidelines, which has come up on 2nd August of 2023, the way forward is being formulated there, where they are very strongly moving into a situation where doctors should practice medicine the way medicine should be practiced. They are going to, the regulations are very sharp about that. Particularly the influence that pharma industry had on medicine has been curtailed in a major way. So that will be one way that this medicine is trying to self-regulate itself. Whether there will be problems about it, that is something that is being negotiated right now, but I think the medicine as a profession is trying to self-regulate itself in a very active way now.
The very role of WHO as an effective guiding body for the rest of the world also remains a question. And also the very recent COVID, the very validity of COVID and the truth about COVID is also a question mark. And the way pharma industry has been playing around, all these things are a daily feature. And as you rightly said, there are tremendous doubts among the patients and the people. Can you throw some more light on that? We are absolutely confused about it.
The issue about patients is that patients, the major problems as a professional organization that we are facing is that patients believe that doctors are not practicing out of altruism. They're practicing out of their own self-interest. That is the main kind of issues with patients. There is also about issues related to whether modern sciences, the modern medicine, the so-called allopathic practice is the only way of practicing medicine, or there should be more pluralistic approaches. So these are contentions. In society, professionalism is always defined according to the social situation. So these debates will be there. I don't think in 3 minutes we can take the entire debate at one go, but these are the issues that are being debated, and the profession is trying to come to terms with things as they are happening. Sometimes they will do it successfully, sometimes they will not do it successfully, so we'll see. Sure.
Sir, excuse me. Thank you, but sir, I would invite you to have the discussion off stage because we have more presentations. And I think raising a question is good enough, but I guess, like Sharanji said, this is something that we cannot answer, and I understand too at a go. Dr. Madhuri is waiting for. Well, you did open it out, and thank you so much for doing so.
Not here. No.
Dr. Madhuri? Absolutely, ma'am. Absolutely. We'll entertain questions. Maybe, I don't think we'll have time on this panel for questions, but definitely, yes. We have Dr. Madhuri, and then we have Dr. Lata, who's going to speak also, and then we have Dr. Deepak Chopra, who's joining us from the US, and we can't just have a lot of time for that. So Dr. Madhuri has already been presented to us, and please, ma'am, the floor is yours.
So thank you so much. At the outset, I would really like to thank Dr. Kochar Madam, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, Director Dr. Srinivas, and Heartfulness for giving me this opportunity to share my thoughts on this platform. Thank you so much. So when I was asked to talk about something about communication, empathy, and professionalism, I thought that one of the factors that is largely ignored is empathy, but at the same time, it is not about the empathy that we show to our patients or others, but the self-empathy and the self-compassion that is actually largely ignored among the medical professionals, and I thought that I should throw some light on it. I hope I do justice to that. And I will take you through the concepts of self-empathy and self-compassion very briefly. significance among the health workers, role in optimizing interpersonal compassion, and strategies to develop this self-compassionate attributes. So as we all know, I think empathy, we all know the definition of empathy. It's a very, very complex and interpersonal construct that involves awareness and intuition. But generally, it is defined as an important factor in patient satisfaction and adherence, in decreasing patients' anxiety and distress, and in better diagnostic and clinical outcomes, and in strengthening patient enablement. So this is what is all empathy about. And compassion, on the other hand, is a complementary social emotion which is elicited by witnessing the suffering of others. So this is generally the definition of empathy and compassion, but when we actually look at the self-empathy and self-compassion, it is to observe oneself in an empathetic manner. So the doctors need to do this, observe themselves in a very empathetic manner in order to do good for their own patients. And self-compassion, on the other hand, is treating oneself with the same kindness and concern as we do for others. So that's why I said that though we are showing empathy and compassion to our patients, it is also very necessary that we also reflect on ourselves and see how kind we are to ourselves and how we are treating ourselves in order to do good for the patients. So what is the significance of this empathy in health profession's life? So I just put two situations here, one that of a doctor and one that of a student who is doing medical. I know a lot of students are sitting here. So a doctor, let us say a situation, there is a doctor, he or she, who is mentally frustrated, maybe was a patient at one point of time, is very confused and has a lot of negative emotions carrying along with it, and suddenly he or she feels that a hand stretched out to her and reaching out to her and coming along with her into this pit of darkness where which is filled with a lot of negative emotions, and this hand is now wanting to show her a way out. Now, this hand also encouraged her to be connected with the world around her and to recognize that he or she is worthy of the compassion and the respect that she actually gives others, and she is worthy of it for herself. So this is the first situation. This I picked up from one of the journals, which I have mentioned below. And the other situation is that of a student. They have a lot of dreams right from our childhood. We dreamt of being a doctor, a medical doctor, and then they get accepted into the medical college, and they find that their dreams have come true of practicing this medicine, helping the society. And of course, the motivation for each of the students would have been very different. For some, it would have been a desire or an interest in science. For some, to help the people. For some, to have social respect. For some, to make money, probably, and to become rich. For some, a job stability. For some, it is an excitement to know the body, the human body, and so on and so forth. So there are a lot of reasons why people come into the medical profession. But the one common thing that they all have is that they want to become good doctors. So that is for sure, all of them want to be. And there are always these intrinsic and extrinsic forces that are working in combination on this human body, that is the doctor, and which come into play. And during the course of their study, somewhere, we all have experienced that when we were also medical students, that there's a lot of stress, there is a very demanding environment on us, and all this becomes the critical source of distress if these demands do not get fulfilled. So I'm sure all of you are able to connect with that as a doctor and as a medical student who are here. So these are some of the situations, and we teachers then have a lot of challenges now. We have to help this student deal with the pressure, achieve that professionalism that he has come here into, live with all those discrepancies between the dreams and the ideals that he had and what exactly he has to do now in the medical college, and how to ultimately get equipped with all those psychological tools with which he is going to cope up and then live with that innate human imperfection. So let's be very honest to ourselves and then say that, yes, we are all imperfect as human beings and we have to live with it. It's not that a doctor can do 100% for the patient, and we all have to accept that imperfection along with us rather than being self-critical. So this concept of... So this concept of self-compassion and empathy is quite a logical concept, which we actually understand highly with a lot of intellect. Intellectually, we have been able to understand it, but then it's not being actually practiced in reality. So Neff is one of those researchers in this field who has defined this self-compassion as actively encouraging the expression of warmth, concern, and caring towards oneself. So it's all about the doctor that he has to care, and he has developed a scale that has 6 elements with 3 pairs of opposing elements. They are about self-kindness and self-judgment. So one is a positive attribute, the other is a negative one. Common humanity and isolation, mindfulness versus over-identification. So there are about 3 positive and 3 negative, and then we have to win over them. That's what he says. So, and the only way, only when we know our own darkness can we be able to understand the darkness of others. That is what one of the researchers has, beautifully put it, that first you have to understand that you yourself are living in darkness, because there's a lot of confusion in yourself. And then once you understand and be very, very respectful to yourself, you will be able to do justice to the others. That is your patience here. Now, I'm sure all of you know this painter, Van Gogh, the Dutch painter who's a world-famous painter, but he was, his paintings became very famous only after he died. And he had made several hundreds and thousands of paintings in just the last 2 years of his life, and that too living in a mental asylum. He was unsociable, he was mentally troubled, and he was not interested in even marketing his work. That's why nobody knew when he was alive. And then you see the other person, the painting of Dr. Gache, who was his doctor, and while in the asylum, he was being treated by him, and then he had developed a lot of friendship with him, and then he lived with him, and then he started, understanding the characteristics of that doctor. Based on that, you can see in the painting itself, the doctor is himself so much depressed. So in his letter, just before dying, he shot himself in the mental asylum, and then before dying, he wrote a letter to his brother Theo, and in the letter he said that, he had mentioned a lot of other things, so he said that now about Dr. Gache, first of all, he's sicker than I am, I think, or shall we say just as much. Now, when one blind man leads another blind man, don't they both fall into the ditch? So that's what he says. Unless the doctor understands himself, and then, he knows himself, he is mentally fit, is he able to treat the other person? So in order to treat our patients, we ourselves have to be fresh in our mind, and we need to have a lot of clarity in our mind. And for that, we need to be self-compassionate. That falls under these 3 categories of self-kindness, common humanity, and mindfulness. Just a few words about each one of them. So self-kindness is being kind to oneself in instances of pain and failures, rather than being self-critical. Don't judge yourself immediately. Common humanity is that perceiving that one's experience as part of larger human experience. You're not alone there. There are a lot of people who are having the same problems along with you. It's only a part of the larger humanity. And mindfulness is taking a balanced approach to one's negative emotions rather than over-identifying them. Oh, I'm not off balance. So it's not going to work for you as well as for your patients. So what do we do? So as healthcare providers, we must embrace the significance of self-kindness, take care of our mental health, set example to others, and remove this stigma of self-compassion and self-empathy, which they think is a negative thing for the doctors. So evidence, there are a lot of research work being done in this field. So I've quoted some of them here. So self-compassion can weaken the association between negative elements of psychological health and psychological well-being. So like that, there are so many other researches. I think because of lack of time, I'll not go through all of them. But what could be the strategies for the healthcare providers to develop self-compassion skills? So basically, it's an acquired skill, so it will take effort, it will take time, and you need to have a lot of motivation, self-motivation, in order to acquire this skill. So there has to be a turn around those feelings that you have on others to yourself. I think that will work the best. Evaluate the actions, the choices, and the experiences as part of the broader experience of humanity. And one of the therapies, which the psychologists very much use in their practice is the mirror therapy. So stand in front of the mirror and describe all the positive attributes, reflect on the successes rather than the failures, and experience the sentiments. That is the feeling. That is the feeling and of the emotions. And we only see a small part of ourselves every day in the mirror, but use it as a mini opportunity to evaluate a lot of other things in a very positive way. So self-compassion and interpersonal well-being are rooted in one's early caregiving experiences. Students with cohesive and flexible family functioning there has to be a balanced involvement of family members in each another's lives, and democratic decision making is one important aspect of it. And with all these, there can be a higher rates of self-compassion rather than anxiety or lower anxiety in the individuals. So I think due to the lack of time, I'll stop here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
So thank you so much.
Madhuri ji, thank you for this very important presentation, because physician, heal thyself is what we have always heard, and coming from a doctor, it's even more important to understand that self-compassion does make a major difference in the way they will provide care to us. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you. And thank you for shortening it. Thank you for skipping your slides. It's Dr. Deepak Chopra, people. Okay. Next, Dr. Lata. So Dr. Lata Venkatesan, thank you so much for bringing up the next topic, which is on communication, as we have explored a few things. So Dr. Lata too had prepared a lot of slides, and I think she's going to be sweet enough to take just one slide out of that and try to create something concise and present it to us. Thank you to the listeners for being so patient and going with the pace that we are trying to set here. It's not easy to convey all these ideas in a few minutes. It's also all the more difficult to hear and try and make sense out of everything in a few minutes.
Yes.
Thanks.
And namaste, everyone. So I'm here to speak about communication, empathy, and professionalism in nursing. Nurses being with the patients 24/7, spending a lot of time with them, have the opportunity to understand the emotional journey and help them with humanitarian values, and of course help them to cope up with spiritual support. So I prepared 20 slides, but no, this one I'll explain what I want to speak with only with this single slide. Probably this is sharing my personal experience. My father, a few years back, he was diagnosed with cancer, and it was advanced stage of cancer, so we admitted him in a hospice. He was suffering physically very much. Symptomatic treatment was given, and we ourselves were wishing if he gets a peaceful death, we will be happy. That was the wish as family members, because we could not see him suffering, and we know absolutely there is no further treatment available. But even today, I'm highly thankful, my family is highly thankful to the hospice physician and the nurses, because they listened to my father. And then he was all the time speaking about his working environment. He was working in an engineering college even after retirement, and he was all the time talking about his department. Then they understood he is mentally attached to the department, because suddenly he was diagnosed with cancer and he was holding all the departmental properties and keys. That was bothering him mentally, which was understood by the hospice team. So what they did, he had metastasis in spine, but they arranged an ambulance, took him in the stretcher, and took my father around the engineering campus, and all the students, the faculty, they visited, and my father peacefully handed over the keys to the principal. I'm sorry, I'm becoming a bit emotional. So the next day, my father peacefully died. This is what the nurses and the healthcare team can do. Not only treating the physical symptoms, active listening, understanding their emotions, understanding unfulfilled wishes, and promoting opportunities to settle their concerns before death. Probably they want to forgive someone, or they want to settle down their anger with someone, or they want to legally settle down their properties. Multiple aspects are there. So actively listening to them and organizing for them to equate themselves with the supreme power, or whatever is creating a feeling of guilt, that if we do, they will die peacefully. After all of us will be dying one day, but how peacefully we die, that can be encouraged and promoted by the healthcare team members. So here, the topic given to me, communication, empathy, professionalism, nursing, all were utilized. I think that's the time given for me. I think I have spoken. So
That
these are all the
was-
questions I had. But as an educator, the nursing curriculum also has healthcare communication, empathy, and how to understand the patients, their dilemmas, understand their emotional stages of accepting the illness. These all we provide simulation-based education. So thanks, Dr. K.P. Kochar, for the opportunity given.
Thank you, madam. Please be here. And I want the panel to please come here for a group photograph. And I'll request for the next session, which is being eagerly awaited, Professor Rajkumar Yadav and Dr. Siddharth to please take stations. And volunteers, please help with the name tags. Yes, ma'am, please come in the center. Sujata, ma'am. Lata, ma'am, is our very dynamic principal College of Nursing, doing so many nice things, and every month there's a conference organized by her for wellness and improving psychosocial skills. And she also comes from the corporate experience. Ektaji, please come. And from Heartfulness, this is a token of appreciation for her services. Thank you, all the panelists, and we can have interaction over tea, but I think it is nice if we can have the next session, because he has spoken up very early. Professor Deepak Chopra is an alumnus of AIIMS, and everybody wants to listen, and he shall be talking to us live, and I will not like to encroach upon more of his time. Thank you. So dear audience, I think you have waited patiently, and some of you can come in front if you like to. And it's my very pleasant duty to introduce the chairs today. Director, Professor M. Srinivas, who you know with all his power and humility and modesty is leading us today. And he has spent a lot of time in the morning session also. He is on his way. And Professor Rajkumar Yadav, our colleague, yes, for more than 20 years, he's been single-handedly working in integral health and wellness. He has some great ideas about AIIMS. He loves AIIMS. He's also running the employee wellness or Karamchari Swasthya and program. And now he's also have advanced integral health laboratory. In the morning, Professor Bijlani was there. I am the elder daughter. He is the younger son. So from nutrition, we expanded to integral health. And my very brilliant and dynamic colleague here, Dr. Siddharth Sarkar, Professor of Psychiatry, as well as Addiction Medicine. And more importantly, he is connected to Dr. Deepak Chopra because both of them are alumni of this prestigious institution. And he also has worked with some degree with us, and otherwise also on the neuroscience matters, the neurobiology, the neuropsychiatry of craving, addiction. So craving can be for good things also, like opioids do cause endogenous modulation and we feel happy. And when we meditate, we can substitute the wrong things which cause addiction with the good things which make us happy in a sustainable way. So please orient your thoughts and your prayers, reflect, and we are shortly, in a few minutes, we are going to start the session.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning. How are you, sir? Thank you.
So, everyone is waiting eagerly to listen you, sir. Dr. Deepak Chopra, sir.
Thank you.
Yes. So, if I may be allowed to introduce the speaker, and truly speaking, he doesn't require any introduction. The speaker is a brand himself across the globe, and very important, he is an AIIMSonian, 9th batch of this AIIMSonian 1964 batch. His roll number was 0435. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Yeah, his list of achievements is endless. He is a world-renowned pioneer in integrative medicine, as well as the personal transformation. Presently, he is a clinical professor of family medicine and public health at the University of California, San Diego. He is also an honorary fellow in medicine at the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Glasgow. Most important and interesting is, he is the author of over 90 books. And that's really amazing, sir. More than 90 books to your credit, sir. And out of those, translated into over 43 languages, including numerous New York Times bestsellers. He is a leader of science and spirituality, and very important, for the last 30 years, he has been at the forefront of the meditation revolution. And the most important is the latest 93rd book, Living in the Light, taps into the ancient Indian practice of the yoga. And very important, the Time magazine had described him as one of their top 100 most influential people. And he is Dr. Deepak Chopra. Sir. You may, sir. Dr. Deepak Chopra, sir.
Thank you. It's a great pleasure to be with all of you, distinguished faculty of the All India Institute of Medical Sciences, and I'm very privileged to see that the director is sitting right there. Thank you, sir, for hosting me today. And it's a pleasure to also be a participant in this conference being co-hosted by the Heartfulness Institute, so I thank them as well. If I look across the landscape of the future of well-being in the last 2 decades, particularly the last few months actually, or last few years, I think the emergence of what is now being called artificial intelligence is one of the most significant developments in science that we've ever had. Now you might ask why I'm starting this talk on holistic care, compassion, meditation, with introducing the subject of artificial intelligence, which seems so not aligned with the topic today. But I should share with you why I think this is the most important revolution that has ever occurred in the field of medical science. Of course, artificial intelligence, like any other new technology, has both divine and diabolical possibilities. And the way science is moving, if we do not evolve consciously, emotionally, and spiritually, then artificial intelligence could be a disaster for our planet. On the other hand, with appropriate evolution and understanding of human consciousness, I think artificial intelligence could actually revolutionize everything we know about holistic and integrative medicine. So just a brief understanding of artificial intelligence would be very important, I think, as a prelude to what I'm going to say today. AI is a system that combines different languages. So right now I'm speaking to you, of course, in common English language, but as humans have evolved since the cognitive revolution, human civilization, particularly human intellect and intellectual thinking, has developed multiple languages. We have biological language, we have mathematical language, we have the language of physics, we have linguistic language, we have artistic language, we have musical language, we have philosophical language, we have religious language, and all these languages work within an ecosystem in their own domain. As physicians, you and I know that when somebody is a layperson and they're listening to us, they have a very difficult time comprehending what medical doctors are saying to each other. Similarly, when physicists and mathematicians talk to each other, people outside their profession have very difficult time understanding them. What artificial intelligence has done, or I should say augmented intelligence, because there's nothing artificial about it, it's augmented human intelligence. It has combined all these languages, biological language, mathematical language, and all the other languages I have mentioned, into a super intelligent, complex system where you have an intelligence which is far, far superior than any human being can access. And yet, AI is not conscious. AI will never have consciousness because consciousness is not intelligence. Intelligence is a byproduct of consciousness. Intelligence, of course, exists universally in plants, in animals, in humans, and in primates and reptiles. But in only humans, we see evidence for what we call self-awareness or self-realization, which is the ultimate healing. So having put together this framework, I see now that AI can help us combine our understanding of the microbiome, which is 99% of the genes in our body are not even human. They're microbial genes. You have only 25,000 genes that are human genes, but you have 2 million to 20 million microbial genes depending on where you live. And so we now know that these microbial genes can be renewed or replaced with healthy genes if you have dysbiosis through diet, through meditation, through mind-body practices, and so on. So microbiome is a major revolution today that started, say, 10, 15 years ago. A second revolution that occurred in the last few years is the revolution that we call messenger RNA. So we can now look at the messenger RNA mechanisms, see how through AI they relate to our thinking, our feeling, our behaving, our nutrition, our lifestyle. AI can put together everything that has happened in the last few decades: epigenetics, neuroplasticity, the microbial understanding of genetic expression, and much, much more. The whole science of yoga, self-realization, which is now actually under great interest to scientists. So if you look at, if you go on the internet, you type out the following question: what are the unresolved questions in science today? What are the major unresolved questions in science today? There are about 150 open questions in science, but the number one open question in science is, what is the universe made of? And I'm not going to go into details of that, but I'll give you a very short synopsis. The universe is made of nothing. It's a zero energy sum total, and that raises the second open question in science. If it is made of nothing, if it comes out of a quantum vacuum, which is just a field of possibilities, then why does it look like what it looks like to us? Why does it have color and shape and sound and texture? And this is called the open question, and this is called the second open question in science. The first is, what is the universe? The second is, what is the biological basis of consciousness? And I posit to you that these questions will never be answered because they're wrong questions, wrong understanding reality, which is currently under scrutiny. And that is the materialistic paradigm in which science is based. I'm not saying that science is not the answer. Science is the answer, but our science currently is incomplete because it does not include the most important ingredient in science, which is the scientist. The scientist, their questions, their evolution, their understanding that biology is different in different states of consciousness, that the brain is different in different states of consciousness, that our genetic and epigenetic activity and our neural networks are different in different states of consciousness, that our immune system and our endocrine system and our metabolism functions differently in different states of consciousness. So with that, I'd like to introduce a few slides, if you have my PowerPoint over there. Is somebody handling my PowerPoint? And if you don't have it, I'm happy to work without the PowerPoint. If you do have it, you can put the first slide. If you don't have it, let me know, and I will just continue without the PowerPoint. Do we have the PowerPoint? Just say yes or no, and I can proceed.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Just a few minutes, few seconds, sir.
Sure. Okay. So as you look across the scientific landscape, I think you'll see, as I show my slides to you right now, that the conversation in science is moving in a very interesting direction. Can I fast forward these, or you can do it for me? Let's go to the next slide. So look at these slides right now that are questioning our very understanding of reality from the New Scientist and from Scientific American. Please go forward. Please go forward. See, these are some of the conversations that are occurring in science right now. And so I'll stop just with this slide right now, which is the most important slide that I can share with you on the future of well-being and our understanding of health span, even reversing some of the biological markers of aging. So the first slide that you see here is our understanding that the body, the physical body that we have, is actually a field of awareness. We know the body only as awareness through perceptual activity and through cognitive ability. There's a phrase in the Vedanta, in Kashmir Shaivism, meditate on your body as the universe and having the nature of awareness. So our bodies are the best biosensors that you can have. And by learning to experience our body as a field of awareness through mindfulness practices, through meditation, through self-inquiry, and through transcendence, we can actually modulate the activity of the genes and the epigenetic activity in our bodies. Also, our body responds to the experience of time. When we have time sickness, or when you're running out of time, your biological clock speeds up. So heart rate is faster, platelets are jittery, body gets inflamed, stress response increases, cortisol goes up, adrenaline goes up, and immune function falls when we have what is now being identified as time sickness. The Vedanta says that we are the victims of time. Time is the consumer and we are its food. And yet, in our current scientific paradigm, nobody is addressing the metabolism of time, the metabolism of experience, and the metabolism of the deeper understanding that our body at its fundamental nature is quantum mechanical in nature. So, when I went to medical school in All India Institute, we already had a department of biophysics. It was very rudimentary at that time. But in the last 4 decades, we have moved from an understanding of the human body from anatomy to physiology to biochemistry to chemistry itself to physics to quantum mechanics and now to mathematics. There's nothing that's happening in the body that cannot be modeled mathematically. And with that understanding, we are looking at the deeper understanding of how these practices, which are listed on this slide, can influence not only self-regulation and homeostasis and healing, but actually even reverse some of the biological markers of aging. So I mentioned these items here: deep rest, sleep, meditation, nurturing our body through healthy foods like phytochemicals, rich foods in color and taste, precisely what is recommended in the Ayurvedic healing traditions. The 7 colors of the rainbow and the 6 tastes of life: sweet, sour, salt, bitter, pungent, astringent, cover almost every phytochemical on our planet. And life on this planet began with photosynthesis. And if you want the healthiest diet for your microbiome, then it is a diet which is maximum diversity in plant-based foods, which means almost a vegan diet. But if we do ingest meat or animal products, then if they are organic and come from the farm and not from a factory, because food that is manufactured, refined, processed, and has high levels of sugar or antibiotics or other pesticides is actually causing dysbiosis, which in turn results in inflammation in our metabolic systems and interacts with the human genes to also cause them to inflame. So now we are understanding the relationship between nutrition, between biochemistry, between biology, between genetics and epigenetics as well. As you look at the other slides on this, the other factors are not necessarily as important, but as we grow older, it is obvious that our stomach linings do not absorb micronutrients in the way they do. So there's a role for what we call complements or adaptogens. And as you know, if you have any inkling of the Ayurvedic pharmacopoeia, it has thousands of combinations of plant-based phytochemicals which are now being identified as adaptogens, in that they modulate the effect of immunoreceptors in our body. So things like ashwagandha, shatavari, and triphala, and even chawanprash, which have a combination of phytochemically rich adaptogens which act as signal molecules to restore homeostasis and improve dysbiosis. So these are very current understandings that are all being synthesized into a coherent new story. And that coherent new story is that mind-body practices, vagal stimulation, pranayam, exercise, elimination of toxins, both biological toxins, but also emotional toxins, toxic relationships, the role of empathy, compassion, kindness, joy, equanimity, can all be now correlated into a new narrative which says that less than 5% of chronic illness is due to genes that are fully penetrant, in that they guarantee the disease. We've heard of fully penetrant genes like the BRCA gene and other genes that predict with 100% certainty that a person is going to have disease. And these are called fully penetrant genes, but they're only present in less than 4% of people, or 5% of people who have chronic disease. Less than 4 to 5% of people. And for that, now we have AI looking at not only messenger RNA, but we have AI looking at what we call CRISPR and gene editing. So given the fact that 95% or more of chronic illness is due to lifestyle, only less than 5% is due to fully penetrant genes, we see a future for well-being which makes chronic disease almost optional. So with gene editing, with CRISPR for the 4%, and epigenetic modulation for the remaining 95% of those mutations that predispose people to genes, we are looking at a future of well-being which is unprecedented, where chronic disease becomes optional. We treat fully penetrant deterministic genes with cutting and pasting genes, just like you cut and paste your emails, metaphorically speaking. And then with lifestyle endeavors, we can actually change our biology in the direction of healing through epigenetic modulation. I should say to you that this research our foundation, Chopra Foundation, has been supporting for the last 2 decades. In 2012, our institution, along with Harvard and UCSF and UCLA and Duke University and Mount Sinai and New York NYU, we published a paper in Nature Translational Psychiatry, where we were able to show that within 1 week, just 1 week of meditation practices, which included self-reflection, mindfulness practices of body, mindful practice of mental space, mindfulness practice of the web of relationship, and a few of these lifestyle changes, in 1 week, all the genes that were involved in homeostasis, self-regulation, healing, and decreasing inflammation went significantly down. and all the genes that, all the genes that were involved in homeostasis, self-regulation, healing went up, some 17-fold, and all the genes that were involved in inflammation, accelerated aging, degenerative disease, Alzheimer's, cancer, actually went down significantly. And the level of the enzyme telomerase went up by 40% in a 1-week meditation retreat. This study has been replicated in different forms now by many institutions. So we know that right now, through these lifestyle changes, we can actually very effectively, particularly through vagal stimulation, part of the parasympathetic nervous system, we can actually restore homeostasis through mind-body practices. Which brings me to the most important subject today. As a result of this, as our health improves, as our lifespan improves, as our health span improves, we still have a human dilemma, a human existential issue, because unlike other animals, we have self-awareness and we have something called existential suffering, as explained so beautifully in the yogic and Vedantic traditions, the 5 kleshas of human suffering. Number 1, not knowing the difference between reality and illusion. Number 2, clinging and grasping at experience which is ephemeral, transient, and momentary. Number 3, recoiling from unpleasant experiences. Number 4, identifying with the ego. And number 5, the fear of death. And all these 5 kleshas, or causes of human suffering, are related to the first one, which is not knowing the difference between reality and illusion. Who are we beyond body, mind, and emotions? Are we the changing body, or are we the awareness in which the body is a changing experience? Are we the changing mind, or are we the awareness in which the changing mind is an experience? Are we the changing emotions and personality, or are we the awareness in which even emotions, personality, and ego identity is an evolving experience? And our great traditions in India have said that if we practice inquiry, if we practice the 8 limbs of yoga, starting with emotional and social intelligence, which is really what the yamas and niyamas are, if we practice yogasana, which activates every branch of the vagus nerve, if we understand pranayama and how it regulates both emotions and body, if we understand pratyahara, which is withdrawal of the senses, and interoceptive awareness, where we can regulate the internal organs of the body, and if we go to the final stages of dharana, dhyan, and samadhi, we can achieve ultimate self-realization, which is the essential spiritual experience. If you look at all the religions in the world, and you look at what was the fundamental spiritual experience, it was only 3 things. Number 1 was turiya, or what we call transcendence. Number 2 was the spontaneous emergence of platonic values like truth, goodness, beauty, harmony, love, compassion, empathy, joy, equanimity. Number 2, spontaneous emergence. And number 3, the loss of the fear of death. And all this is based on a very deep philosophical understanding that our true self is not the body, not the mind, not the ego identity, but a field of awareness. In the Bhagavad Gita, you read Lord Krishna saying, I am the field and I am the knower of the field. Kshetra, kshetragya. And that is fundamental reality. The nothingness from which the universe emerges is a field of awareness. And the knower of the field, as we relate to that knower of the field in our Indian yogic philosophies, is Brahman. And the projection of that Brahman as the universe is Brahman. And we know from our own experiences and practices and philosophical understanding that Brahman is Atman, and Atman projects itself as mind, intellect, ego, the 5 subtle senses, the 5 gross senses that then project as the 5 elements of space, air, fire, water, and earth, which is really matter in its vacuum state, matter in its gaseous state, matter in its liquid state, matter in its solid state. But matter is a convenient human construct for perceptual activity and the interpretation of perceptual activity in consciousness. So with that, I'd like to show you some more slides. May we see the next slide, please? The next slide is a method of meditation called the direct method. The direct method is we experience reality as sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts with the deeper understanding that what we call objects of experience is the alchemy of vrittis, or sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts. And that's the essential teaching of yoga. Yoga Chit Vritti Nirodh. So as the vrittis or sensations or images or feelings in our mental internal dialogue die down, we enter the field of awareness, which we call pure consciousness, and in that there is self-regulation, there is self-evolution, there's self-organization, there's what we call creativity and higher consciousness, and ultimately the transcendence that we seek for what we call perfect homeostasis or samadhi. Next slide, please. Can we see the next slide, please? Okay, so what I want to do, show you in the remaining few minutes, is that everything that we call perception is a learned phenomenon. We learn how to perceive. Our direct experience is just vrittis. Now, next slide, please. And once we give the vrittis a meaning, then we have what is called perception. And that perception is our experience of the mind, the body, and the universe. Keep going on the slides. So giving meaning to perceptions and creating perceptions results in the generation of emotions and insights. And that storyline that was created by emotions and thoughts is the creation of what we call everyday reality. Our body is a story. Our body is a continuum of space-time events which is generated through vrittis, given meaning, given perception, given what we call genetic and epigenetic and neuroplastic modulation and immune regulation. But ultimately, what we call the mind, body, and the world are human constructs or projections or superpositions on what we call consciousness, vibrating and knowing itself as experience. And these we mistake for reality, and these are what we call magical lies. The magical lies, for which we have very convenient words in our language, which is Maya and Leela, the play of consciousness. Interestingly enough, the word Maya is related to the word matrix, Mata, Matrika, matter, time, music, measurement, mythology, all come from that one word. So it's a very convenient word to understand that everything that we call physical reality is actually a perceptual activity, a modulation of pure consciousness, which is pure possibilities, superposition of infinite possibilities projecting as the universe. Next slide, please. So let's go keep going on the slides till I tell you to stop. We are now understanding that all this is entangled, but keep going. Okay, I'll just show you a few pictures. Look at these pictures and you can decide what to see. So you can see that there's ambiguity in pictures because we actually only experience patterns of color, shape, and form, and once we give meaning to them, they become perceptions which then shape the storyline that actually influences our biological processes. Keep going, please. Okay, so now we come to the practices that help us actually go to a deeper identity. And these are basically all practices that can be summarized in one word: metacognition. When metacognition is the ability to observe the body-mind processes, both perceptual and interoceptively, through yogic practices which allow us to experience our body as a field of awareness and us as the knower of the field of awareness. These can only be created when we stop being reactive, when we take time to breathe, reflect, pause, and choose consciously. And when we do that, we actually spontaneously developed our deeper understanding of interconnectedness, of the very fact that compassion, empathy, love, joy, and service and dharma are all integrated for us to remove the illusion of the separate mind. And through interoceptive practices and samadhi and transcendence, we can actually understand that we are not the physical body-mind, which is actually a convenient human construct for the witnessing awareness that is modulating itself as mind, intellect, ego, the 5 subtle senses, the 5 gross senses, and the projection of that as the 5 elements of creation. Next slide, please. These are the different states of consciousness that evolve as a result of spiritual practice. We ordinarily go through only 3 different states of consciousness: waking, dreaming, and sleeping. But there's the 4th state of consciousness, which we call non-local awareness, or turiya or samadhi. And then beyond that, there are non-local evolution of that non-local consciousness, in Sanskrit described as Turiya, Turyatata, Bhagavad Chetna, and Brahmi Chetna ultimately. These are progressive stages of expansion from limited identity to expanded identity. And as that happens, let's see what the next slide shows. The next slide shows that there is an expansion of awareness where the identity becomes a field of infinite possibilities, where the identity is seen as Atman, which is formless, without cause, irreducible, infinite, and fundamental. We experience this as fundamental reality, which also contains the uncertainty principle, which leads to infinite creativity and synchronicity and getting to the source of intention and attention and self-organization, self-regulation, and self-evolution, all rooted in the deeper understanding of I am that, or Tattvamasi. Next slide. This leads us to an experience of possibilities in the future where we can actually modulate our body just by changing our states of consciousness. Next slide, please. So as we are now looking at research in this area, and we're putting together a peer-reviewed paper right now, and with the help of AI, looking at all the developments in science: epigenetics, genetics, metabolomics, genomics, microbiome, and now a new entity that science is saying is the fundamental reality of our body, which is the electrome. So our body, which is part of the body of the universe, is part of an electromagnetic field with strong and weak interactions and gravity that ultimately appears as the universe, and the fundamental unit of that may be something called the electrome. Put together the electrome, the genome, the metabiome, the microbiome, our understanding of signal molecules, and you have a future that is promising what the great rishis of India had the courage and the tenacity to explore through self-realization, and to take us to this level where there is ecstasy, transcendence, a shift in our identity, and the loss of the fear of the constructs of death itself. Yatha pinde tatha brahmande. As is the atom, so is the universe. As is the microcosm, so is the macrocosm. As is the human mind, the cosmic mind. And ultimately, our consciousness is the consciousness of the universe. There's no civilization on our planet that has had the imagination, the exploration, the tenacity, and the experimental documentation of consciousness as the most fundamental reality. And there is no science that can replace the 8 limbs of yoga, because they all point to one thing, ultimately liberation from human suffering and transcendence and moksha. This is what I had to share with you this morning. I'm very grateful to all my colleagues at the All India Institute of Medicine, from where I acquired everything that I can say to you today. And I thank you very much. And thank you, Director Saab, for being present for this conversation, and the faculty and all the wonderful people from Heartfulness Institute. Thank you.
I think he deserves a standing ovation. Please stand up.
Thank you very much.
So it has been a privilege listening to you, sir. Thank you very much. So before I request the Director, sir, to give to say a few words on this, we have a standing ovation for you in the hall, and we'll show you the camera, hopefully in a minute. So round of applause for Deepak Chopra for giving this wonderful lecture. Thank you very much. So, would you allow, sir, for a question or some kind of interaction, if you would have some time? We thank you again for taking such important time from your busy schedule, but if you would allow us.
Can we do some e-felicitation?
Then can I ask our Honorable Director, sir, to say a few words on this presentation?
Good morning. He's signing off? Yes, he signed off, I think. He has signed off, I think.
I'm here. Dr. Srinivas.
They wanted us to felicitate you, I don't know, augmented reality or something, I don't know. Madam says that we need to do something from here.
Okay, well, next time
I wish we had a hologram of Dr. Deepak Chopra here.
Well, we are pursuing that technology now. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Would you have some time for some interaction, sir? Would it be okay, Dr. Deepak? Yes, please. You need to have the mic so that he can listen to you. You can carry on. You can tell that.
Dr. Deepak, hi. My question was, what is the future of birth and death?
Birth is and death are the continuum of life. So death is and death is the continuum of birth and death. So you need birth to have death, you need death to have birth. Now in biology, as you know, we have a term called apoptosis. Apoptosis is programmed cellular death. So every cell in our body is programmed to go through the cycle of birth and death. Your stomach cells die every 5 days. Your skin dies every month, so you can renew your skin. Your skeleton recycles every 3 months. Even the DNA in your body, which holds the memories of millions of years of evolutionary biology, the actual carbon, hydrogen, oxygen, nitrogen in the DNA recycles every 6 weeks or so. So your body is constantly a reincarnating mechanism. Your stomach cells are recycling, your liver cells are recycling. In 1 year, actually you replace at about 98% of the atoms in your body in 1 year. So your body is already an evidence of birth and death. You see, and that we call that apoptosis. When cells forget to die, they become cancerous. A cancer cell is a cell that has lost its dharma, its memory of being part of a holistic total organism. So that is a loss of memory. It's a loss of memory that says I'm part of wholeness. Similarly, our birth and death is part of the wholeness, the process through which the universe recycles and evolves at the same time.
So your knowledge and wisdom is greatly appreciated by all the audience here, sir. Thank you again. So if there is any one more question, sir, yes, if you would like to come to the mic then.
Sir, there are 8 steps of awakening which you talked about, which are in Patanjali Yoga as well. The last 3 steps, Dhyan, Dharana, Dhyan, and Samadhi. Could you please, entangle these 3 words for us, because they seem to be, mingled up quite a lot.
Yes. So dharana is focused awareness. And when you focus your awareness on anything, what you do is you bring the field of consciousness, kshetragya, I am the field, I am the knower of the field, which is universal. And dharana is the spotlight of awareness on any object, any object. It could be a physical object like my coffee cup, or it could be a mental object like an image or a mantra or whatever. So when you put your awareness, you squeeze the beam of, or I would say the field of awareness into an object, and then you replace the word object with experience. So, the word coffee cup is a human construct for an experience which is a combination of vrittis, sensations, images, feelings, and thoughts. This is what it is. If you showed this to a baby, it would not know that this is a coffee cup. It would only know sensations, vrittis, images, what we call the 5 senses. The word coffee cup is a human construct for a combination of vrittis. So you replace the object with the word experience. Then you say, where is this experience happening? It's not happening in your eyes. there's only electrochemistry in your eyes. It's not happening in your brain because there's only neural correlates of that experience in the brain. So where is this experience happening? In consciousness. Okay, this experience. So when you do dharana, you actually squeeze the field of awareness to an object, and that object could be a physical object, it could be your body, it could be a mental object, it could be even an idea like love, like beauty. So ultimately, this reveals yourself, this reveals itself as a combination of vrittis which are an expression of your own consciousness. So what is this? Yes, it's a coffee cup, but it's also an expression of you. It's a fragmented aspect of you. So what we call beauty is finding consciousness as an object. What we call love is finding consciousness in another sentient being. And that is truth. And what do we call it? Satyam Shivam Sundaram. The truth is, this is not a coffee cup. This is Brahman, Atman, Jiva, all of that expression of yourself. Satyam Shivam Sundaram. Tattvamasi. This too is Tattvamasi. So that's dharana. Now, when that is sustained, that's called dhyan. Okay? And dhyan reveals the object as yourself also, but at a deeper level. Immanuel Kant, the great German philosopher, said, you cannot know the thing in itself because what you're seeing is a reflection of photons. What is the real nature of this cup? And he stopped there. Okay, Immanuel Kant. But the rishis went further. They said the thing in itself is you. Everything that you perceive is you. So dhyan leads us to samadhi. And samadhi is the combination where the subject-object split has completely disappeared. So the subject of experience, which we call rishi, the seeing itself, which we call devata, and that which is experience, which we call chandas, which means the seer, the seeing, and the scenery, the drishta, the darshak, the drishti, and the darshan are all one. The seer, the seeing, the scenery, the observer, the observing, this observed are all one, and that is ultimate reality, and you are that. Thou art that. This is the final stage where dharana, dhyan, samadhi leads to liberation from suffering.
Thank you very much, sir.
I think with your permission and permission of Dr. Srinivas, Director, I should take my leave now.
Thank you, sir. And we really thank you again for your time and wonderful exposition and explaining the concepts in a very simplified manner. We really thank you again, sir.
Thank you.
With that, we close this session and thank again the organizers for having this important session and interesting interaction with our patients. Thank you.
question was asked about dharana, dhyana, and samadhi. We should experience that. So for the beginners, we introduce today the heartfulness way of meditation. Today on day 1, we shall lead you to a guided relaxation followed by a session of meditation. So a very humble request to everyone to dedicate this time to the most important person in your life, and that is yourself. And what does that mean? Who comes in the way of your own self? The mobile. I think the mobile has become such a distraction that it has become a part of ourselves. So just all of us, let us keep our mobiles on silent. Switch it off if possible. That would be ideal. Switch off your mobiles, keep your bags aside. So heartfulness meditation, as the name suggests, the object of meditation is in the heart. So we won't talk more about it now, we will experience it today, and then maybe as tomorrow and day after we have the 3 practices. The first practice is relaxation, second is meditation. Tomorrow will be cleansing with a meditation session, and third day, that is day after tomorrow, will be a connect session. So let's start with the heartfulness relaxation. Sit in a comfortable position. Very slowly and gently close your eyes and bring your awareness to the present moment. Breathe in and breathe out. As you're breathing in all the love Mother Universe wants to give you. Allow that healing love to reach every cell of your body, relaxing you and rejuvenating you. And when you breathe out joy and happiness. Share that joy and happiness and let it spread in the vicinity, in the community, and let it reach every heart which is connected to you and through you. As you're connected with the healing energy of Mother Earth, allow that healing energy to gently relax your toes, allow your feet to relax, your ankles, allow the calves to relax, and the knees, subjects and your yoga classes. Bring your attention to the belly. Relax in the belly and all the organs within. Relax the muscles of your middle one and your upper one. As you breathe in and you breathe out, relax the lungs, the muscles of your chest wall. You bring your awareness to the muscles connecting your neck to your shoulders. Gently drop your shoulders. Relax the muscles connecting your neck to your shoulders. Relax your upper arms, elbows, forearms, wrist, arms, fingers, and your fingertips. Allow healing energy to pass through your entire body, right up to your fingertips. Now bring your awareness to your neck. Relax the muscles in the front and behind. Your face, response and make a mental note of how you're feeling at this point of time. When you feel comfortable with this state, and you observe this state within yourself. And slowly open your eyes.
It's a heart-based meditation. It's a modified and simplified version of the ancient Patanjali's Ashtanga Raja and customized to suit the needs of the current day lifestyle that we all live in. We all lead such hectic, stressful lives. This system is so well designed and simplified, taking 15-20 minutes out in the morning for the relaxation and meditation that we just did. Again, about 15-20 minutes in the evening to cleanse, to rejuvenate ourselves, which we will go through a practical experience tomorrow. And the third technique, as we go to bed, a simple technique to deeply connect with our inner self. These are three simple techniques, and what we just experienced, we would suggest you to reflect and brood over it and observe the change that you felt before and after meditation. Ultimately, the real science, real evidence is what we personally observe and experience. That's what AIIMS Institute offers, a very practical and simple exposure. And tomorrow again, at the end of the day or sometime during the day, we'll go to the